yoga. Aye, yoga. Go kwa arrive tu kimabo Obozano bo Ouso gami lo Mbela koka Alago tu palo Atuna bi no wo ino na atulo Igyo shibiga Ikia shibi awa Ikoka kokaga Ikia kokawa Ela gole wole Ela loye bolo Amba tupa mole Ogo moda jalo kimaha Momale awa iko bibilo Ole haya geku Oloduma ya geku Olomoto eho Oye koko numo ya sema Omola hapa Oda oye moya jama Oblage geku Ipuga ge moya gama Ela go uso Otris Yoga Ay Yoga Ino wo kwa Arrive tu kimabo Obozano bo Ouso gami lo Mbela koka Alago tu palo Atuna bi no wo ino na atulo Igyo shibiga Ikia shibi awa Ikoka kokaga Ikia kokawa Ela gole wole Ela loye bolo Amba tupa mole Ogo moda jalo kimaha Momale awa iko bibilo Ole haya geku Oloduma ya geku Olomoto eho Oye koko numo ya sema Omola hapa Oda oye moya jama Oblage geku Ipuga ge moya gama Ela go uso Otris Yoga Ay Yoga Ino wo kwa Arrive tu kimabo Obozano bo Ouso gami lo Mbela koka Alago tu palo Atuna bi no wo ino na atulo Igyo shibiga Ikia shibi awa Ikoka kokaga Ikia kokawa Ela gole wole Ela loye bolo Amba tupa mole Ogo moda jalo kimaha Momale awa iko bibilo Ole haya geku Oloduma ya geku Olomoto eho Oye koko numo ya sema Omola Yoga Ay Yoga Ino wo kwa Arrive tu kimabo Obozano bo Ouso gami lo Mbela koka Alago tu palo Atuna bi no wo ino na atulo Igyo shibiga Ikia shibi awa Ikoka kokaga Ikia kokawa Ela gole wole Ela loye bolo Amba tupa mole Ogo moda jalo kimaha Momale awa iko bibilo Ole haya geku Oloduma ya geku Olomoto eho Oye koko numo ya sema Omola Yoga Ay Yoga Ino wo kwa Arrive tu kimabo Obozano bo Ouso gami lo Mbela koka Alago tu palo Atuna bi no wo ino na atulo Igyo shibiga Ikia shibi awa Ikoka kokaga Ikia kokawa Ela gole wole Ela loye bolo Amba tupa mole Ogo moda jalo kimaha Momale awa iko bibilo Ole haya geku Oloduma ya geku Olomoto eho Oye koko numo ya
Lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my mind. Money, money, money. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Stay on the road chasing my dream because I know you can chase it for me. Wanna love like a man from my love. Barakoto Ikisha my love. Everyone select Jack on my love. No they find anybody na money I want. No they hear what the people they talk. Once again I shall get it till love. That's a life from no one. No get another one. I go take and do it till I love.
Nice. It doesn't sound nice for a person to have gone to Plateau State, especially after such an incident, and stayed at the airport. Yeah, why bother going? The president should have just remained in Abuja and asked the families that lost their loved ones in Jos to come so that he can sympathize with them. What a shame. What is the president afraid of?
I'm so disappointed in that woman that lost her child. If that woman really feels for that child, if she feels for her child, no matter how they cajole her to leave her house to go and see the president, I've never heard of it. You lost your son, and they cajole you to go and meet the president. Instead of the president come and see you, to sympathize with you. Nigeria. Oh.
Very disappointed. People are mourning, people are in distress. Then you invite them to visit you. What kind of condolence visit is that? You are condoling with people, you go to where they are. You don't bring them out of where they are. Then you say, come and meet me. I don't know. That it doesn't spark any form of condolence as far as I'm concerned. Did they force them? Did they tie their hands? Or is it some level of illiteracy that made them get up from their place?
For me, I will not be happy for the governor to have conveyed this victim from their respective to the airport. It is not the best. He has Maradonized us. He has Boborized us the second time.
Well, this is a sign that our leaders don't even regard our lives. To me, there's nothing I can say much is that there's no need of going there because it doesn't change anything. Like you need to tell this thing. What next? Even after visiting Plateau State, what next?
It's like he didn't even believe in the power of commander-in-chief. He didn't know the power he has. What is he afraid of? Those that lead, they're not human beings. I mean, I'm not happy. So much nonsense in this country.
It doesn't look nice. It doesn't sound nice for the president to have gone to
American and Israeli terrorists have hit back at Iran to avenge the humiliation of the downing of military aircraft, including F-15 in southwest Iran and A-10 Warthog attack plane near the Strait of Hormuz. And world's two most powerful militaries have done so by showcasing their unique bravery. They bombed a petrochemical site and Iran's peaceful nuclear plant in Bushehr. We are blessed to see such remarkable bravery by the world's most powerful American military and the most moral army of the settled colony. Meanwhile, the fate of the pilot from the downed F-15 fighter jet remains unknown. This would be the broad focus of my video today. Also in this video, the indomitable spirit of Iranians that will leave you in tears. So please stay tuned. So the US and Israeli military have once again targeted the civilian infrastructure to avenge the humiliation that they faced yesterday at the hands of the Iranians. Remember how Iran downed their F-15 plane and A-10 Warthog attack plane reportedly crashed over the Persian Gulf near the Strait of Hormuz? The Americans had claimed to rescue one of the two crew members from the F-15 plane, but the fate of the pilot remains unknown. Iran had announced a cash reward of $62,000 for anyone who could find the pilot and hand him or her over to the IRGC. Fox News broadcast an interview of someone who was identified as a former Iranian prisoner. He says the local population will most likely cooperate with the Iranian authorities.
Those two regions, yes, Iranian state TV, which I saw a few hours ago, announced that the area of the downed pilot was the Kokiliu and Boyer Ahmad area, which is adjacent to the Khuzestan area, which is on your map. They are different in this sense. If they are in Khuzestan, that is predominantly an Arab ethnic group, but they are an Arab ethnic group that are predominantly Shia Muslims. Okay. If it's in the other one that I mentioned, that is dominated by what's called the Lur, L-U-R ethnic group, and they are also Shia. I think what's important to say about both those areas is that they are relatively integrated into the nation and quite close to the regime. In other words, although in the far past, there has been some opposition groups emerging from those areas, we haven't seen that in the last few decades. So
Donald Trump says he's strongly considering pulling the US out of the NATO alliance, unhappy with the reluctance of some members to join offensive operations in the war with Iran. With the latest, here's Paul Adams.
Iran is still firing back. These drones aimed, it says, at American bases in the Middle East. Donald Trump says Iran wants a ceasefire. That's not yet how it looks. The US and Israel continue to bomb. The president says it could all be over in 2 or 3 weeks. But how to remove Iran's stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz, the reluctance of Washington's NATO allies to get involved while the war still rages, a source of mounting frustration. Not for the first time, the president says he's had enough. NATO, he told The Telegraph, is a paper tiger. Pulling America out is beyond reconsideration.
Unfortunately, we are going to have to re-examine whether or not this alliance that has served this country well for a while is still serving that purpose, or is it now become a one-way street where America is simply in a position to defend Europe, but when we need the help of our allies, they're going to deny us basing rights and they're going to deny us overflight?
Britain has allowed American bombers to use RAF Fairford for what are described as purely defensive operations. The Prime Minister determined to resist America's demands for more.
Whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war.
Nigeria's electoral body INEC on Wednesday announced that based on its interpretation of a recent court order, it will for now cease all recognition of the national leadership of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, striking out the names of Senator David Mark and Rauf Aregbesola as national chairman and national secretary, respectively, from its portal. In a statement signed by the INEC National Commissioner and Chairman of the Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Kudu Haruna, the Commission said it will also refrain from monitoring any conventions and congresses organized by David Mark's leadership pending the final determination of the substantive suit before the Federal High Court. INEC was reacting to the leadership tussle rocking the ADC and the recent judgment of the Court of Appeal, where an ex parte motion was heard on September the 4th, 2025, and the trial judge, Justice Emeka Nwite, directed the respondents, including INEC, to be put on notice to show cause why the motion should not be granted. But the second defendant, Senator David Mark, decided to appeal against the order of Justice Nwite to the Court of Appeal, Abuja, challenging the jurisdiction of the trial court, where he lost, with the court dismissing the appeal and making preservatory orders that both groups should maintain the status quo until the Federal High Court delivers its judgment.
Violence has broken out between local residents and foreign nationals in East London, in South Africa's Eastern Cape province. A protest organized by the anti-foreigner group March and March, aimed at Nigerian nationals, turned chaotic and violent. Demonstrators were expressing anger over the recent coronation of an Igbo traditional leader by members of the local Nigerian community. The situation escalated quickly, with protesters setting vehicles and shops owned by foreign nationals on fire. Dozens of cars were vandalized and several foreign-owned businesses were looted during the unrest. Organizers of the march maintain that the frustration expressed by the South African protesters is justified.
We're fighting against foreign nationals in our country because we need to feel like we're South Africans again. Yeah. Because for the longest time, they've used our laws against us. They've used the humanity card against us.
There's nowhere in our constitution that makes provision for a Nigerian from the Igbo tribe to come and become coronated as a king of the Eastern Cape.
Violence has broken out between local residents and foreign nationals.
Greetings everyone. Thank you all for joining me today. And before we start, I have to make it clear the conversation that we are due to have is going to be based on mutual learning, sharing, and understanding of each other, not for discrimination against any group, any tribe. Any form of discrimination, really. We are here to have honest conversation with each other, and you're going to be challenged, you're going to be asked questions, and you may not be allowed to speak very long because the idea is for it to be able to go around. So let's try to keep our answers, concise, as short as possible, so that the next person can speak and we can go around faster. It's not like you are going anywhere. There's no rush. So let's try to hear the voices of everyone. Somebody can speak for 1 minute, 2 minutes, because some of the things you're about to say, let's face it, you can distill them down a little bit to 1 minute length and 2 minutes length so that other people can be able to speak. And because when you observe what goes on out there, when people have conversations, they do allow people to share their views. And sometimes, yes, you can also have people expand upon their views a little bit longer. But at least let's try to get it so that it goes around, and let's try to be accommodating of each other. No matter what you want to say, you can always go around and you have your chance to say it again. Let's try to be accommodating of each other, and also accommodating of the moderation, because sometimes I have other competing interests that I have to try to meet, because people are sometimes behind stage and they have to speak, and they have to sometimes, just give me the benefit of that. That's the point. All right. So, and obviously, I decided to play all the various headlines. But before that, I did introduce the Nasarawa groups. I wouldn't call it fully their culture. Somebody, raised the point last week that why is it that I play only the music and of the different cultures? Because this is not a show about their individual culture, just to highlight that they exist. And while we are having this conversation sometimes about Nigeria, we want to also highlight the fact that we have an idea of the people we are talking about. Because sometimes when we are in Nigeria, we talk about people almost in abstract. We've never encountered them, we've never seen them, we don't even know where they are. And from a personal point of view, I feel like doing these things enables me to see the people from different parts of the country and how they are all linked. And you'll be surprised. Some of these our leaders, they are very funny people. They know how well we are linked, and maybe that's why they themselves are all paddy, and they are there dividing all of us. But if you look at it, if you see the way Nigeria flows, you see the connection between the languages, you see the connection between the cultures. They are all linked. And it just seems like we are different, but we are not as different as we like to believe. And doing this thing tend to reveal some of those. And if you look at some of the, like the Nasarawa culture now, you will see some things that resemble the Yoruba culture, and you see some things that resemble the South Eastern culture or South culture. You will see them; they are all mixed in there, and then some of them you see some of the northern this culture linked in too. So this is the kind of thing that you want to pick up on when you are in the country, and that's why I chose to be introducing the different cultures in the country. That said, now we are going to head on to the topics, and some people don't like me talking a lot before the show starts. Some people say I should stick to it, but the purpose of sticking to it has to be for a reason. If I feel like talking about a certain topic, I will talk about it. And if I don't feel like talking about a topic, I feel like discussing with people, I will discuss about the topic. The idea is for me to try to be as honest to myself as possible. The idea, you don't want me to be anything else. Believe me, you don't want me to be anything else. If you want me to be an automaton here, then you deserve what you get in Nigeria. You really do deserve what you get. You have to have people be what they are, and not expect them to be someone else. You see what I mean? People should be honest. And like me now, the way I draw the line is people should not be breaking rules. People should not be introducing violence in a situation where that is supposed to be civil. That's what I'm against. But people should be able to be themselves. Anywhere else, anything else, they should be able to be themselves. And that's how I would like the same to be accorded me too. So that said, the issue of the South African attacks on fellow Nigerians, we have all seen this happen over and over again. I'm one of those people that sympathizing with the idea that if somebody comes to your country and they commit a crime, you deserve to call them out. They deserve to be called out. They deserve to be punished. But why is it that whenever people commit crimes, instead of those countries, especially the wicked countries or these xenophobic countries, why is it that whenever Nigerians commit crime in those countries, they don't work with the Nigerian law enforcement to deal with the problem? Instead, they malign Nigerians instead. Why do they do that? You see that in Ghana and you see that in South Africa. People commit crime, like in Europe now, some people commit crime in other parts of Europe. The European police cooperate to apprehend and prosecute the, sometimes even involving extradition, prosecute the criminals. But you don't see that in Africa. Instead, they just malign the nation and cause these are ridiculous protests that you see all the time. And our fellow Black South Africans, they seem to have been kind of hoodwinked by some of these Europeans there to make them believe. I don't know whether it's Europeans or just hardship exactly, but I'm sure they are not helping. Clearly, they're not helping. Engineering them to believe that Africans are their core problem. When I checked on the list of foreign prisoners in South Africa, where Nigeria ranks in terms of population of prisoners in South Africa, of foreigners, Nigeria doesn't even make the top 3 of foreign prisoners. Zimbabwe, Malawi, other countries are the top 3 of foreign prisoners in South African prisons. And when I also checked which country in the world that Nigeria is the top foreign nationals in their prison, none of them. There's no country in the world where Nigeria top the number of foreign nationals in their prison. There's no country in the world. But somehow, maybe because of our spread, we seem to be maligned as people that are always involved in crime. We forget that most of the countries we are in, we don't even commit, we are not even top 10. Like in the UK, you'll be surprised. Nigeria doesn't even make top 10 in the UK. It doesn't. But when you hear the way they talk about Nigeria, and even Nigerians have taken it on board as if we are like that. We are all criminals completely. The other parts of the world are downright criminals. Even look at the president of America was a convict. Come on. Let's not kid around. Many of the corruption that is going on in America right now is humongous. They are cashing out on the stock market like crazy. And we pretend as if we don't see it, and we make it look like it's only us that are the worst set of people on the air. Yes, Nigerians have problems, but I'm not going to sit here and keep accepting this nonsense that people keep trading to Nigerians that, you are corrupt, you have to be apologetic for it. Yeah, our country will have problems, but that's not an excuse for you to be maligning the Nigerian name and maligning Nigerians everywhere they go. Like we are the worst thing that has happened to the continent, or the worst thing that has happened to the world. We are not. We are not even close. If we were, I'm sure Nigeria would be doing a lot better by now. Do you know how much is lost due to corruption every year? It's in the trillions. I wish Nigerians were that corrupt that they can steal even a tenth of that. That would be bigger than the Nigerian national budget. But we don't even get that at all. We get a few kobo here and there, and we get a few kobo and takes a lot of the blame. And they talk to us like crap. And Nigerians accept it because we have an inferiority complex now, isn't it? Our inferiority complex is so heavy because of our home, we can't even fix it. When I come here, and that's why I don't talk about national security as much, because if I talk, I get so crossed about it that I don't understand how people cannot see. And they start thinking that I'm a little bit arrogant, I know it all and all the rest. But that is not it. I just feel like it's so obvious. If you just do your due diligence, you can see this. But that is life now. You can't force people to see what you see. I see my things my own way, and it's very clear to me because it's based on evidence, it's based on data. I wish people just check the data and reach the same conclusion, but they are not. They don't even bother checking the data. They don't bother it. Or they will check the data and say this one excuse after the other. And you see, I saw, I've talked to fellow Nigerians, and I've seen some of them that make videos online. And when they say something, they are very educated people. They will say something, and you correct them, they will take correction. There are Nigerians that are like that. They don't dismiss it. They will take correction and think twice. They, you know what you said makes sense. Even if this person made a video about it and said so and so thing about in that video, after you correct them, they will take correction. On the chat itself, they will take correction. They don't pretend as if they start fighting you because it's as if you said nonsense. Why don't you just agree? If I am correct, you agree with me, then we'll move on. You suggest something that is even better that we can use to do something for the country. That's how it is. We are old men. If you cannot be able to do something for the country, who is going to do it? You're going to leave it for the young ones to do. So all these are issues. If you look at South Africa, you look at what is going on in Nigeria, they are all related because we just seem to be kind of lost people without memory of anything. Look at when we see the diasporans, we look at them as if they are strangers. It's like Nigerians, our leaders and the colonizers, they've done a hell job on us so that we forget ourselves and we behave as if all we are good for is to learn and go and work for them. Go and serve foreigners. That's all we do. And our so-called diaspora minister or commissioner is so proud of Nigerians that work overseas. I don't know why you are so proud of them that work overseas. Maybe you should be proud of the ones that when they come back to Nigeria. Because they keep serving foreigners overseas. What is the good of that? So, but this topic today, the main topic that is going to be on for today, although we are going to talk about other international stuff, but this national security stuff, because Tinubu went to Plateau, if I'm not mistaken, the state, and stayed at the airport. Like that is how it's supposed to be. These people know what is ailing Nigerians, but they can't be bothered to solve it. And I'm beginning to think that Nigerians have to take the initiative to try to solve the problem themselves. Because if Nigerians now start gathering momentum of resources together and say, you know what, you don't want to do it, fine. Yeah. Now we can start putting organizations together to start recruiting, to secure our areas, especially those vulnerable areas. Those areas that those people have taken the land away from people from their ancestral homes that are now living in IDP camp. You start from them. Start reversing what they've done. Let's see let's see who gave those people those 15 head to come and take over that land again when the people return back. If you fund the security forces to come there to protect them. And the locals, when they start making income, they will start contributing too. Just like every other Nigerian, well-willing Nigerians, well-wishing Nigerians, that will also contribute to help secure those neighborhoods. Before you know it, when you start doing that, either the government remain quiet and you become more powerful and start correcting the errors of the government, or they will have to react. One way or the other, that problem will be solved. And maybe that is the issue. Maybe we need to be participating. Because we keep leaving it for the government. We say it's the government. They should know. They know. They're not solving it. We have to get involved in the game. You have to get involved in the game. And I'm beginning to think that is the direction to go, because I saw with my own, from my own experience, when ASU went on strike, the only time ASU decided to start reacting to end that strike really was when the parents association of the students of the university decided that they were going to start paying the lecturers. Can you imagine that? That the lecturers that were on strike ended the strike. Within weeks, they ended it. They said they are not going to accept the money. They would rather go to the government. Then why did you go on strike then? Some of these people are saboteurs, man. And I believe if the people themselves decide to take the bull by the horn, create private security institutions, very good ones, solid ones, and start taking one community back from these people that have been displaced and returning them back one by one, you're going to see the government start feeling ashamed and they will start reacting to it by force. Because what are you going to do? Tell them not to protect people to go back to their home, or not to protect the villages? Are they the ones protecting it? So that is my own take on this issue of national security. I'm going to start bringing people in. AY is already here. Thank you for joining us, AY. As one of the foremost Nigerians, I must say, in terms of the discourse we have here, you are one of the top quality people that we have here. I have to acknowledge that, because it is not very easy when you talk to many of our people. They tend to be quite jaded by issues, which are real issues. It's not like the issues are not real. Corruption, top military officers, they are found to be embezzling money, recruiting certain people into, acting as informants of the military, or appearing to pardon terrorists. Those type of things, they are real problem. People have a problem with that. And I think recently, one of our top military brass was saying something about, treating the bandits and the terrorists as if they are fellow citizens. Maybe they should treat us as citizens too. I don't understand that, but people don't like that. You see what I mean? I can understand where they're coming from, but it shouldn't stop you from saying, hey, you guys, what you are doing there, you're not doing enough. I can see that you have soldiers in the cities. I can see you have police in the cities, mobile police and everything. But these villages are not being protected. And if you cannot do it with the numbers you have, increase the numbers. Because the money that you're going to save from solving the problem of insecurity is far more than the money you're going to spend. That is as simple as it is. It's a simple problem, really. It's just that people have not looked at it like this. Like, this is a numbers problem. We all know that the soldiers need to be educated, equipped. We all know they need to eat. We all know they need to house. They need their uniform. You know all the other things that come with it. Health insurance, all of them. But you need the number. They need to be there. And if these people are not going to do it, then maybe this is an opportunity for enterprising people. AY. This is an opportunity for enterprising people that can take advantage of this vacuum and allow the private citizens to actually start doing this job. Because the reason why people pay money to bandits and terrorists, do you know villages out there are paying money to terrorists and bandits because the federal government cannot protect them? So why should we allow that to be the case? Why are private individuals not filling that gap. Like Natasha Kpochi did the other day when she, oh, not the other day, some years ago, when she fixed a road that the federal government refused to fix. The federal government officials tried to block her from doing it, but the local people sided with her and they made sure they thwarted the efforts of the government officials, and she fixed the road eventually. So sometimes you need to take charge as citizens to fix the problem. And maybe because you are fixing it, the government will be ashamed and actually you spur them into action. The last thing they need is a private institution being more popular than them, especially institutions that did not employ themselves. And who knows, they might even employ you, like the way they employ Tompolo. They might not employ, pay you to do it. You see what I mean? So that is my own way of looking at this at this stage. What is the most serious issue Nigeria faces, other than everything else? This is the most serious. The national security issue is a big problem. We were just talking about Alex that just comes into the country, instigates stuff. We don't even know who he is, what he is, and all the rest. He comes, he goes. And this is the state of Nigeria. Americans came into Nigeria. Oh, terrorists suddenly have coordination now. They are attacking with proper coordination like crazy. And some people, how many months ago, were so happy America was coming to bomb Nigeria? It's like, you know, when I remember that show, I was asking, are you the defense secretary, or now is the war secretary of America that would tell them bomb here, don't bomb here? Look, even Iranians now, Iranians that were supporting Trump before to bomb America, some of them are coming out like saying, some of this stuff is not exactly the way we wanted it to. This, no, what were you thinking? What did you think they were going to go there and do? They have their own agenda. It's not about you. It has never been about the people that are inviting those people into their country. When they come into Nigeria, they will do whatever they like with Nigeria, like they are doing now. They are in Nigeria now. Many of us have invited them in, and they are in somewhere in the northern states, if I'm not mistaken. One of them, I've forgotten the precise name, and they have at least 200. They brought drones into Nigeria. Not one, I think more than 10 drones are in Nigeria right now, surveying Nigeria constantly. And terrorist attack is increasing. Can you imagine that? Killings are all over the place. How is it that they are not seeing anything? What are they seeing with those drones? May God help us. So let me leave it down. I will try to be as quiet as possible. Now that I've ranted a little bit, and I'm going to try to be like I think I have to be like a cross between Rudolph and P.S. Morgan as a kind of what they call it, as a moderator. I'll have to take from people. They'll try to learn from people. I'm not the natural moderator. I would rather be speaking about the issue because it's about solutions. All right. Welcome, AY. As one of the foremost minds on terms of the discourse we have here, what do you make of our national security issues in terms of physically solving it now? And now I'm looking at it from the point of view, okay, look at what Tinubu came and did. Clearly, this guy is completely disconnected. Doesn't seem to be care. He didn't leave the airport. I can't even believe that. I can't even believe it. It's unbelievable to imagine, but it shows you how far removed he is. He's not even within our paradigm. And I'm embarrassed about that man. When I go overseas, they talk about him all the time. When I talk to people from other countries, they just insult him like crazy. What do you make in terms of us as people taking charge of this situation? Because it looks like if you wait for this politician, we're going to be waiting for a long time. As a matter of fact, by the time we finish waiting for them, they would have sold us out. They will sell us. So they will sell us. I'm confident these people will sell us.
I think you have basically said it all. What is going on in Nigeria is especially as regards insecurity. It's very disgraceful. I don't really know the president reason for turning back from the airport. I think that's a major failure in terms when you look at it from the aspect of security. They say that there is a security report. The place is now. Before you leave Abuja, the president is supposed to. I mean, they're supposed to give him a security report of the whole area, what is going on in that area. DSS and the police, what are they doing? They are not doing their work. It is a major disgrace because no matter what, I think he would have been able to get to the point of the incidents, at least address the people, even if you have to spend less time. I don't see any reason. The president does not have any reason. Just like you said it, he is very disconnected because when you look at the area of power too, when he was talking of power this time, it was more like, oh, we are gonna give you electricity, like just talking without any concrete plan. There is no. This is somebody that said 4 years ago, less than 4 years ago, that if he does not give Nigeria electricity, vote him out. The Minister of Power is currently in the process of contesting for Oyo State government.
What?
When you've not done nothing, like me, it's not an issue. When he was saying 4 years ago that he was going to give Nigeria electricity, I was just laughing because I know it's impossible. What I wanted to really see is to actually have a plan. This is the plan we are working with. This is where we are by this time. Oh, we'll be able to improve electricity. We'll be able to improve generation from so number to so number. At least give us measurable number, that we encourage Nigeria. Oh, this is the plan. We are planning in the next 4 years. We are going to make sure everybody. No, there is nothing like that. They just talk as if they're talking to some market women, we're gonna give you light, we're gonna give you this, where is the plan? There is no plan. The issue of insecurity at this point is a big shame. I think at least one of the former governor of Plateau State with what is going on in Plateau. He said this is issue that everybody needs to sit down and have discussion around it. I tell you for free, I have a couple of friends from Plateau. The people of Plateau, the government, they know what is going on in Plateau. They know exactly what is going on. I think this is issues that have been going on for the, if I'm not mistaken, for the past 25, 30 years. What is so big that they can't resolve? What is so big? Listen, even if a demand, say, okay, you want to separate people across religion, across tribe, you can recreate those states. You can redesign those states. Say, okay, you join this state. You join this state. You can basically redesign the whole of. We can find solution, but there are people, they understand the issue. It seems like there is no political way to resolve it. The issue of was it the chief of defense staff who even said it? I was saying, oh, the terrorists are our brother. He was quoting the Bible, something like that. I don't know his position. I don't even want to know. How can somebody like that be at the helms of affair in terms of the security? Like, that's a big shame. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it doesn't even make any sense. Such person should not be in such position, to be honest.
You know what makes it surprising? It's surprising that he is the one saying it. You expect human rights people, or people that believe in religious tolerance or something like that, to be the ones making that argument. But instead, oh no, not you. Let me move this guy in there. So you would think it's somebody that has religious basis, say, oh, they are human beings. No, this is the person that is supposed to apprehend and deal with them. He's one saying when I heard that, I was thinking, okay, that is not right. Even if what he's saying is not fundamentally wrong, they are still Nigerians, true. But that shouldn't be coming from him. That's my issue.
See, in all honesty, it's fundamentally wrong. It's like, let me give you an example. It's like, for example, it's like, the issue of Anini, right? It's like somebody like Kanini that was terrorizing the whole environment, killing people, doing some. By the time you get him, you're gonna like, oh, you know what? It's our brother. We gotta free him. What are you talking about? You don't free. You gotta set example. If you have evidence that somebody has been buying people, bro, you cannot have mercy. You gotta let him go. What are you talking about? Like, you are just creating
life for a life. You can't
life
take
for
a
a
life
life. Period.
and you just go on.
It's like when people talk about it. Listen, there is evidence. If you buy somebody by mistake, by accident, there can be negotiation. This is not deliberate action. If you take a gun and face somebody and you buy the person, if you don't show example, people will keep doing that. Then you generate to a lawless country. There should not be mercy. I'm telling you for free. If terrorists that buy people, ravage communities, but you call the person, then it's just like what's that popular one, Bello Tuji. It's like arresting Bello Tuji today. You said, "Oh, it's our brother. Let's free him." Like, are you insane? Are you crazy? Which type of country is that?
But why though? Why do you think the federal government has not been able to create even like or encourage private institutions to do this job of securing this failure?
Actually, private institutions are working. Like I know Asari the Kubo. You know Asari Kubo have the paramilitary. They are actually working. They are helping
In
the
the
government.
south, is it not in the south? Are they in the north?
I think they work all over the country. I think they work in the north.
So?
Yeah. Even Asari, I've heard it from him. Like he has his guys. You know, the time there was a lot of kidnapping between Kaduna and Abuja. He deployed his boys. A lot of them were working. In Niger, they were working too. They work across, but it's not sufficient. I think they need more paramilitary that can get involved in this kind of activities, fight along with the soldiers.
But you would think they would have expanded by now, given let's say they are doing a good job, Lagos, this in Abuja Kaduna Road, and they are doing a good job there. Why are they not expanding operation to protect some of all these rural areas?
I agree, but I don't think the manpower is really there, right? Because then themselves, I have reservation about those kind of organization. Actually, by the time
I agree with you, but the government is refusing to move.
I would prefer to tell him, give me the boys. I will incorporate them into our military.
You would think exactly. But the government is refusing to even recruit, not to mention take the boys from their own.
Recruit more people, deploy them, because you see what is happening with Sudan. Part of the reason is this paramilitary stuff that the government created years ago. By the time they become so powerful, they know the military operation, they have the weapon. They can come, they want to take over country. They can come, they are fighting the government. So these kind of things, we have to be very careful. I'm not really a fan of, but sometimes they can even grow out of your control. Even Asari that
I agree with you on that, though.
Yeah, they can grow out of control. So that's why even if you are bringing them in, they have to work under the military, kind of like, military giving them direction or their operation, you have to guide them, because otherwise, man, it can lead to something very crazy.
I see the logic there. You see how Tompolo did it now, and they seem to be under control.
Tompolo is guiding, and his boys, they are guiding the pipeline. It's not involved in this kind of activities. It's about the money game, right? Pipeline, you have more billions from there. But the group like Tombolo, especially the Niger Delta militant in general, they would be able to form more paramilitary that can help the government to fight along this line. They have boys. Topolo still have boys. Sari have boys. A lot of them, they still have boys. Then you can really get involved in to these kind of activities. But the government are also very play safe. They are also careful in so that you don't come and start. It can lead to something crazy. To be honest, it's very risky. But I mean, you can use them for the job you want to use them for, and you know.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
There, it's something that is worth thinking more about, because if it gets out of control, you can see that you might even create a bigger problem.
Yeah, you might create a bigger problem. That's my fear sometimes. But you know, don't forget, because the government in power, they are kind of like Asari, kind of like a friend of the government. If you have another government tomorrow that will be hostile to them, they can go after you. They can decide to say, you know, okay, we got to create crisis in the country. So if you don't kind of like give them what they want, work with them, they can create problems. So it's that's why we have to be careful about this kind of organization, you know. But if it's for
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me bring Hello in. Hello, thank you for joining us. You know, I really appreciate you for joining us today so early too. Normally shop midway or so. So what do you make of the headlines and, you know, the topic of discussion? You can also say whatever you want to say, to be fair. You are muted, you know. You are not muted, but we can't hear you. We still can't hear you. Something is off with the audio.
You can speak now. I think it's on mute.
No, she's been unmuted, but the sound is not coming through.
Just go out and coming back. Probably is gonna help.
It could be some technical issues. I'm sure comparable file. All right, then.
Get Hello out of here. Let somebody speak.
Is it comparable fast? You just came in. You already want to start chasing people. Eh?
I came here because of AY.
Oh, look at that. What did he say that you want to disagree with? Dexter.
Because he's supporting genocide in Nigeria, so that's why I came here to bash him.
Come on, it's not supporting genocide now. That's in my life. That's a
serious. Do you know you are becoming very toggery and disrespectful? You gotta be careful, man. So when I start replying to you, don't get angry, man. You be very don't disrespect people.
Did he do anything? Okay, yeah.
That's I came out today calling people jihadists. That's a very
come on now, come on.
You gotta behave yourself. Don't behave like lunatic. If you don't understand the issue, you have to listen to people that understand.
That's quite serious. So don't.
You have to be careful.
Don't say that.
I know
you
it's
have to be respectful. You can't be displaying your ignorance on
AY is actually joking. I don't think he takes it that
seriously. No, he was not joking. He came on, called people jihadists and say how he normal blah 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 and left. If you want to go dirty, we can go dirty, man.
I think comparable fact is hardly very, very, you know, he doesn't like go too hard on people.
He does now. He led the new way. I used to take it like that. I told him, because anyone you bring, if you bring peace, I'm a peaceful person. If you bring fire, you get fire. No cap.
All right, let's check
it. AY, chill down, okay?
I'm telling you, don't mess with me.
Let's hold on. Hello, go ahead and test the mic. Oh my God, I can't believe it. The mic is still not back. I think enemies of progress.
I think it's our speaker.
What's going on with my emo lady from MBC? What's going on with her?
Look at that. You have to highlight that it's from MBC now. Eh? Just to claim her, you have to.
No, I should be fine girl now, and I should claim.
Yes,
almost about 99% of emo girls are beautiful. Now, what are you talking about?
Now you know green marry for them. Now you know green marry for them. You go marry America.
If that one that is not going to claim you, like, no, that one I don't know.
No, it's not a bragging. It's a fact. Yeah. It's a fact. We got what we call mommy water. All of
what happened to the men now? What happened to the men?
Now let the men How come you don't look like...
I know what pass you. I'm from Igbo.
All right. So, whose thought is it now? Yeah, rotate again, rotate. Next time is not there. So comparable facts, your term. See, please, let's not call people genocide. Kind of. It's not nice.
Okay, let's be realistic. It's not more a joke. AY, I'm just pushing your head. Okay, I mean, I don't mean it that way. I know you're a very good Muslim, so I'm just pushing your neck. But you take the bet, but that's fine. You're not a radical Muslim, but I just want to push. I just want to. Well, you took the bet, but that's okay.
Good Muslims don't wear face cap.
Comparable facts. I wanted to ask a question.
The guy that I listen, in Nigeria, Adam Slay from Awuji. I have a lot of Awuji friends, so it's not about that. A lot of them are Muslim, which is good with me. But anyway,
comparable fact. Good comparable fact.
No.
Comparable fact. Good Muslims don't wear face caps.
No. Ovie is right.
Oh my God.
That's
not true. Okay, comparable fact. Settle down. So now let me ask you a question. You saw what Tinubu did, and we all know what keeps happening in the country. Is it time that the citizens find a way? You are back. We can hear you loud and clear now.
Yeah, go ahead. Let the lady speak.
Yeah, let us speak.
I'll wait for my turn. I'm civilized.
You see.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Comparable fact. Now you are now on the hot seat. So the idea is it time for citizens to actually start their own initiative to start securing their neighborhoods? We are not talking about vigilantes here. We are talking about actually hiring professional security people to protect their areas, because you see, people are paying terrorists, they are paying bandits to protect them in villages and different parts of the country. Is it not time that the people start looking for similar solutions, but from legitimate organizations, like the type that Tompolo is doing in the South Niger Delta? Can't they do that somewhere in the North too?
But what is going to be the outcome of that? Because Nigeria, you're not allowed to carry gun. So how is that going to be possible to achieve? Okay, I mean, we have what Danjuma said. We need to protect ourselves, carry gun. But carrying a gun in Nigeria is illegal. You can't do that. It's not like here. How's that going to work? And moreover, people can't do that. Nigeria are very poor. I mean, the poverty level in Nigeria, you can't say people to form a vigilante and start doing that individual. They can't afford to do it. And of course, the state government, the government doesn't want to do that. They want to keep it. They want to keep it. They want to keep it poor. They want to weaponize poor so they can rule you forever. So that's not possible. I mean, what you're advocating makes sense in a sane country. But Nigeria is not a sane country. That's where what you're suggesting is not possible. Not in Nigeria. So that's the way I see it. But if it is possible, that would have been the right thing.
Yeah, I think you have a point. I think AY2 has highlighted this. It's not that straightforward, because all you have to make one mistake and you give it to that kind of power to the wrong person, all hell breaks loose. I can see your point, but it's just that terrorists are running the show now. I don't see, and the government are not serious. So how can we just sit by?
Didn't you hear what the chief of defense said? He said the terrorists are our prodigal son. That was his exact word. Did you hear that? He just said that a week ago or 2 weeks ago. He said they were our prodigal son. Yeah. And one of them said they are our client. So how can you get away from this? Because there are people in the government supporting it. And Tinubu does not have the way to do nothing. All his concern is about the next election. It doesn't matter what's happening. I mean, you see what happened recently. He went to Jos and stayed, and just stayed at the airport instead of going to the epicenter where this actually happened. This is what we are talking about. And Bayo Nonuga just came and gave unnecessary excuse that he didn't go because of logistic and some, and some terrorist, and some security issue. A real president that have all kind of security you can talk about, and you're talking about logistics. So that's a lame excuse. It doesn't even make sense.
So does that not indicate how rotten the very Nigerian people are then? Because imagine villages getting ravaged, people being dispossessed of their ancestral homeland, and they are living in IDP camps in a country, but you can't trust anybody to run even a security firm that can protect those people's interests. Because why? You can't trust them with those weapons because they can use it against their own people. So it tells you something deeper about the Nigerian state itself. And because when you were saying it, I can hear exactly what you were saying when he said, if Nigeria wasn't the way it is, where you can trust people, we would have been able to do what we're talking about. But because of the nature of the people, if you give them that kind of power, you can see them immediately look for a way to abuse it. And how does one, do you have any way one can square that and say, okay, yes, this is Nigerians, this is how we are, we have the tendency to allow power to get to our head and we abuse it. Do you have any way you can kind of mitigate it if you wanted to go in that direction?
You gave an example about Topolo. Remember, Topolo is being supported by the government. You know,
yes.
So his case is different. So that's not going to be palatable
So,
in that country.
Why can't you form an organization that is supported by the government if you decide that, you know what?
How? The government
Let me give
has
you now.
to sanction it, father. You act like
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you have, look, Tinubu is promising 5,000 CCTV cameras. What if you say, you know what? These people have been away from IDP camps. I will get them back to their village and will make sure they are protected for so and so and so years. We need the funding to do this. And you know what makes that very interesting? Because if the government doesn't support it, you say, we tried to do it, they are blocking it. So you can see, maybe if citizens start moving, maybe government will move. Maybe they will say, okay, we will not let you do it, we will do it ourselves. You see what I mean? I've seen that happen before with ASU. And who knows, even Akpoti has done something similar. When they told them to fix the road, they refused to fix the road. Natasha Akpoti came and fixed the road.
Father, can I say something?
Yeah,
everything you're saying makes sense. If you're in a country civilized, I keep on using the word civilized. I mean, I don't know if this. Okay, let me use that word. Okay, we are not a sane country. You're talking about we are in a sane country. The government will not allow that to happen because, like I said, they want to keep you in that doldrum. They want you to be poor. They want to weaponize. They already weaponized poverty. So they will never sanction stock again. And there's no way the citizen will be moving. We start moving because it's going to start from state or wherever. The government are with the state. APC control 33 out of 36 governors in the country. So they're all the same. It's not going to make any difference. They won't allow you to do it.
Let me ask you this then. Do you think if you try, that will nudge the government to do something? Because they fear
how are you going to try? Give me an example. How are you going to try?
By trying is to approach them and say, and make it public that you too want to help secure these outskirts, because mostly the outskirts, these things are happening. You want to help secure the outskirts of mostly the northern states. And if you say you have a plan and the government rejects it, they may be forced to do it themselves because they will be ashamed
who's going to fund it? Who's going to fund the initial plan?
The initial plan, the idea is for you to propose it so that the government fund it for you to do it, just like Tampolo's one, the same formula, so that they too have an input in it. But if they turn it down, it will be public too. You see, that's the trick. If you can get it to be public, that they turn it down,
they're not going to tolerate it. The first thing they're going to say, they're going to call it an autopilot. That's the first thing they're going to call it in a country. That's what they're going to call it.
I don't know. It's possible they might do that, but people are not going to buy it. Especially if that company has credibility. Or that private security has credibility in securing people. Like, let's say Amotekun now, a kind of a version of Amotekun comes out and says, you know what? We've been very good at doing this in this area. We need the funding of the state to scale this thing up so that we can protect.
Okay. I think you are missing the whole thing. Amotekun is a state-sponsored vigilante or semi-police. Okay, but you're talking about individual, private organization funding it. The government will not allow. That's my issue. They will not allow such a thing to reign. They're going to call it another
I hear what you're
That's my
saying.
point.
It's a very serious thing because they are going to be armed. So it's quite serious. I
Yeah.
hear what you're saying. Well, the reason why I'm saying it is because we can't leave it like this. The government are not going to move.
No. Nigeria can't be going like this, or else, I mean, we have to divide. I mean, I'm not a proponent of dividing that country because it's going to be a cruel. But
You
the way
go
it's
from the
heading,
left to the left
it might lead to a violent division. That is the way it's heading right now. I mean, I think somebody said it because it's not. I mean, there's no progress in any part of that country. Forget about all this money we're making or something like that. It's for the politicians. None of those money, even the subsidy, the money they're getting from subsidy, have you seen any one of them? They keep on borrowing money every day. I'm not against borrowing, but what are you using with the money you borrow? So nothing is just. I mean, you hate me to come here and be complaining about Nigeria. Nigeria is not functioning. They are not functioning. We have terrible, leaders, corrupt, bastardized leaders. That's where we are. And Tinubu is an epitome of, what you call a bad leader. The so-called Democrats. There's nothing democratic about Tinubu. Nothing democratic about Tinubu. It's all about Emiloko. He wants to come next time. What's going to happen? Nepotism to the highest level. So this is where we are. It's going to be like that too. But what you don't understand, when he leave office, our man is going to come back, and they're going to do the same thing. They're going to do what that Buhari did. And he's doing what Buhari did. The next person, our people are going to do the same thing. Remember, politics, they are very conniving people. That's what people don't understand in that Nigeria. Igbo man going to come. I don't know when Igbo man going to rule that country. The person that's going to rule, they're going to do the same thing. Bini man, if people going to come, they're going to do the same thing. This is where we are. I mean, nothing is really functioning. I don't need the colonization really mess up black man. Even at all with the education we have, the way we behave. I don't know if the colonization really mess up our. If you look at all the black nations, the way they are functioning, they have no thinking mind, they have no brain. Even with the whole of their intellect, PhD, they can have 20 PhD or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's about the thinking mind. They don't have that. You have, you have people, educated in diaspora. Right? If they go home, they will join the gang and do the same thing they are doing over there. I mean,
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying because
you have people on this platform, criticizing LS. Okay, the guy, the white guy. Let's assume he has an ulterior motive, but is he not doing the right thing? What ulterior motives has he done? That create chaos in that country. He came to bring, Lambla what's actually happening in Nigeria, having the voice, for the people that have no voice that is being killed, bringing the atrocity, the terrorism or whatever, you can call it what you want, bringing it to global attention. I don't see what he did. Now they have sent him packing.
Yeah, but you see, it's like it's like two people in a relationship. One of them is doing something that is not supposed to be doing, and the third party decides that for their own interest, because they don't like those two people being together, reveal that information. Not because they want justice. Hold on, let me finish my point. Not because they want justice or they want truth to be, fairness, but because they want to split those people apart. So that intention is what some people are calling out, that they fear that is his intention, not because he wants our welfare or the welfare of those Christians or Muslims, whoever.
No. That was just a minor example that I bring. That's not our main problem. I just brought that. I don't care if you live or whatever. You just brought something. That's the way I see that. It's not going to solve Nigerian problem. I just said he brought that into global. He helped. It's not that he did. He helped brought that to global attention. That's why you see the government, or whatever, Trump said or whatever. That's why the government is trying to, act like they are doing something and nothing is happening. If you look at after Trump came and everything, bombed that in, the terrorism has escalated. The killing has escalated. Trump is not here to solve their problem. Trump has a lot of problem already, with the Iraq people. Iraq is fighting asymmetrical war. Conventional, that's what Israel and I don't mean to change the subject.
Iran,
that's what Israel and USA is fighting. Conventional versus asymmetrical. That's exactly, nobody know how long it's going to, war is going to last. I don't know if anybody here, like I stated earlier, Nigeria is an oil producing company. We know what's actually happening right now. It's a global economical global issue, you know. But Nigeria, that's an oil producing country, you know. I mean, they increased the oil has increased like about 40%. But the point I'm making, even the oil has increased in USA here anyway. So I mean, I live in the most expensive in terms of oil in this country. So I'm not even talking about that. But the point I'm trying to make, a lot of African countries they don't produce oil, and their addition has not increased. Nigeria has the most increase, 40%. I think Vietnam was the worst in the world. America ranked in the top 10.
Are we going to be making profit from the rise of petroleum?
Because this is why I'm thinking this.
I worry that Nigerian government has
right now.
sorry, let me add, because I worry that I'm not very clear we are going to make profit from it, because the way Nigerian government does things, it scares me a little bit. They have a way of doing their loans that they get, where they sell it into the future. Did they sell it in the way that when the price increases, we make profit from it? I don't know. So, and does anyone even know that? Do you know that?
I've not tried to research about, but Nigeria's supposed to be making money. You know, Nigeria's supposed to be making money.
Now that they said the oil, as of J, now that they said the oil.
What did he say? Why?
As of J, now that they said the oil.
Obie, tell us now.
I think, hello, if you want to say something at any moment.
What's the question? What's the question?
Forefathers, at the beginning of this show, you laid down a standard operating procedure. You laid down your baseline of how you were going to run the show. You've not even done 30 minutes. You've broken your own laws. Honestly,
he even confessed that he no go talk too much.
You've not done 30 minutes. You've gone against everything you said.
Okay, fair point.
The whole thing has become that at the beginning, I was very happy because you gave the show a direction. You said this is how we're going to operate, this is how it's going to be, people are going to have limited time.
He even promised not to talk too much because he said not to rant.
And in less than 30 minutes, our forefathers, look, this is
he's like our leader. He's our leader.
Leadership. You said you do something. In less than 30 minutes, you and comparable facts have drifted completely off.
That's it. That's Nigerian leader.
I hear what you are saying. What I said was that I was going to try to run it
let the lady speak now.
In between P.S. Morgan and Dr. Damages. That's what I was
that you are going to talk less because you have ranted enough.
P.S. Morgan talks now. What are you going on about?
Yeah. That's what's the difference between you and our leaders? You are a leader at your age.
I didn't say I was out of them.
At your age, Wike was a governor, Amechi was a governor, Obi was a governor. At your age, Makinde was a governor. So you don't have an excuse. Ibadu was a chairman, EFCC chairman at your age. So
we are very vain. Let's not talk about ourselves because the issues are quite serious issues, especially when we are talking about people that are, things that have happened.
I want to say something for fathers, okay? From the beginning of the show, okay? I'm happy you did well. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on you, but if you can just maintain that trajectory, if you write it, I know if he's not here, maybe if he was here, would have helped you, like assisted you in that, so that at least we have some.
Let me guess.
See, Papa, what if you allow everybody go around at the end? Then you make your own submission. Then we go around again. Then you make your submission. Then.
Sorry. There's a bit of noise coming through. Feedback is coming through, but I wanted to find out from Dexter which part of the rule that you like the most.
Well, forefathers, whatever rule you say, I'm fine with it. But let's just stick with it. Okay? Whatever it is.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Just allow everybody to make submission. After everyone, then you make your own submission. Then you will go around again. Just like that.
That's not how it works. I have to ask questions.
Okay, no, that's what I'm saying now. Yes. You ask everyone each question, allow them finish, then you ask the next one, then allow them finish. Then at the end, you make your own contribution. Then you start again with the question. Just like that.
When I said I want to be like Dr. Damages and P.S. Morgan, what do you think P.S. Morgan does?
Oh my God.
If look at him that is talking, he has a show.
We are still wasting time.
I don't lay rules. When I want to do my channel, they get rules. You set rules, you break your rules. But you said you break your rules.
Okay, let's carry on. Let's carry on. Let's talk about.
Let me speak on the topic you raised earlier. Okay, sorry. Let me say. So one thing, it's nice talking. People have said, but let me ask a question here. Did Nigeria invade Liberia? Did we invade Sierra Leone? You see, one of the things that happens before a state fails, they assign a state is failing. And one of the things that happens is that even the people in the state will not want to agree that their state is failing, but their state is already drifting into anarchy. It is when the thing becomes uncontrollable that is when external forces, please, people, look, when Rwanda was failing, it was the same thing. Everybody else was saying, no, everything is okay. Oh, the Hutu said, no, everything is okay. Until the thing became uncontrollable, people now say, oh, why did the Western world come and help us? Forefathers, for you to come and be saying that people should now take security by themselves, it's already signed that Nigeria is failing, because government has the monopoly of violence. Once a government cannot, and Abacha said it, anything that stays for more than 24 hours, the government has a hand in it.
Abacha never said comparing, I don't know why we make that stuff up.
And comparing Tompolo to what is happening in places like Jos, that's apples and oranges. Tompolo, there's an asset. There's an asset that Tompolo can vandalize, can allow to be vandalized if he doesn't protect it. The oil asset is what is bringing money to Nigeria, to the people in government. Now, those people being killed in Jos and wherever are not the government. Unfortunately, the Nigerian government of today don't see them as an asset. They are expendable. They are expendable. They don't care. That is why, look, and just for the records, Tompolo is not actually the only one getting money. The two people getting, in fact, the person getting the highest amount of money is the Olu of Warri. He gets about 2.7 billion. Tompolo gets about 2.1 billion. So, and unfortunately, we should not even be happy about the Tompolo situation, because the oil asset in Nigeria is spread, it's not just in the creeks. Because what has happened in Nigeria is the person that has the
why is Olu of Warri getting money?
You need to know about focados. If you go and find out what Chevron is doing in focados and what amount of crude oil and gas is coming out from there. So that it's based on the assets you have. The assets you have, what it is generating, and the government will say, we have to give you this money to protect it. So the people in the north, there's no assets, whether you like it or not. Because we are, as Nigerians, even here, many of us don't see any reason, we don't even see human life as an asset. We are not yet at the level of civilization whereby the human being is more important than the oil. We have to just accept the truth. And for you to come on this show and be saying, oh, maybe we should get together and put money together and start, that shows that Nigeria is a failed state. Because how can a state be collecting tax from the citizens and they cannot protect them? Then the citizens have to start funding their protection. The state has failed. So indirectly, you are coming here to say that Nigeria is a failed state. And comparing the ASU situation with that, it doesn't really add up. That the federal government, ASU said, we don't want the parents paying us. It's the government that will pay us. And they told the government to sit, and it was not just it's not just ASU. ASU was not sabotaging the system. Forefathers, go to the Nigerian university. If you won't send your child there, you won't send your child there.
Why do you think you don't send your side, Jen? Why do you
won't even want your enemy's child to go to a Nigerian university? You are
Desta, there is something you said we need to quickly correct. Olu of Warri does not get money from pipeline protection contract to Bola is hardly. That's not the money Oluwafori is getting. Oluwafori is getting money based on he's the king of the OEM.
Stop all these things. Stop all these things.
He's not getting money from.
Is it the only king? Is it the only king?
Stop this distraction. Stop this distraction.
Nigeria never invaded Sierra Leone or Liberia. So
I did not say. I asked a question. So listen. I asked a question. Did Nigeria invade? So stop all these distractions. What do you call it? So you have made me lose my train of thought. So forefathers, ask true that the teachers said they went back to the federal government to get things done. It can't be compared with the security system. Forefathers, you are in the UK, a college in the UK is better has more facilities than a university in Nigeria. So what ASU is fighting for, what ASU has been talking about is equipping the universities. The universities you will cry if you go.
You know that Western universities get private funding.
Forefathers, it's not about funding. Whether it's private, look, it's not forefathers. Have you gone into a science lab in Nigeria? Have you one day say you go to one university?
I'm not arguing that they are I'm saying their source of funding, maybe they should diversify it.
They get private funding, they get funding from the international students, they get all kinds of funding, yes. But the point is this, in Nigeria as it is today, forefathers, let me give you a typical example. Your power minister, within 2 years of becoming power minister, he built a mansion. I was happy to share it on social media. But came to tell us, forgive him just about 2-3 weeks ago, that Nigeria will need 100 billion to revamp the power sector, to give us 24 hours light. Why didn't he start from the money he stole to build that mansion? Why didn't he start from that money? Well, whatever it is, why did $100 billion, not naira? Why didn't he start from the money he stole to build that place? So the point is this: what you have in Nigeria is forefathers. The Minister of Health said his budget for I think 2025 was about 200 and something billion naira. They gave him 36 billion. What they are even budgeting for? What they budget for the health of everybody in Nigeria? What we can budget for a park in Abuja is more. You know, and see, this is where I kind of don't agree with when Jide. I like his intellectual capacity, but until a human being decides to become responsible for himself, you don't have any business blaming an outsider. When it's like somebody you are giving money for your own self. You will blow it, you will waste it on trivialities. Then you will go and start seeing the person that used his whole money to train himself, go to university, get educated. You start saying that person is cheating you. Why is that person cheating you? That you didn't get the necessary education? But you were giving your own resources to be responsible.
Okay, let me ask you this question then. Are you saying that if you are robbed by an armed robber, it's your fault?
Well, forefathers, this is not robbery. This is mismanagement.
No, hold on. Don't skip over it, because you are saying basically that, hold on. You are trying to say if something negative, somebody does negative thing to you, you should not hold them accountable, you should blame yourself. So are you saying if you are robbed by an armed robber, it's your fault?
Well, what I'm saying, forefathers, what I'm saying is this. The money, the resources that is given to you. Okay, let me tell you what is happening now today. You see this ideology we are having in Nigeria is going to escalate, and it will lead us down the drain. It's what happened with this lady. I'm sure you know the story, Blessing CEO, who came online and told people she has cancer, stage 4 cancer. She got people to contribute. People have donated. Things have gone, I think, she claimed it's 13 million. People will claim that it has gone to hundreds of millions. And after about 2 weeks, after much interrogation, they have found out that she doesn't, in fact, the doctor that she brought the test results said, that is not I did not give anybody that kind of result. It's not me. That is most likely a fraud. The same woman came out on social media and said it's their business. She will not return people's money. That she doesn't even feel pity. It is a part. We are creating a system whereby we will not be responsible. And so to start giving excuses and giving side talk, it doesn't help. Let's face the reality. The Nigerian state has been giving resources. The amount of money, look, Nigeria was borrowing countries' money in the 1970s. So the amount of resources that has been handed into the Nigerian state, whether we like it or not, we must agree we have mismanaged it. We have mismanaged it to the extent that the money has found its hands into a few. You have a navy in your country, yet pipeline surveillance contract is given to individuals. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Professor, let Elos. Are you against women speaking first now?
Look at
You
that.
used to
That's not the case. That this
how can comparable fast speak before my sister?
It's very gender neutral.
Which kind of journal be that?
This channel is not even gender neutral. It's gender bias actually towards women. If, when they want to say anything, they are free to say. So please, thank you for joining us. She took her turn. Thank you for joining us. Hello, and yeah, what do you make of the subject? Because I think it's giving me pause for thought. Actually, I'm thinking about some of the points that have been raised. Please go ahead.
Well, I don't know where to start from. Hello, forefathers, man of prestige, Ayo, and everyone else. Hello, Ovi, how are you? Yeah, so with the issue that a citizen should be given or be allowed to carry weapons to guard Nigerians when they commit crimes, I do not support, because this person were given weapons.
Sorry, hello, they say they can't hear you. They want you to speak louder.
Can you hear me?
It's not me.
Can you hear me now?
At the chat.
I can hear you. I think we
Can
on
you
the
hear
panel.
me? I have a woman voice now. I don't want to shout like a man. Okay. So, yeah, what I want to say is I do not support the idea that a citizen, an ordinary citizen like you and I, should be placed in a position to police insecurity or insecurities in Nigeria, especially someone with a questionable character who has publicly been biased with his opinions, such as Asari Dokubo or even Tompolo, because when the chips are down, these people are going to put themselves first before citizens. So I believe there should be a standard. Giving them weapons in what scenario? There should be standards. How? If they give them weapons or the job to do such things, they might as well give everyone in Nigeria weapons to protect themselves equally as well, because they are ordinary citizens like myself, especially in a country that is so divided based on religion and ethnicity. Giving such tremendous power would be mismanaged. So I do not support that, respectfully. It's everyone's opinion is valid. So that's what I want to say.
Let me ask though, private security, don't we have private security in Nigeria that carry weapons?
Like, you mean like Amotekun and
not necessarily Amotekun, like private institutions that like secure banks and things that are not from the federal government. They have their own private security that secure private institutions, like the ones that secure Shell, secure Chevron, all those companies that operate in Nigeria.
Are they foreign or indigenous?
Indigenous.
Who is heading those departments? We need to know who are heading those, because if you check very well, I don't think Nigerians will be heading such departments for some reason. That our skills on security have not been tested. If behind all the institutions and structures we have in Nigeria, foreigners will be employed to sit on top of Nigerians that are even overqualified. It's like we don't value the talents we have. We don't trust the talents we have. So until I see such groups of people that have been tested to be fair and firm, unbiased, in a country like Nigeria that is actually faulted in ethnic and religious lines, it's going to be hard. I will suggest that one, religion should be banned in Nigeria completely.
Yeah.
Completely. If you want to pray to your God, it's personal relationship inside your house. You bring it outside and you're trying to force people to convert, brainwash them, you should be jailed for life. That is what I stand for. Ethnicities should, for some reason, we should bring people together, maybe create a language that is not English, that is none of the, languages already spoken in Nigeria, so that everyone can be uniform. Until then, as we are Africans, we have that mindset of looking after number one first. We are not patriotic for some reason. If it's not for us, like now, if Obi is not given presidency, it becomes an Igbo problem. If Tinubu doesn't secure second term, it becomes, they don't like Emiloko. If the Fulanese don't get it, they'll say, because we are Muslims. So Nigeria has to be universally equal. They need to create that equality with religion. They need to wipe religion out, ethnicities out, and that's what I think.
Yeah.
Can I answer some of the questions you just asked, hello, about Nigerian security guard carrying gun? No, we don't have it. We have security guide, trained by company, but by law, they are not allowed to carry gun. You see the conundrum we are having? They can't carry gun. The only people that are allowed is when you have police escort through the security department. But private security, we have it, but unlawful to carry gun. Go and verify.
I think for some reason.
Yeah, well, some of them use mobile police in Nigeria. So these private security companies actually go back to the federal government to get this thing. But they do have license to approve private security companies to carry license. That's weapons, I mean. They do have the license to do that. And I think there's a company that I'm looking at right now that has got it already in Nigeria. Whether they actually operate is another thing. But I can see the danger.
It's dangerous, forefathers, because in a country that is lawless, say someone commits crime mistakenly or shot someone by mistake, they will cover it up because it's their company, or they know who knows who. Do you know what I mean? So until we restructure our mindset, have a society that respects and obey the laws of the land. Without law, it won't work. Without people being highly patriotic, when I mean patriotic, you have to put Nigeria first before your ethnicities, before your religion. Until then, we will not form a country. We are highly divided. See, for example, if a Nigerian is being attacked publicly, other Nigerians would want to know what tribe the person is, and that would help them decide which talking point they will present. So until we see each other, until I see a Yoruba as my brethren, Fulani as my brethren, Hausa as my brethren, whether Fulani just joined us 2 days ago or 100 years ago, they are in Nigeria right now. So every citizen that are Nigerians deserve the right to be looked after and should be patriotic. And as well, I do believe that something is happening. I was having a chat with someone who is foreign, and what that person said baffled me. The person said, if Africans don't come together for some reason, that he feels sorry for them. Really. He feels really sorry. Like we've been religiously brainwashed for a particular reason. Even it's like divide and conquer, like what is happening now. I can't believe that a country in Africa is planning to go and fight for a foreign
Israel,
country,
yeah.
even their local problems. You know, we're making them our priorities. We're thinking a God should look in a certain way above us. Aren't we supposed to be proud of who we are? You know, be unique, be ourselves, create technologies that work for us in our languages. You know, this social media we're in now, can't an African create something like this? Because maybe one day we won't be able to be here to speak at some point. You know, can't we create apparatus that would say when the chips are down, we can save our children with security without talking too much? Can we do more of you know, actions than talking loud, making noises, bickering, you know, coming on the social media, fighting Ghana, you know, just silly, stupid arguments that don't take us anywhere for some reason. We should just, because you can tell when people want to use your country to catch cruise, to make money, you should not be engaging in such conversations. You should look inwardly and do the unthinkable. When I mean do the unthinkable behind, just do it. Because when it's time, you will answer your surname or you will answer who you are. There's no mercy. So in Nigeria, is infested with some kind of hand from somewhere, you know, that is remoting people to betray its citizens. So it's like there is a discrepancy between the politicians and the citizens. The distrust is getting wider, and the top people up there are so comfortable that sometimes they are now used to crimes. They are used to seeing their citizens molested, raped, abused, stoned at, disgraced in South Africa. You know, no more shame. No more shame. Money, corruption has taken away the conscience of those politicians, because it's not their own blood. Something has to be done. But what is happening in Iran right now is like testing. If it's worrying, it's worrying. If anyone is saying what is happening in Iran now is not worrying, just think again.
See, let me just add. See, this is why I said maybe we need to be blessed with the kind of course that Iran is having right now. It depends on how you look at it, because when you are subject to this type of challenge, if you saw what happened in Iran, they closed ranks, they united, and they will be stronger for it if they survive it. They will be stronger for it. They will never even be weaker. And they survived it before. That's partly why they are this strong already, because Saddam Hussein did it to them. And Nigeria, we've never had that kind of situation where we are faced with existential threat that forced us to do anything. That's why we just seem like we are just wishy-washy all over the place. But that said, if private citizens cannot do anything, how else can we convince the government? Because in my own case, I believe that there should be a campaign to force them to physically recruit. Because if you name the problem, then they will know you are aware of what they are not doing. But because if we keep telling them, oh, govern bad governance, govern well, you're going to be wishy-washy. I'll give you 5,000 CCTV cameras. It's okay. That's not going to. How is CCTV camera going to arrest people that are killing people? You're just going to be watching them on live screen, and they're going to be massacring people. You think those people are shy? They are on social media.
Forefathers, a country cannot stand with corruption. It's never going to happen. The mindset is infested with corruption. Without that, there is no hope for Nigeria unless someone who is not corrupt. You can be a bit, I want something good for myself, but have this compassion for your country. Have this love for your country. Do you know? It's
is it corruption that is the problem, or compromised that is the problem? Because Western countries are corrupt.
What do you mean? What do you mean compromise?
Compromise in the sense that, one, you don't get a good, you don't plan for a good outcome for your country, and even when you go for negotiations, you negotiate poorly for your country. You aspire poorly for your country because you don't see yourself, probably see yourself as inferior or subject to other people. Because other countries are corrupt. That's the problem.
Yeah, they don't even understand the issues. The leaders we have, they don't understand the issues. This is the problem.
I find that hard to believe. These are educated people.
They don't even, okay, let me give you an example why I said they don't. Okay, there was an interview. Sorry,
2.5 million guys waiting.
There was an interview Tinubu granted one time. When they interview him, they asked him like, "Oh, your doctors are leaving for abroad, blah blah blah." He said, "Oh, let them go. We will train more." I said to them. So it tells you they don't even understand the issues. So instead of you to even give incentive to doctors to stay behind in your country, for professional to make sure they don't run away, because these are the people that need to build the country. So you have them leaving the country. So it's simple. Like I agree with my sister. She said a lot. Like, we need the right leadership. We need very, very important right leadership. We need some kind of restructuring. I don't know what that will look like, but Nigeria definitely needs restructuring, that we restructure the mind, restructure the way we do things. Restructure. It's gonna be an overhaul of the system, complete overhaul. So we have to change the way we do things for us to have to move forward.
Thank you, AY.
I just want to say something finally, please. I'm not going to take it.
Go ahead.
I believe corruption is quite number one, followed by being
compromised.
For some reason, they can't take the bull on the horn and damn the consequences until we have that someone who is ready to die for their country, regardless, it's not going to happen. Yeah. It's like
you would think Tinubu is ready to die for the country. You would think it took a lot of risk to get there.
Someone can, if the right person gets there, and say, we've been disgraced enough. A shithole country, now disgraced. I'm going to sacrifice myself to make sure that I clean the slate, regardless if it's going to end my life. Let it be. By the time the hundreds have 1 to 10, one person does that, eliminated, another one, they will get it right. It's only a matter of time. It's not easy, because if they don't have some dirt on you, then how is it going to happen? Anyways,
you have
absolutely.
You have to fight. I agree with that. You have to fight no matter what. Do the best you can. Then the next person will come and do the best that they can, and before you know it, the system will start rotating. 3.5 million votes in order. So what do you make of this? Because I think I see the argument both ways. People are concerned that individuals getting armed, private institutions getting armed is not safe, given the way we are. There is also the issue of how do you get the government to actually move then? Because Nigerians are not necessarily conveying the information clearly to the government in a way, because it's not like they don't know, in a way that would show that Nigerians know what the problem is and the government is not doing anything about it. So please go ahead.
I think over the last 6 months, there are some things that happen that make me conclude that at this point, there's nothing anybody can do. Something is going to happen. We saw Wike and the Yerima, and people trivialize it. But that is a sign, because Yerima wasn't speaking for himself. He's representing somebody at the top. That means there is a crack between the uniform guys and the politician. Along that line, when the what happened in South Africa, the video Dr. Damage shows, if you pay attention to what they are saying, go back and fix your country. What happened? Or why do you believe that that statement cannot be directed to a politician, a Nigerian politician, a Nigerian billionaire, a Nigerian elite? That's a sign. Along the line, you also notice for the very first time, Dangote came out. He did not just protest against the policy against him. He pointed finger and he mentioned names. He did not just mention name. He said, this is where this man is stealing our money. That's a government official. Nobody saying a local government chairman at the very top. That's also a sign that the credential class who are managing to help these people steal their money, there's a crack between them and the business elite. Within the last 20 years, before this democracy starts, Nigeria no get billionaire. Today we get like 4. But at the same time, within that last 20 years, Nigerian population don't double. Over 1 million, 100 million don't increase. The business no increase. To Nigeria, they always point out there every day how the Tinubu government don't shrink the economy. All right? This Boko Haram, farmer, whatever they want class, I don't start for almost 20 years or 15 years. Straight everyday killings. Nobody they ask. The kids, whether they display their children, whether they kill their parents, who did not make into IDP camp, where then they are of age now to carry gun, by the way. And there are thousands, if not millions, across the Sahel region. They will be Cameroonian, they are not Nigerian. They are not Nigerian, they don't know because they were kids where their parents destroyed their parents. We don't get anything like IDP camp before. So everything equal, now just spark. People where they shout revolution, 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 revolution. That I don't think they understand what it means. Nobody go say, go start them. Now spark, something will happen. Maybe election. Majority of Nigeria no go agree, say the person will win and clear. They might not react at that moment. But I guarantee you the next one no go happen. We never get foreign boots in Nigeria before. We get them. So just so many things that happen within the last couple of years, or if you want to take since this democracy happened, that I don't think there's no going back. All the institutions have been destroyed. There were more achievements. The system worked better before Obasanjo come to power. People where they stay for inside village, never dream say I won't go local government headquarters. You know why? Because then they farm. Those where the local government headquarters, they go villages, go buy yam in bags, buy bags of rice, sell them to those where they see. The system they flow. When they thought they are farm for South bread, because how would you be? I mean, small them, but at that time, I can remember clearly. All that area in our farm, now local people, they don't know where they call Lagos. We wait them Medugri that time. Our dream is to say we won't go Lagos. It's an achievement. Say you go Lagos. It doesn't matter if in the back of truck you sit down, carry you this Lagos. The system works. But democracy comes in the name of education. People where they grumble why they support the Paolo. In the name of education, we give them to experts, educated people. Now we give the country to for the last 25 years. This is the result. So it doesn't matter whether you give them gun, you know, give them gun. There are already guns everywhere. Because you now, you know, go live for village. Even if you travel, go Nigeria, you can't stay. I'm just using you as an example. But that's millions of people. So then another workforce goes in come because we are looking forward to the Western world and China to come and invest in factories. They will come with their robots. The population, they grow. It will bust. We don't get choice. They want to create states to augment it. I wish them good luck because they've seen it. So when I say, when they tell that poor guy where they trade for street, go back to your country and fix it. When it happened, maybe now one politician will run with South Africa. They will tell them for airport, go back and fix your country. Because guess what? We never talk about NATO. America won't leave NATO. Now, when you understand the history of NATO, the European country killed over 100 million of their people within 30 years, within 1940 to 19, before the Second World War. So the greater gain where the whole world is living for the past 80 years was as a result of the security of America. Now they say that they go back home. Those guys go enter, they go back to their user elements. Because they had to survive. When they won't come survive, we don't get nuclear, we cannot defend ourselves. So one day we will turn against the because the divide is very wide. The way why to Nigeria they has this question like this, make we buy gun for buy gun, because your understanding of Nigeria are just from one class, the educated class. You understand? When civil war starts, you teach them how to produce their gun. We're not relying on Nigerian armory. To produce gun will be anything. Because when the time reach, you go get them. So, and everywhere is open. So the system is the structures. Nothing they work for Nigeria, not structure they work. That's one sign. So the last thing now, they say now election. The first election has been overwhelmingly disagree with. It's just that the people the youth believe in could not bring that spark. Right? Maybe he no go do it next time.
I wanted to ask you something before you finish, because so I don't forget this point. You said something about when you are in Kaduna or somewhere in the north, when you want to come to Lagos, Lagos was a big accomplishment. What? If Lagos was a big accomplishment, what would it be like to travel to London? In your mind,
that's it. When you go London, you are coming back now. The whole village will welcome you now. Straight up, if they get you, they go sit down for secretariat or the highest level. That's how it was. They come from abroad.
Yeah, he's
what are you talking about? I'm down that village. They go welcome you. As in, your parents they go from village to village. Say, man, if your parents at that time, now your parents be the highest people for the community. That's why when they talk, say, well, family is everything. When you're outside, now your parents name, now you the project, not just your name. That's what it means. Your family, you go abroad. People, the first people that actually when they come govern for Nigeria during Obasanjo, most of them are abroad and go school. Now, most of these are allowed not be abroad and they came back now. They refuse to stay. Why do you want to go stay for abroad? Where you go school for America, go school for London, stay, do what? When better job they wait for you for secretariat, for your local government, say, forget say they won't put you for Lagos, they won't put you for Abuja. Even for your local government, they give you one pojo. The system was working. As at that time, that's what I mean, the system. Look, that's why I said local person with inside village. When you know anything far for 6 months, you don't say plenty here. When you go sell, right? Because you go fit send in son go school. But that is your point. Our parents did break their back for us to go school, believing that our whole life will be better than them. But right now, not lie. So we are I think
that you know why we failed now, because we didn't do what we were supposed to do. That's where we are. So, but
no, in terms of now, we
the problem is what I would like to hear, because if citizens cannot figure out a way to do it themselves, like the way parents of
Nanja,
university.
that's why I said for the past 20 years, they give the country to the educated folks. Me and you and our elder brothers. If you don't go to school, you can't be a local government councillor. That's not how Nigeria was before when the system they work. you live in that village, you live in that local government council, so you know their problem. You are representing them. These days, you have to know how to speak English. You have to go. Yes, the country was lived. They gave you the country. Guys, how do you now design the system of political system that we are governing today? All the policies who they enact, no be educated people. When they go fail, we go reimburse them. So don't bring the majority into this conversation. No, the majority hands up. The people who no go school for village, they don't forget governance. They don't even think about it. They want who contribute because they are not qualified. They stink. They don't know how to speak English. So exempt the majority. Focus on those who came into our system in the name of education. Now them go explain why they fail because they destroy the system that the military people gave to them. How many of our military be educated people? How many of them? So there's a dichotomy there. We understand the system. We should not rub it on the innocent people. It is not their fault. Because I still remember before when they will carry me for back, go line up votes. They was still working at that time. Where they can't give you now with computer, with everything, with the average Nigerian parents break their back sending you to school in order for the system to get better. But this is what we got. That is the real issue. Until we agree that we have failed, in the name of education, there's no way we can correct it.
I think you are making some point that are, it's forcing me to think a little
don't
bit.
increase 200 over 122 million.
Hold on. This point you are making about education is where I find it a bit confusing because I seem to be more sympathetic with the point that don't blame the people at the lower end because they don't know better. And the reason why, when you are saying it, I was thinking about it was because if you look at all the other nations where changes have occurred, even if some of them start from the base, it appears to start from the base, but
they don't know better. Sorry to Nigeria.
People that executed it.
No, it's not that they don't know better. We tell them because you did not graduate for ECPOMA or UNILAG, automatically you are no longer qualified to come and serve. Automatically you are not qualified.
Where did he get that one
from? Know better. How you want to go contest for election if you never graduate? In Nigeria. How?
To be fair, if you are not a graduate, it doesn't necessarily mean you should not run for election. Democracies are supposed to allow
you are making my point exactly. So we insult them.
Where did they ban people that are not graduates?
My governor, because he knows how to speak English, he's not qualified according to a lot of people.
Well, why are you listening to them now? He's a governor now.
No, I am not. See, I just tell you that's when a symptom. These people who have this mentality are educated people. No, the point I'm trying to make to you is that everyone that had position of governor that's supposed to make the society better are qualified according to how they tell us, the West tell us. So if you think what we are having today is not working, that's where you should look at. Don't go and look at an average voter, average person where they have, if you tell him, make him tell you what constituency is or what policies, he has no idea. How you go say blame that person? So we demoralize them. That's the point I'm trying to make. We demoralize them over the years. So they stay off. And now, or they will just wait. Anybody will contact, they say, come and vote for me. After the person they speak English. After somebody, your uncle, your cousin, your neighbor, don't come tell and say, now the right guy be this, right? The New Hope movement. Enjoy that big grammar for her. You go collect her, she has no idea. He has to survive. No, my point is that, my point is that. This is my main point. For the past 20 years, Nigerian population don't double. What were the education, the planners who are supposed to plan for that system? What were they doing? That's your point.
You are saying that, though, but should you blame them too? Just like you are saying, you should not blame the poorer people. These people, I think you probably will agree. What forges system of people to do the right thing? We didn't have that experience. These people are not proper leader. They see themselves as servants. So why would you blame them if they don't know any better? They don't know any better. Most of our leaders don't know any better.
No. I know they blame them. I am just telling you, stop worrying about trying to give God to people. No, I know they blame them. Time to blame person don't pass. Now when person be small picking, you they blame, right? Just like you now. When we get started now, I go blame you. Why I go blame you? I go after you because you know better. You are educated. That is the whole point. You are supposed to be better than me. There's a more expectation of you because you are exposed. The expectation is greater.
I think education, it goes beyond education. It goes beyond an individual, like fear. See, like now, if I am subjected to like the kind of stuff Iranians are going through,
okay, let me put it this way.
If I have the fortitude to be able to withstand the kind of pressure they are going through because they have been forged in fire. You see what I mean?
My point is that for the past 20 years, we are systematically alienate the majority. Just look at the politics we are practicing. They won't do primaries. How many people go do the primaries? It is the fruit of that primary that will be your president, though. Whoever APC choose, ADC choose, that is your president. And now only maybe 10,000, 11,000 people now go choose them. Don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't know.
These are the people because you know what I'm saying is because all of us are looking towards them. Either in the all the parastatals in Nigeria, you have to academically qualify. I am not saying it's a bad thing. I am just saying this is what they were able to give us.
Maybe
you
would
judge yourself.
They were not qualified. Have you considered that?
I'm not saying that's you be the judge. I'm not going to judge for you.
Let's bring Hello in. Hello, wanted to say something. Hello, please go ahead so that we can.
So I'm just pointing out the obvious. I am not blaming anybody. I'm just saying this is what I see.
I want to ask you, Ovio, what do you mean by education? By whose standard? What type of education are you talking about? Is it Western education? Because education.
That is it.
Education can come in different forms. It's not only when you go to school you've learned something, isn't it? So what standard of education are you talking about?
That's how the system used to operate on before, right? But for the case of conversion, that's why the past 20 years, you have to literally, the education I'm talking about, the Western education, you have to go to school, graduate from this primary, secondary, university before you can apply for one position or the other in your place of residence, where you live, where you grow up, right? Imagine say your village where you grow up. All of a sudden, if you no go graduate, you cannot represent your community as what a representative
it's not a guarantee. Stop saying that. That's not a guarantee.
No, I'm not saying go and see. Hold on. I'm pointing out the obvious.
You're not connecting.
Doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
No, not like
it's not. Now, hold on.
So you're telling me now, if I want to do something, I have to go to my village to get education before I can be able to.
No, see, you're not. Hold on first, please listen to me. No, that's not what I'm saying. Just listen to me. I am just giving an example. I'm pointing at the obvious. I say, imagine you now. You grow up for your village. It's an example I'm giving. I'm using an analogy. You grow up for not even your place where you grow up, right? Where you live all your life. Let's say you are 45 years old. You grow up all your life there. In fact, you are raising your family, your children. They go to school within that your place of residence. That's where your job is. But if you don't go to a university and get a certificate, your chance of getting elected to represent that place you spent 45 years is pretty much zero. I'm not saying it's a more. That's what the Constitution said. No, I am just telling you our reality. If you say I lie, go try it.
It is not a good reality. It's not. Don't run with it. Because of the shenanigans that is going on, you should run with that.
So you are making my point.
It's a wrong mindset.
Good. No, it's not. I'm not giving you a mindset.
I know you're making a point, but don't run with that. Don't run with that mindset.
Hold on. It's not a mindset. I am saying it is a wrong way to actually even govern a society. That if you believe that the society we have today is wrong, that is where you should be looking at.
I think
you understand
what you are saying then, from your point of view, you are trying to say that somebody has to have a kind of an original or a nativist mentality, so that they are more divorced from the influence of the foreign powers, to be able to actually objectively deal with the Nigerian problem as somebody that is nativist. Maybe I'm mistaken.
I built my work. You said we should. Your question said we should give the people guns to defend themselves, right? You know, go give me gun, make I go to defend person for Borno State now. I be Port Harcourt. You will give me gun to go defend my people, right?
Yeah. No, not necessarily. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about private security. You can
yeah, but now
the
reason why you are suggesting private security, it is because the tax-paying money security, it is not working, and that institution is run by educated people.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
that's my point.
I think the point I'm making is doesn't necessarily prove
the process in which we recruit the people that govern our society. Something is wrong in that process.
See, get what I'm saying here. I'm not ruling out the point you're making, but it could also be that it's because they are educated at all that it's not even worse right now. Because there are countries that lack education that are doing far worse than Nigeria in Africa right now. Like South Sudan is not doing very well at all. So we don't know. Maybe the fact that we are highly educated, many of us are highly educated, is the reason why things have not disintegrated completely. But it doesn't mean the collective that we need is
now when we say for the past 20 years, since that we have less than 99% of people who are running things from local government to federal level to private sector are educated people. When we automatically say that we invest more in education, since the population is growing, since that is our pride, we have to be able to go through this. One will believe that they will invest more in education. But guess what? They are investing. But they are investing privately. Why are they able to do that? You have to make sure the public ones are not functioning. So you can make points against them that the public will accept. That's why when you are making the point that you are making about private security is making sense to you, because the one that the government has is not working. Why it's not working? Because they deliberately not invested in them or they killed them. So your point stands strong because of that. Because if the apparatus of the securities are working to their fullest, private security will be the last thing that will come to your mind. So I am not saying, why is this apparatus are not working? Right? Maybe because the people who are running it, either they are too qualified or they are not qualified. I'm just asking questions.
I think when you say it's making sense to me, I think it's beginning not to make too much sense to me, because I do take correction. To people that like to think I don't take correction, I hear the point they are making, and I'm beginning to think that maybe it's a bad idea.
So, no, I am not saying, hold on, Tunanja, I am not saying we should educate education. No, hold on, I'm not saying we should stop education. You should not go to school before you contest for a political office. So no, I am just saying.
You're mixing it up with.
I'm just saying. For the past 20 years, the emphasis.
Sorry. Let's bring on that. Nobody get frustrated.
All right.
I need to come in. Uzo, let's not get
my guy.
Let's be nice.
I know they did nothing. I think it's of that I go come out here. You don't mean I don't buy that idea already.
So what's happening with you now? This issue with Nigerian. Every time we hear that people are. Where do you stand? Do you think maybe there is a way that the Nigerians can organize themselves to force the government to do something about, actually having people in all the rural areas to protect our people in the country?
Tonight, let me congratulate you first. Because today, since you travel to Nigeria, come back, I don't know if you to follow and Orasu for where you go.
Don't mess with me, man.
On part of South Africa issue, the way you spoke today, nobody was expecting that from you. Congrats. I know how you did during the Ghana issue. I know your stake, but this time around, since you ate some more Orasu. Since you travel,
you enjoyed it.
I was up that.
When he go Nigeria, he was able to.
Something is wrong. Yeah, something is wrong.
Imagine Abuja.
Yeah. So on that part you're saying though, I don't know about you, but for me, and I will boldly tell you that the Southeast have been the safest states for the past 6 months now. I can boldly say that. Anybody can testify that. Yeah, we don't hear any of things are happening anymore. Kudos to the governors. One of, at least my own governor is Ovuzodimma. As much as we don't like him, the guy puts things in place, supported by the people in the diaspora and every other person. All right. The guy launched about 7,000 security network, which according to neighborhood police in my own community, who are about 25 boys, which I know them. I know their history. They went, we contributed more than them for training. They came back. They had their compassion. We are uniform, patrolling with back and go. So with that, some sort of security, this team, tension, everybody can go to their fans and whatever they want to do. All right. So it's not like big, but at least when those guys are moving, you know that people are there. They don't have that. They have that. They don't have that powerful rifle. I think they have a good double barrel pump passion that can at least shoot one, shoot two, load, shoot again, take cover, training, intelligence. You know, get intelligence, report the police, and do that's the instruction. Don't get it. Correct people. Don't take law into your hand. They're properly trained at least for the next 3-4 months. They give them a proper training, you know, and they are doing good so far, so good. You know, arresting 1 or 2 vandalizers, that, you know. So one thing I noticed, that's one thing I noticed though, if everybody, community, we can take and help also, that the community can help. If the community, people in the community can come together, not outsiders, not bring somebody from Castina to come and guide somebody in Imo State. It's not going to work. You don't know the terrain of the place. Bring somebody from Imo State, go and guide somebody, go and guide the community in Jos. The guy will just go to beer palace and keep on drinking, but don't know what's going on. Maybe you don't even hear the language, or the northern guy doesn't even hear the Igbo, or the Igbo guy doesn't hear. So it doesn't work that way. It does. We need community. This community, I think, the community, community vigilantes, they can be able to train them, pay them. You know, people we know, people who can testify. Even one of the guy I know him when he was small. I said, but this guy used to steal when he was in the village. They say, no, he changed now. I said, no, I will not sign because you have to sign. I have not signed for him to go. They said the guy changed. And probably the guy changed also. So that how they selected guys from my place that went to this. So that's part one. I just want to see how we're able to like put tension in my own place. People can go December. It started, people can go December and relax. Throughout December, we were anything. People went for a Christmas and come back with celebration. Nobody give like bad news or, you know, can hear this or this happening. It doesn't happen again. And secondly, Tampolo issue. My guy, they give rats fish making hole. Rat no go you don't go thief the fish now. You go keep them. Tampolo is not a just you know how it goes. Guiding pipeline is normal. You give them the pipeline making hole. I don't go blame. Give him money, give a family, you no go blame. So that is nothing. It's nothing. He's not a private security guy. He's nothing. He's just giving the pipeline, letting hold it. He's not going to. His boys are not going to blow it because they are loyal to him. All the general, they are all loyal to him. So if they're giving the pipeline to guide, they're not going to blow it because you don't give. If you give a rat a fish to hold, he's not going to eat it. He's going to keep it for you to.
Where did you get that one from? Where did you get that thing from? You give rat fish. He's not going to eat it. He's going to eat it, of course. What is it?
Man, it's just actually wait, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Onya truly kowali ego you learn there from here. When I give you a proverb, I explain to you that means I'm useless.
Make it make sense. How you go say you give rats?
Then use their tongue. Use their tongue to cut their teeth.
You say stuff like that.
That's what it means. Use their tongue to cut their teeth. So as a matured man, no, don't start. As a matured man, you know what I'm saying. I will not come to break it down for you. So relax. It's not confused. Every mature person that is over 25, 30 years should understand what I'm talking. If you are below, you don't understand what I'm talking though. So that's it.
The more they are not going to understand what you are saying. You don't know that. You want to hear people to be listening to you and understand reading between the lines.
There's no logic there. If you're a criminal, I gave you money to hold. You're not going to steal it. You're going to keep it. That's what it means. Steal it. I know that you are stealing. You're stealing it. The percentage is very, very low. You know, the percentage is very, very low for you taking that money.
You gave me money.
To hold.
You hear yourself?
You're not going to steal it. Are you going to steal the money I give it to hold?
Yes, now.
You are going to protect it, number one. The presenter for you taking a money, stealing it. How are you going to steal it? How are you going to rob it? Let's go. Let's move ahead. Let's move ahead.
Okay, fine. I get the context you're talking from, but you should explain it a bit better.
Yeah. So now let me talk about Nigeria. So in social media spaces, Nigeria is that social media spaces we are talking too much, but in real life, go on ground. You travel now. You travel, go on ground, go to Busa market, ask people what's going on. What Nigeria knows, they wake up in about 6, they go to their normal house, they come back, they tell you full cause, this cause, nobody really to do anything about it. All right? They tell you full cause, that's it. Everybody, all of us live in Nigeria. All of us live on the same, we all move the same way. It's not about, it's only in social media that we are seeing a lot. We come to social media, we talk. Go on ground. Okay, enter computer village now. Go to computer village now, where you have at least 2,000 people. Watch conversation around there. They will even tell you how Trump is bumping around and even what is going on in Nigeria. What they know is that come every day, hustle, go back home, eat, drink, go back home. Tell you Nigeria government is bad on their lives. We all live on the same like before we all come out. That is the same way everybody was living. And education side, education is not only way you go to school. Let me tell you the truth. When I was growing up, all right, at least training start from home. A young lady will not, it will not let can't even tell the mother I'm pregnant. All right? Or a guy come back with a car in my place. The father will just look at him. They will even don't even come to the compound. Go away. They will even chase you away totally. Don't even come close. Because nobody tolerates nonsense. Nobody tolerates criminals. Nobody those come rubbish. Nobody. But right now, people tolerate it. People tolerate it right now. You just advise your child, go out there, bring money and come back. You don't know how sort of the income. Whether it's kidnapping, you don't know. Whether it's don't even know, don't bring it and come back. 20 years back, 25 years back, it was not like that. You don't do that. If you do that,
I think
even the church.
That point is very, very important that you made. You know what? Let me play this song because this is something I play this song not only because the song is enjoyable.
Let me tell you. Before you play that, let me tell you this. This is what I tell you. Even happening here. Yeah.
No, because that point is 1 minute song because it's something that I've noticed about Nigeria. It's all about this. Let me see. I hope I don't make a mistake and play the wrong one. No, that's not it. Let me find the right one. I think that's this one. I think. Yeah, that's it.
On the top.
Lonely at the top. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my mind. Money, money, money. Don't care what they're yarning about me in particular. Try on the road chasing my dream because I know. Chase it for me. Wanna love like a man, mama love. Barakoto hijisha my love. Everyone select come along. No they find anybody, no money I want. No they hear with the people they talk. Once again I shall get it love. That's a life from no one, no get another one. I go take and do it till I love. Waiting you love. Waiting you love. Waiting I love. Waiting I love. Waiting I love. Waiting on my heart. No word will be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But I know the waste time. Mr. Money Ginger.
So the idea is that it's all about money in the Nigerian space these days. If you can see that's a choir, it's a kind of choir that is singing that kind of song. So it tells you that the space, the young generation, all they care about is money, 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 money. And before nothing else, it doesn't matter how you get it. That's the point. And that I don't know how.
Are we not in the capitalism? Not be capitalism.
Okay. Okay.
Tonight,
Let me finish. Let me finish. Yeah, as much as we say,
I'm not Nigerian like money, but that's a bad example.
Yeah. Let me just tell you.
It's money that they care about. What are you talking about?
As I said, education. As I said, education starts from your home. It's just like somebody will come on this online, insulting people's father and mother online. That means you don't have, no matter your degree you have, PhD, doctorate, this one, I don't think you are going trained. Because if you are well trained, you will not come out online and start insulting other people's parents. If you are well trained, that's a part of education we are missing. We thought that education is when you have the degree, master's. That's not education. Education always starts from how you talk, your upbringing matters a lot. All right. So our parents are not also helping. That's why this crime is amplifying in the whole of Nigeria. Parents are not helping. Even abroad here, one of our friends' son was killed 4 years back. 19-year-old boy that was shot here. What happened?
Is Abiola one of the people that corrupted the Nigerian state? Because he is one of those people that is said to be corrupt, but at the same time, he was beloved in the end. If you look at during
because
let me finish the point. If you look at during
money, our money.
Let me tell you. Dude, assuming Abiola, okay, finish.
Started happening because when Babangida was in office, I remember when that 419 guy, that is from, I think, was he Asaba or something?
Fred Ajudua.
Yeah. And he was big in Nigeria. Nothing happened to him for a very, very long time. I think it was Abacha that dealt with him in the end. So
all of them.
I don't know where the case started occurring, because I remember when I was growing up, you hear people that come from overseas, and if their source of income is a little bit dodgy, people judge them strongly before. But it stopped somewhere along the line. So please carry on.
Tinubu government want to incentivize people to repatriate their money to come and invest in Nigeria. So they want to, maybe give you that free or whatever.
So for what I'm saying, that Nigeria now are even praising people that praising, like hailing people that make money on the right channels. All right, they don't even know how they made their money. That's the problem. That's because of mostly insecurity in Nigeria. You remember that the news last week, a daughter that was kidnapped with his brother. They collected huge amount of money, about 50 million from the brother. I think I don't who state in Nigeria. So they barred the brother. So they released the daughter. Unfortunate, the daughter, one of the people that barred the daughter, bring I think the wife to the hospital where the daughter is working.
Yeah.
You see how life is?
Yeah.
You see how life is. That person now, his community now, he be living free, as if I'm a good person. People will praising him. But look at how life is. So the issue is that our insecurity in Nigeria, at least, I would say 60% also caused by the upbringing. Like I'll tell you, like this Amajiri stuff. Tell me all those kids in the streets. By next when they're 15th, somebody will give me anything. They can do anything to survive. They can do anything to survive. They don't send you. They will do anything to survive. All right. So education matters, but home upbringing also matters in life. At least we see that the majority of the baddest as we have on planet, the educated people, and they do their own in a big way. All right. It's not by he went to school that make a better person. He can go to school wherever he still become a nuisance. All right. So upbringing also matters. All right. Like me, I tell my people, you always talk about produce, born children. The Northerners are born. Why, guy? My brother, I said if he have 2 kids, if you born the third one, he can't train them. Sorry, you are in trouble. I'm not going to support you. Get the one you can be able to take care of. Don't we don't even take care of. Don't just fool the house. I can't even take care of anyone. You understand my point? If it's 2, get 2 and take care of it. That's why you see, sometimes you come here, you talk about it. We decide from my own side, man. If you cannot take care of your kids, you don't need to give him birth. Why are you giving birth? You cannot take care of them. That's even me that I even supporting you. I'm dumb too. It's okay for me. And 2 is okay for me. Are you that are supporting you? You want to get more than 3 or 4? What are you talking about? So one way we take care of them, so they can become users in society.
Okay, if you say that is the case, don't complain when they use that against you, because just like I argued the other day that today, I mean, that Southeasterners have a right to do business and expand anyhow they want because they are not doing it violently. The same thing, if they have more children than you, they are not doing it violently, they outvote you and take over everything, don't blame them. Don't complain.
No. You don't understand something about that is. We don't care about your vote. We believe you live, let's live. We are not participating in election years back. You know why? We just want to live a good life. If anybody, like, we only vote with PDP. If you article, lead well. Let me go out every day and do my business and come back. Make your policy, make everything, let him be good. Affected good. I don't want, like, it's recently now.
What they want to convert you now that they have the numbers, they are 65%. By my projection, in 50 years' time, they will make up 60 to 65% of the population of the country. What if they decide that, you know what, let's just go Sharia all over?
Man, let me tell you. If there's something if you not understand,
we are talking about the next 5 years. You are talking of 50 years.
If in the next 5 years, if you like, if Israel, you are talking about now, small shit when they Spaniards. How many are they? How many is Nigeria? Wait, if Israel want to take over Nigeria, wouldn't they take over Nigeria as it is right now? How many are there in population? How many is Nigeria? No, I'm not telling you. No, it's not about population. Population is not about numbers. So they said two head are better than one. It's two good head, though, not two head. When you have two good head, that's better than one. You know when you have two head. Two good one, no.
Uzo by Uzo.
Two good head. Not when you have 50 people. Listen. When you have 50 people, is that the 50 people? You can't even get one good head out of that 50 people, and one head only. That is not bad. It's not about numbers. It's about.
That's my point. You have to prepare for that. You have to kind of have quality over quantity and know what you are doing with that quality. Otherwise, don't start complaining that you want to do toe-to-toe with them when they beat you in that game. Don't complain.
Nobody's listen. If you understand how we started, we don't go to toe-to-toe in kind of politics. Recently, P2B came out to start doing that. Every Saturday want to go out and enjoy and come back safety. Nobody send you if you are P2B, if you are who. If you look last election, during P2B time, we are not looking at them. All right, we even prefer voting a Yoruba man or Hausa man than even an Igbo person. It happens so many times. It's not about where you come from. We prefer somebody that is going to open the market for everybody to go out of it and come back than somebody that is going to lock it up that is from my own tribe.
Father, right? Uzo has been talking for 30 minutes.
No, it's
okay.
It's good. It's good
because when I talk, it become issue. Somebody else can talk.
We can extract all the wisdom from him. Like
Uzo is small.
He cannot extract since he don't go meet at that. Why are you going to extract wisdom?
If you give a rat fish to look after, he's going to take care of it. That one confuses me big time. But I get what you are saying. Jefferson, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You've been listening to what you are saying, and let me just give a context about the security issue. The idea was that I proposed an idea that maybe the citizens should start taking employing private security to protect the outskirts of Nigeria that is subject to all this attack like the type you saw in Plateau. That we should have the citizens employ private security, pay them to secure them. But clearly, a lot of people have made serious arguments that could be dangerous. So I don't know what you make of it, because our people need protection one way or the other.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, good day, everyone. Sorry, my network might not be so good.
It sounds good.
You sound better than your network. No, the voice clear past when in background the day.
It's got a long delay. If that's the face I'm looking at right now, it's got a very long
delay. That's the delay, but the audio is good.
The audio will sound, yeah. Oh my God, Jide, what did
you do? You don't freeze, you don't. Najide cause out. You don't freeze.
I use some voodoo. I don't carry.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Why you sound like somebody who is going to the moon?
your delay is 5 years.
No. I think it's because my network is different, and I'm in fatherland, so that's what's going on.
Join the
So when you're in
Renew Hope
fatherland,
movement. Join the Renew Hope network. Connect to Renew Hope network. You go good.
Jefferson.
No, I don't need New Hope. I don't need
Jefferson,
New Hope
you did
network. I don't
Biafra
need it.
land. Now Biafra land, you did like this.
They'll kidnap him for there if you
Don't
try
worry.
out.
My location remains unknown.
How much you carry go? Where they had your location? How much you carry go? Eh?
It's probably in
People
Abuja.
like AY and Tunanja enter with millions of pounds and dollars.
I think Jefferson,
I beg, oh man, I beg.
Tuna sit down for Abuja. AY stand for Abuja. They can't even go to that village.
Tunanja go with millions, even go creep. You know, fear.
Make AY near Awuchi now. Make near Awuchi.
See this one. Also, I be homeboy. Not the
They go use this shot for
Hold on. Let me just take care of this. Jefferson, please go out and come back again. The delay is too long. You can't have a coherent conversation with that kind of massive delay. So in the meantime, let me go to Jide. If you can say something whenever you want to, and same for Hello. You guys are free to say whenever you want to. You can shut all these guys up, really. You can come up with solutions. Seriously, maybe our women have the solution, because these men so far they've been coming here, have not had anything that's going to get us anywhere. Maybe we're going to get some clarity from them, from the women. So whatever you want to say, you're free to say anytime. Gide, so what do you make of the idea of citizens? Because the idea from my mind, it comes from what Natasha Akpoti was able to do. Fix a national road when the people were trying to stop her. And the local people prevented the government from stopping her from doing it, and she went on to fix that road. So I felt like maybe it's possible for the people to take some initiative and try to start protecting our towns and villages from all these massacres that are going on. Maybe even restore the people that have been displaced into IDP camps back to their... If the government is not serious now, if the people can pay for it, you give them the service, just like Tompolo is doing. But clearly, a lot of people have made some serious arguments against that. I don't know what you make of it, and you can expand on it on the other subjects regarding the security issues in the country.
Yeah. Greetings to you, forefathers. First of all, okay, I don't want to digress. I know we had one or two tiny disagreements earlier on today that I would like us to trash out, but maybe that will be for another time. But yeah, talking about what you just mentioned. So first of all, the people. So the thing is, in a country like Nigeria, in a nation state like Nigeria or any other nation state, it is the will of the people. If terrorism is to be defeated, it's not just the government. It also has to do with the will of the people. So what do I mean? Even for the people to be willing to collaborate with the government to fight terrorism, the first thing I would say is that the Nigerian government and the military themselves, I think they are complicit with what is going on. The fact that they could even allow US troops into the country just like that, the fact that a lot of these terrorists, these terrorist acts, despite the surveillance and everything, in collaboration with support of the US, with the US troops and the Nigerian government and Nigerian military, they've still not been able to...
reality is setting in now, eh? Keep on speaking. Go ahead.
Please, can I talk, Jefferson, please? So what I'm saying is, they could be complicit. There's a likelihood they could be complicit. So where am I going with this? So even if the people are willing to say, okay, let's come together and fight terrorism, there is a strong... I need to be careful with my words, but there is a strong possibility even the Nigerian government could sabotage it. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. That's the first thing. So even if the people are willing to fight terrorism, I think the first drive of the Nigerian people, which even to fight terrorism in itself, the first drive of the people will be to carry out a revolution. Because that same drive to fight terrorism, it will be equal. They will then realize that the solution is not to defeat terrorism, but to defeat terrorism, there is an impediment, which is the Nigerian government. That is a puppet to the imperialists. So the Nigerian people have to have the will, the power, the conviction, and be willing to pay the ultimate price to take power from the government. So that same drive they're using to say, okay, we want to go and fight and defeat terrorism, that will still be sabotaged.
Sorry. I don't think it's not them that are going to do it. They are going to employ private security to do the job.
From where?
From the country, like private security companies that are armed to help protect, just like vigilantes. You see, the people hire vigilantes, but this time professional people that know what they are doing to protect the villages.
So my question is, where would they get the weapons from?
You see, now you are beginning to reveal the chinks in the.
Where would they get the weapons from? Where would they get the intelligence from? It's still going to be with the same people, like I said, accomplices. The foreign wherever, right? You know, that are there, right? The intelligence agencies that are probably involved. The Nigerian government, you understand? Because it's a collaboration thing. So these people are compromised. The Nigerian government is compromised. Clearly, I saw the, like, these guys are compromised. And when I mean they are compromised, I don't mean they are compromised by the Fulanis. I mean they are compromised by the imperialists to be useless. So the solution is to take power from the government. But the Nigerian people, they do not have the knowledge of how to even carry out a revolution, not to even talk about the will. Because this is a big, these are layers of problems.
Jide, you are missing something. How is the government compromised? Who is compromising the government from within? You need to talk about that.
Thank you.
Don't try to make it look like it's either imperialist or whatever.
Yeah, I'll open a can of worms.
Please.
If I talk about that. So why I think, I've always been thinking they are incompetent. But now I'm beginning to think that it seems like they are getting to be compromised. So I will explain how. Remember that there are some of these terrorists, and I know some of us might have mentioned this because I listen to everyone. There are some of these terrorists that they say they capture them, they then rehabilitate them and integrate them back. They integrate them into the Nigerian military. That's number one. I believe there are some elites. There are some I don't know who they are personally, but I believe that there are some Nigerian elites. There are definitely some Nigerian elites. Some of them may be Fulani, I don't know. But there are some Nigerian elites that are sponsoring and supporting those terrorists. Either for political reasons. So it's a network. It's a very powerful network. But they're not doing it alone. There are also some foreign intelligence agencies that are also involved. I've mentioned this so many times. So there are all these networks that are involved. And the only way to solve that problem is attacking those networks, and it has to do with the will of the people. And the first thing they have to do is take over the government. Once the game changer is, once there's a revolution in Nigeria and the regime in Nigeria is completely decapacitated, and there's a regime change in Nigeria, and the people take power, not replacing one useless regime to another useless regime in 2027. That's not what I'm saying. A real revolution, an organic revolution that will lead to a regime change that will take power. That will be a game changer. Because what will happen is, if there's also a change in the military as well, a transformation in the military, that will be a complete game changer. Now you now realize
let me ask you one question though, that could shed some light on this, because you know how Americans talk about how the Zionists hijack the government somehow from within. If they were able to do it without a revolution, is that not something we can learn from?
That's a very good question. So first of all, the Zionists did not take the US government from within. What you have is, there are Zionist entities that have always been present in the US government. There is a convergence of interests between the Zionists and other forms of imperialists in the US empire. It's a convergence of interests. The US foreign policy of the war against Iran had been planned years ago, even before the Zionists even took over, like you mentioned, they took over the US. It's a convergence of interests. The Zionists have so much power, they have so much influence. But at the same time, there's also a motivation by the US government, by they call them the neoconservatives. There are many other powerful forces too. So there's a convergence between the Christian Zionists, the Jewish Zionists, the ultra nationalists, the neoconservatives. You see where I'm going with this? It's a convergence of powerful people that are saying, yes, let's go to war against Iran. Like I said, there's a foreign policy. There is a foreign policy plan that has been planned.
Let me add something to that. The Christian Zionists were basically manufactured by the Zionist movement, because they are the ones that
Yes.
started using the Judeo-Christian.
Had Muslim Brotherhood join them too.
Exactly. Add all of
From
them.
another
Don't
angle.
be focusing on one and leaving the other one.
No, it's not about that. It's about what you can learn
Yeah, yeah.
from
So
transforming the
yeah.
government.
So I'm going somewhere with that. So Nigeria, so there's a convergence. You have those elites. I don't know them personally, but there are some powerful elites in Nigeria. Some of them are from the north. They are in collaboration with these terrorists. Like I said, in collaboration also with intelligence agencies. It's a convergence that this is what we want to do. I want to dominate this country. The Fulani, the elites, and I don't label any tribe, but the elites, they're also involved in let's capture, maybe want to spread Islam across Nigeria or something. Let's Islamize Nigeria, for instance, like some people say, or we have some interest that I want. So there's a convergence of interest.
I hear what you're hearing, what you are saying about convergence, but the convergence of Iran as an enemy of America is mostly that of Israel's making, because America was close to Iran once, and there's no reason why they couldn't have again. As a matter of fact, they even signed a deal with Iran recently until Netanyahu encouraged Trump to tear the deal up.
Yes. So I see what you're saying. What you're saying is very reasonable. It makes sense. But that's actually still not what is going on.
That's the neocon government led by Barack Obama that signed that deal, not the nationalists.
Yes, correct. Yeah, it's both of you are right. So the point is, for that one is different because there was a revolution in Iran in 1979. That revolution made Iran to be an anti-imperialist state. Iran used to be a client state of the US government, just like Nigeria is a client state now. Iran used to be a client state of the US government under the Shah. Then there was a revolution by the people of Iran under the Islamic ideology, right? The Shia Islamic ideology. I don't want to go detailed into it. That revolution, I can go deep into talking about it, now made Iran to be an adversary. You know what US did? In fact, I will even tell you, Israel actually supported Iran against Iraq. I'm not making this up.
The revolution, yes, turned Iran to be an adversary.
Yes.
But what was the core of the problem?
The core of the problem was that US interest was beginning to be loosened. They didn't have control over Iran's oil anymore. They didn't have control over Iran's security architecture anymore. They didn't have control, because what happened was when they took power, when the Iranian government, the new Iranian regime took power, they purged out all American assets. They purged out all American, in fact, they even took some American ambassadors as hostage. For those that know what I'm saying, they took them as hostage. You understand? So they purged all American security architecture out. They nationalized their oil. They made their oil to be sovereign to them. That was crossing the red line, So that itself made them to now be an adversary. So the first thing they did was, instead of them going to fight Iran directly, they used Iraq through Saddam Hussein, because Saddam Hussein was at that time a puppet of the US empire.
Yeah, let's not go into the story of what happened, because I'm trying to ascertain how the Zionists were able to transform the power structure of America to favor them without necessarily triggering a massive bloodshed revolution.
So the thing is, if you look at it that way, I think so. This is
plenty billions. They make a lot of money, and they influence you with money.
Maybe that's something we need to learn from now. Maybe
But wait. Hold on. Remember that, so the reason why I do not still agree with it is we're not looking at the historical account of how Israel was created. If we are looking at the fact, if we are saying that Israel is one controlled America, we're not looking at the historical.
I accept that Israel is not controlling America.
He's talking about the influence they have within the government.
I agree.
They
have so much influence, but I'm still not convinced that they pushed Trump to go and attack Iran. They didn't push Trump. Of course they did. It's not like
that's a baby statement. That's for Hamas. No, they didn't do that. Nope.
They didn't do that. Let me see. There's something you don't
know how far back their influence goes.
Do you know how Trump had already written in the 1980s that they need to is going to if he spent over.
But that's the mistake you are making. Their influence goes way before that. Well before the 80s.
Okay. Fine. It goes way. I agree. But I'm still saying that they do not control America's foreign policy. Ronald Reagan, they invaded Lebanon. Ronald Reagan told them to move back. and they did not provide support for them if they keep advancing in Lebanon. They did, and that was what led to the formation of Hezbollah. What now happened was that they withdrew away from Lebanon. When Reagan told them that if you go into Lebanon, you're on your own. And you better get back, get the fuck away from that place. That was what led them to move away from Lebanon. So if that's the case, I'm still not very convinced that they're the ones controlling America.
You see, when it comes to the Middle East, they control the game there. The point is where I'm trying to make here is that their influence for their size, they have changed the American policy to suit them. Okay, look at the American ship that they attacked. Today, they are not accountable for it. Look at they talk about Israelis coming to Pentagon to shout out staffs in Pentagon. This is not like going to one corner. This is the center of American power. They are shouting at the staff there. Netanyahu is saying it himself that what's his name? That senator, I've forgotten his name, Graham or something else. He goes to Israel to teach Netanyahu how to convince Trump, because Trump is already on board. But to convince him to go into this risky war, he had to convince him that the war is going to end very quickly. You had Trump saying it now, saying that they were the ones that were very eager for the war, not necessarily him for this war. So this is something that even Marco Rubio came up on the media to say that they had to go into the war because Israel was about to attack Iran. That Iran was going to attack them.
Those are political narratives for campaign purposes.
Are you changing topic?
No, because this is a key point. On top of that, a former Obama official said Netanyahu did the same thing, tried to force them to go into that. They refused, and then Netanyahu backed off from it. That he was basically implying that Trump was the only stupid one that agreed to do what Netanyahu asked him to do. So it's not like
that's a scapegoat narrative. That's a scapegoat narrative
now
for
going to the war.
It's not true. Netanyahu is saying
for political
himself.
convenience.
Why do people keep saying that you are acting as if you can't even see with your own eyes? They say it themselves.
I agree that they have so much influence on U.S. foreign policy.
Because those guys are not the American planners. Those guys are just like a messenger, like every other politician.
Yeah. Oh my God! So you know more than Carlson now. You know more than Carlson.
Yeah. What is Carlson?
You know more than all the right wingers.
You don't start.
You see why I don't listen to.
I'm not just start. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying that America is not being influenced because you like to think that America is Thanos. No, they are not. America is in a war now that he is going to struggle to win. And if America's this dollar power reduces, Israel, what do you think Israel is going to be?
What is win for America in this war? What do you define as win? What do you mean when they say win for America? What do you think they are? What do you think they want?
For America to win, they have to remove the regime and downgrade Iran's military capacity.
No. That was not why that's not why they went into the war.
Who cares what they tell you? That is what they truly want.
No, that's not why they were war. That's not why they went into the war.
Okay, let's
what are you talking about?
We are talking about Nigeria, and
let's stick to the topic. Let's stick to the topic. All these American shenanigans are talking about not helping.
I wonder imperialism don't come. American imperialism, man.
Yeah, I'm not trying to.
You're moving out of the topic.
Because the point was to learn something from how the Israelis were able to influence America so strongly that even the Arab countries that have given Trump billions, like the Israelis don't give Trump billions. So the Arab countries have given them billions, and they are not even protecting the Arab countries as much as they are protecting Israel. So that should tell you how long they've invested in this control that they have over this in Washington right now. But that said, my point is that you have to learn something from it. You have to learn something from that.
I agree. Like, to have an influence over a government, like, given the Palestinian struggle, like we talk about the Palestinian struggle, it took years upon years for lobbying, right? It took years upon years for lobbying to raise awareness about the Palestinian struggle. 30 years ago, enough people didn't really care about the Palestinian struggle, right? So I see what you're saying. That now people are not talking about Gaza genocide.
Palestinian that was not existing. We don't want to go into that topic, but go ahead.
Please let me continue talking.
You see that?
So what
are 30 minutes? Want to continue talking?
So anyway, let me finish up. But the point I'm making is that First of all, there has to be a revolution, because if the people have to actually say, okay, they want to carry out the willingness to fight terrorism, they just cannot do it without any sufficient backing of government or external force. So there has to be a revolution to take over the government first, because for them to say they want to fight it alone in contradiction or in conflicts with Nigeria's government's complicity, it is going to lead to a blowback eventually, and they will possibly lead to mass casualties. So there has to be a mass revolution first. Then when there's a revolution, then subsequently, then we can carry out a real military plan to fight the terrorists. That's my opinion.
Jide, let me ask you something. Let me ask you this question, all right? Is it not better for the Nigerian government to defend our border first? Allow the people to defend themselves, all right? Because I know if our border are being protected, people does not come in without people coming with weapon, anyhow, do whatever I do, and cross border and leave again. If our border is protected, then the community everybody know everybody in the community. They can be able to gather themselves to protect themselves.
That's a good point. It's even very easy. The people can collaborate with AES.
It's very easy. One is to protect the border, another is to protect the citizens. Who is protecting the citizens?
Yeah. Citizens can collaborate.
They have been. The thing is that they have been collaborating, but it seems that our usual government, they don't pay attention. They don't pay attention to details. So they just do things free willy and decide people's fate, and people just die and nobody cares. That has always been the narrative of the Nigerian government.
I know that problem, right?
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story why I'm still saying it again. The people, it's going to be difficult for the people that the Nigerian government suppresses. In the north, the northerners were carrying Russian flag after the Niger coup. They were carrying Russian flag, right? Just parading.
They were arrested.
They were arrested, and there was reprisal by the Nigerian government. You see what I'm saying? So if there's private military by the people,
I can guarantee that nothing will happen to those guys that carry the flag. Nothing is going to happen to them.
Okay, let me just say, I think on something, right?
You see what I'm saying,
if the northern politicians like have something like go back to the community, because Abuja has been a center of everybody comes there, stay in Abuja, whatever in Abuja, right? If they can go back to the community and spend time, they will make a way for the community to be safe. But they don't. Like me, if I travel now, I will go to my community to stay with my people, and I will put my own money, $1 or $2 down, to make sure it's safer for me to go. All right. So if those northern politicians are able to at least go back to their community and stay with their people, they're able to invest on their money to make it safer, but they are not. So whatever happened to their people, that is their business. That's another point I'm seeing there, though.
Unfortunately, we shouldn't have gotten to this.
The point he made, let me leave that one for now. The point you are making about revolution, the reason why I'm questioning it a little bit is because it involves a lot of potential, what is going to happen. And you have to have foreign kind of protectors to be able to ensure the outcome you want. Otherwise, it could flip again. And most revolution, let's face it, because we are not thinking very clearly, most revolutions don't always end up the way the initial people that supported it intended. Because if you look at the Bolshevik revolution, the people that did it, they didn't know that they were going to end up in a dictatorship. That was not the original plan. And even the French Revolution, they didn't know they are going to end up with Napoleon Bonaparte, that is even a dictator, total dictator. So it's not Mao Zedong's one that it will result in 50 million people dead. If those people knew, they will not go. So it's not always the way you expect it to happen when it actually happens in real life. This is why if you are not in control of the process that leads to the revolution, be careful what you are wishing for, because you might even empower the forces that you are trying to disempower. This is why I keep saying democracy. People, when Black Americans want to vote in America, say, "Oh, we are going to vote. We need to control our." I said, nobody has ever achieved power because of voting. That's the truth.
But forefathers,
in democracy, that's not how you achieve power.
I agree with what you're saying.
Power is behind the scenes.
I agree with what you're saying, that a violent revolution will lead to a huge cost that may be unbearable. I agree. You are right. But
you negotiate power. Revolution too is the ways of negotiation.
Yeah, that's another thing. But there's something. Why not do the barest minimum? The people can form guerrillas and collaborate with AES to fight terrorism. Like Hezbollah. How did Hezbollah do it? It was not through a revolution. Israel came to invade the country, and Hezbollah was formed through a radical Shia ideology. It's simple. They can form the men.
Jide, I think the collaboration with Nigeria, America with Nigeria, is to fight terrorism.
But that's the official narrative. But are they doing that now? Are they doing? They're not doing that now. They're complicit. I'm stressing they're complicit. But the people can. Niger is for kind of it's just near Zamfara. They'll give them weapons. They'll form guerrilla political movements, militias that will fight Boko Haram. They'll become an anti-imperialist like Hezbollah. They'll fight. It's very simple. It's not going to be a bloody.
It's not as easy as they're saying it, because the same Nigerian government is the same people that is fighting against them.
Lebanon is going through hell
because they left the ECOWAS. That's thinking.
But you are inviting that same scenario in the context of Nigeria. That's what I'm concerned about.
You
can't fight guerrillas.
Niger gives us weapons to fight terrorism. Do you think? What are we inviting?
Does Niger themselves even have enough weapons for themselves? They don't.
So Niger. But if
Niger, you're saying it.
From the
but listen. These countries are not light arms or missile production companies. So even they will have to source their guns from others, mainly these same people that you call imperialists.
No, Russia.
You're not. Well, whatever you want to call them. But the point is, they're going to be foreign powers that produce these weapons. So Niger itself, on its own, cannot fight a war without getting foreign help. Most of sub-Saharan Africa cannot, outside of maybe South Africa that has some limited kind of production. Then coming on board again is Nigeria with DICOM. The north of Africa, yes, Algeria, Libya, Morocco, Egypt, they usually source from Egypt. You're not getting any weapons from Niger because Niger itself does not have enough weapons. You're not forming any meaningful collaboration with the AES because Nigeria is, even in its decrepit, deplorable state, is still more powerful than them.
I disagree. That one I
disagree. Well, you can disagree. Why. No, you're not explaining it to me. So hold on.
I disagree.
That's fine. You can disagree. You can disagree with anything.
Jefferson has been waiting, so let's
talk. Can I respond to what
you said? Yeah, how are you people organizing this program? I don't understand what you people are doing here. What's wrong? What's going on?
Look at Logic. Welcome. You know, you are not.
You people just come here discuss imperialism, this and that. Nigeria is burning. What are you people
discussing? Sorry. Jide, let's go up for repeat so that other people can speak.
No,
30 seconds.
So this is the thing. When I mean Niger will supply weapons or Burkina Faso or Mali, I don't mean they have all the weapons of this world. Definitely they have an external power, which is Russia, that is supporting them to fight terrorism. That was how ANC did it. You can collaborate with neighboring countries that are also collaborating with the Soviet Union. Their weapons.
Nigeria is not common. It's not common.
To guerrilla militias.
The way these things work is how the court works. It might be common sense to you. When you look at it, it is not common sense. They don't go with common sense. So Nigeria has a better chance of sourcing weapons than those countries you just named.
Well,
way better.
Positive outcome that in fighting terrorism than Nigeria. So your point is still invalid because
are we shifting goalposts about who has better? Wait, hold on. Are we shifting go? Wait, hold up. It's okay. Let me.
No.
They've proposed to
do that. Jide, hold on.
Why are they
Let the lady speak, please. Welcome, hello. Please go ahead and say
Hey,
what you want to say.
you know, jumped me. Oh. You
No,
know, I
don't
had
worry.
issues with my
Don't
mind.
worry. Women have a veto here, so we are going to come to you immediately after his her highness speaks. Okay, let's be nice. Go ahead. Your audio, I can't hear you. The audio has tripped up again. You know, all the stuff Jefferson has done is working now. You know, he's in Nigeria now. He's getting the real stuff. Your audio is not working. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now.
She was part of the crowd at Tinubu's King's visit.
I see. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what I want to now, I want to ask Mr. Jide, do you think that there are multifaceted plans and hands that says Nigeria will never survive, regardless, even if we vote the right person in?
Yes, I think so. That's a very likely speculation, because there are some pawns within even within the U.S. empire that we're talking about, the Zionists, even the Israeli Zionists and stuff. They are beginning to have significant influence in Nigeria. The whole Christian genocide thing, it was not a narrative that originated from Nigeria. It was a narrative that was manufactured by imperialist pawns, right? So the point is, when you are creating a divisive narrative and you create instability, that is where imperialists try to dominate. So when you dominate, look at what they did in Sudan. Sudan is the best example. That was exactly how they disintegrated Sudan. South Sudan was created from the instability within Sudan itself. Look at the history of Sudan, just like Nigeria. South Sudan, just like Southern Nigeria, they are Christians, Christian majority, right? Israel supported a lot of rebel groups in South Sudan to destabilize Sudan. Eventually, South Sudan got their independence. Sudan became weak. Now, look at what's going on in Sudan right now. I don't want to go into the details of Sudan. The same playbook is in Nigeria right now. The same exact playbook. Look at what's designed. I don't want to go deep into it, but look at what they are doing right now, supporting some militias, even in the southeast, backing them, politically and all that. So the point is, they thrive when a country is unstable. They try. That's why I was talking about that guy earlier.
Sorry. When you say southeast, you mean Biafra, the southeast of Nigeria?
Yes. Whatever. You see my point, right? So there is that. So that is where they thrive. They cannot thrive under a stable, cohesive country, nation states. They will find it hard to exploit the resources of that country. But when the country is disturbed,
religion as well, isn't it? They come in different forms, both political, ethnic as well, and
religious, yes, ethno-religious sentiments.
Religion
yes.
one.
Yes, and they thrive when there is a contradiction within a state, like I mentioned, like Sudan. You got Sudan, South Sudan, India, Pakistan. India, Pakistan is another example. They do that. They are very good at doing all those things.
From what I can see of them, if you look at the Epstein file and everything, these guys use everything: science, money, religion, everything on the book, and that tells you how awake they are. I have to give it to them. When I did some work with an Israeli, they are one of the sharpest people you can meet.
But to Nigeria, we have one thing better than them. They are not as prayerful as we are.
They are not what?
They are not as prayerful as we are. That we have on them. Win.
More prayerful. Yeah, they are very, very sharp. They are very, very sharp. And these people, you can't. They are. I think if you ask me, apart from Asians, they are one of the most awake people on the Western hemisphere. They are the most awake people I've ever encountered. They are so switched on onto anything. They know when they sense weakness, when they see opportunities, they take it very, very quickly. Anything, science, all of them.
It's a religious group. It's not an ethnicity. Why are you comparing it with Asia? It's not.
No, I'm talking about the ethnicity. I'm talking about the ones that are actually from the ethnic group.
It's not an ethnic group. No, it's not an ethnic group. Are you talking about East European Jews? Are you talking about Maserati Jews? Or are you talking about Ethiopian Jews? Israelis? Like from where?
I mentioned that I worked with an Israeli.
Israel is a it's made up of like people from different countries.
Yeah, but they are ethnic groups within the country.
It's not an ethnic group. It's a religious group.
What? No. Okay, so this is what he's saying. Technically, you might think they are an ethnic group, is what he's trying to say. But when you look back at it and realize they're from like Belarus and Hungary and Bulgaria, then they're really just a bunch of religious converts. It's just
see, the point I'm making is that that is not the thrust of my argument. The thrust of my argument is these people, whether they are from European or from Mars or whatever, they are switched on.
But you guys are not even answering her question. Her question was, is there a concerted effort to bring Nigeria down? That was a question. None of you answered it.
I said yes.
Okay, all right. So the bottom line to that is it's not only Nigeria; it is the black race as a whole, but primarily sub-Saharan Africa in particular. So there is a hierarchy on this earth.
So
there's a hierarchy. There is a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy on the planet. So on this planet, there is a hierarchy. At the top of the pyramid are the Anglo-Saxons, or what we call the West, including Japan, New Zealand, and Australia. They have come together to ensure that the black man, again specifically the sub-Saharan Africa, will serve no purpose on the earth aside from being a worker and a provider for resources. This is how the world is structured. So they will do anything, and even in U.S. policy, even in every Western policy, you don't even have to be behind the desk or behind the doors to understand this. Just look at how things operate, okay? So even the reading policy is that Africa will be nothing but a provider of resources and workers, a la the animal kingdom, where we have, you look at the ants, for example, we have the worker ants. So they do everything to destabilize Africa. There has to be a brain drain. You come over there, you come to the West, and then what we do is we impede on the progress of that, nation, the continent, and whatever resources we need to develop our own society, this is what we're going to do. I remember when I first came on this channel, I would tell people, like forefathers and Gita over here, that without Africa, the West will starve. I don't think they were getting it back then when they would argue with me. Well, we all learn every day. So without them destabilizing Africa and stealing what belongs to us.
But that's not the question, though.
I think we should all stop.
Well, of course, that was the question. Okay, so your buddy didn't answer it, so why don't you tell them?
Let me pick because since Jefferson is next. Jefferson is next.
Just a minute. I just want to quickly say something because
hold on.
it's becoming too much, or the fact that every now and then, as mature as we are, we keep blaming the West for the problem we've put ourselves.
Okay, just hold on. Let me get this guy. I will bring you in. I think I know who you are.
Yeah,
so
he doesn't need to know who I am. It's so unfortunate.
Yeah, I know who you are. Yeah, so just go down. I'm not so sure with it's cast in stone that they want us down continuously. Maybe we haven't had people that are more ambitious, and I've not seen it, to be fair, because if you have a leader that comes out and say, you know what, I want to go and negotiate nuclear technology, I want to go and negotiate ballistic, I want to go to space, and somebody stopped that leader, then you can say, okay, they really have a plan against us. We've not seen any leader that shows a little bit of ambition at all.
That was Abacha, dude. That was Abacha. He was beautiful.
He didn't try anything. He just wanted to push them out of the country.
Civilian nuclear facility.
You want me to respond to that?
No, Jefferson is the next before you go ahead. Jefferson, welcome. Sorry about that.
I think they are good.
It's all right.
Yeah, this is going to be that one is going to be an interesting conversation, because if we go into that area, maybe later on when the conversation relax, we can go into the area. But Jefferson, what do you make of this? Because Jide is talking about revolution, and Mia, I feel like that is on the extreme end of how to transform the country, which is not off the table, of course. But is it a good idea to have the people somehow come together, have private institutions, just like we hire vigilantes, but these are professional ones that know what they are doing to protect the outskirts of Nigeria? And Nigerians fund it, people or the communities and others that have more security that the Nigerian state is protecting fund the security of those outskirts of Nigeria, because they are being slaughtered, and their children, they are losing their family ancestral homes and living in IDP camps. So do you think it will work out in Nigeria, but as that for those private companies to do it? And if it's not going to work, is there anything you can suggest to make it work?
All right, can you guys? Okay, good day, everyone. Sorry, like I said, I'm in fatherland, so the network has been bad, but neither here nor there. At least I'm glad I'm able to stabilize it anyway. So, the issue of what they call it, the revolution, is a very, 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 very complex topic. Because why do I say complex? Because in the context of Nigeria, if you notice, the average notion is anywhere below face. So if you notice before the reason why revolution is not really effective as such is because people are concentrated on anywhere below face before revolution happens. If you notice, when people are called for protest and all of that, some people will come out. Some that are benefiting will not come out. Some who feel they are more important than others will feel they don't want to show any interest, because there's no national consensus. Everybody is flying blind. So because we are flying blind, there's no sense of direction. So that's why I feel that the issue of revolution is like dead, almost like a dead on arrival situation. So in terms of forming a group, don't forget to in the history of Nigeria, though cultism didn't start today, cultism has been a generational thing. I think Wole Soyinka and the likes, they formed a group. The reason for that group was, I don't know, they had a good motive at then, but now, of course, it has been abused. And when they say you're in a cult group, it's being frowned upon, and they're seen with a stigma because of the carnage that's being done in the society. For you to form a group, there have to be a consensus. But of course, there's nothing wrong with forming agencies, as far as if that agency is actually hell-bent on helping the cause of Nigeria. Of course, we all know that IPOB was formed because of going to secede from Nigeria. And during the time of when MNK was in the US, he made mention of, we need to protect our people, we need guns and everything. They thought he was speaking gibberish. They thought maybe he was trying to cause insecurity in the country. Those were the narrative. But again, people didn't see what he saw. But right now, at least everything is actually playing out for themselves. Because as it is, unfortunately, we're in a country where other people want a good livelihood. Other people are thinking of a so-called nefarious agenda of how they will use their belief system, their religion, to outshine others by destroying other people. Forgetting that everybody is in the same Nigerian project. Everybody still go to the market to buy food. Everybody will still go to their churches and mosques and worship, right? So it has turned into a tool. You understand? And it's also very, very alarming, because when we talk about external influence of how America is coming in or whatever, we forget too that we have people on ground who ought to make a better decision for our people, but are not doing that. The likes of Gumi can move around freely, make all manner of statements, and nobody does it. Nothing. He's a free guy, So I just feel that we are just beating ourselves around the bush, because we know what we need to do. The issue of forming a group is not well. One can give it a try, but I'm not. I don't know how. I don't see how that is going to really work out like that. That's my personal opinion. Because first of all, you can see that the minds of Nigeria is actually thwarted. And if you look into the electoral, see what's going on in the electoral space and this in the legislative, they are making all manner of funny laws. The INEC thinks they can make a decision and decide which party chairman should be there and decide how they can revalidate the electorate at will. You see, it just tells you something is not adding up. It's not adding up. We have a problem, And if this should succeed in this next election cycle, I don't know what's going to. I don't know what I'm going to say. We're just going to, because as it is, I'm sorry to say this, our president is. I'm sorry to use the word, he's heartless, because if he's not heartless, he won't see all these killings and won't get down to the bottom of it to see how these things can be aggressively resolved. You have one of the service chiefs, or is it the director of Law Brigade, coming out on the national television and telling you why we should forgive the Boko Haram, the bandits. We should forgive them. He said that on national television, trying to desensitize us from the reality on ground that there are people who do not mean well for the Nigerian state who are killing other Nigerians. But yet, they don't seem to be bothered about that. They are bothered about how they will go about 2027. Our humanity is actually eluding us. And of course, no matter how, just like you say in the holy books or in our individual spiritual journey, right? They will say, this person is demonic possessed. Oh, this person is under the influence. If anybody is under the influence, something is influencing somebody. That means you can make a choice. Why did I bring that to this subject matter? Because most times we say, whatever is happening in Nigeria is external. We know it's external. So what about me and you that know when to say right or wrong? Are you telling me that if we follow the right path within our Nigerian politics, that we cannot have a nation of our own to be proud of? Look at Rwanda and other countries.
There's something you said.
They know that there might be eternal influences, but at least they are trying to correct the narrative from home. Tackle the issues head on. What are we doing differently?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
There's something you said that is quite interesting. You also echoed the statement of Jide and almost everybody. None of you trust any Nigerian to run any security organization. That is quite indicting, isn't it? Nobody trusts any Nigerian to run a security organization where they carry a gun. If you cannot trust the ones that carry any Nigerian to do that, you can barely trust your military or your police. Because
the reason why you can't trust them, listen, the reason why you cannot trust them because they created the seed of discord from the beginning. When you think about it, as a Nigerian, you are driving your car from point A to B. Don't forget, 2 years ago, somewhere in Lekki, I don't know if it's in Lekki or thereabout, a woman was killed by a police officer, and she was heavily pregnant in front of her husband because of some callous police. I don't know what happened. I think the police, they were dragging with the family, and someone mistakenly fired a gun. Will you tell that man, are you going to tell him to trust the Nigerian police when he saw with his own eyes how his wife was killed by a police officer? And she was heavily pregnant. Let that sink in. I'm not saying that issues don't happen in other countries. I'm trying to tell you.
I'm talking about fellow Nigerians. Like when we say we should pay private security in Nigeria to protect our villages and our small towns from all these attacks, many Nigerians don't think that is a good idea. And I can see why. Because you can't trust Nigerians. It's one thing not to trust politicians. I know that they don't trust politicians for state police, but not to even trust any Nigerian to run a private security company.
No, you can trust them once they have a good character. Once you know their track record. You see, the issue of track record is very, very key. At least most prominent political analysts have been making it clear that if you have people with very good track record that can be that they are pointed to point B and know their intention, they can be able to handle these offices. You can't tell me that in a country of 300 million people that we cannot be able to have people that can be able to resolve all these things. It's impossible.
Do you think if the diaspora were members of the board or body that controls this force, would that make it more transparent and more accountable?
Yeah, I appreciate our involvement with the diaspora team if they can also encourage diaspora voting. You cannot have my Forex. You cannot be saying you need our Forex. You want us to help in the security architecture. But when it comes to the electoral, to the election, wait, hold on. No. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. No, wait. I'm going somewhere. But when it comes to election, you decide to handle the process the way you want at your bank account. You can think about it. You think I stand to be corrected, but I know we have more than 10 million diaspora Nigerians outside the shores of Nigeria, plus 10 million plus Nigerians outside. I stand to be corrected. If people have the exact numbers, you can bring it. Are you telling me that those Nigerians are not interested to make an impact? That those numbers will be flocking into the Nigerian process to will make an impact?
But that is not the priority. The priority is to see whether the diaspora can govern this organization that is going to be aiding the protection of our small towns and villages, and maybe even help some of the people in the IDP can return back.
Wait, forefathers. Let me get
The
this
reason why
straight. You're saying you're going to have a private
you cannot
army.
leave one. You can't leave one aspect. You can't say you want to concentrate on security and leave on that critical aspect. Another major thing that the Nigerian government is benefiting from the diaspora is obviously the Forex. They are benefiting a lot from that. So they can benefit from all of that. They should also add those other matrices, that thing that you mentioned, and also the electoral process. So that everybody is, because the Nigerian project is not only Nigerians on Nigerian soil.
I agree with you on that.
Let me get this straight. You want a private army to provide security within the sovereign state of Nigeria. Is that what you've been espousing all this while?
A kind of, but not a private army, and it's private security like they have in America too and everywhere else.
And with due respect,
private army.
When we are talking about sovereignty, our sovereignty has been sold to the highest bidder.
I get it, but that's not my point. So this is what I'm trying to ask you. So within a state where there is an independent government, an independent army under the control of a commander-in-chief, you want
the guy is not in control, because it is in control. He's not in control.
Can I please land? I'm not here to argue nuances, please.
I'm not arguing with you either, but you should understand they are not in control.
Can you please stop interrupting? So what you're saying is we need another private, basically like a militia group?
It's not a complementary militia group. Complementary. They cannot operate alone. Just
so
like
you have, okay, all right. So this will be independent of the army. They're not integrated with the army.
So they will complement what they have in the absence of.
Sir, listen. I got that point. They are independent of the army.
Imagine BlackRock.
This is where I'm getting to.
Something like that.
You mean Blackwater. You mean Blackwater. So you want a Blackwater or a Wagner group in Nigeria to operate alongside the army in a country that is about to bust into conflagration at any time based on religion and ethnicity. They're basically not going to be bound by the Constitution, and they don't have to adhere to the rules and regulations of combat like the Nigerian army.
Oh no, they have to, of course.
They're not bound by it because
the people that are
can I please finish? I'm not stop playing around. Come on, man, what's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
No, you calm down. You're having a collaborative discussion.
So we're
After
not having a collaborative if you keep interrupting and just talking nonsense.
No, do you know it's my time?
So, forefathers, what you're saying is they won't.
It's my time, right?
Of course, you
So
want to shut me down.
Go, and then you're trying to shut me down.
You've done it twice now. You both of you have been talking for like the last 10, 12 minutes. I asked a question.
So we can go to logic. So
now go ahead. You guys got it. Get all the militia groups you want. Go ahead, do it and see how it turns out.
So basically, what Bumure was even trying to say, if you look at it very critically, he's concerned about the sovereignty of the Nigerian state. But unfortunately, our Nigerian sovereignty has been sold to the highest bidder. Because if they have been doing their homework,
I am not concerned about the sovereignty. Maybe you're not listening to me. They are not. If you, I think you guys don't understand. You guys don't even understand how. So if you these things are bound.
Interrupt him now.
These things are
logic. I need to get to logic. I may even agree with you, but
forefathers, can you remember in those days when even we don't even we need to look at the police. Then the army used to be the most respected in the 90s or 80s, 90s. Do you remember those days? Can we say the same for Nigeria now? Let that sink in. Then when we had, it's not as if everything they did was perfect, right? Everything about the Nigerian military wasn't 100%. At least we had an armed forces that we could look up to that. Oh, they were heavily respected in terms of what they do. And then when they went for peacekeeping missions and also doing what they need to do at the time, we could look up to them and say, this is our Nigerian army. But we don't have that right now. So it's a problem. It's a problem. So that is even the reason why these conversations are actually coming up in the first place. Because it won't be necessary to even talk about it if they are not doing their job.
Yeah, it's a serious
Don't you think so,
problem. We have to find a way to make them move, because either you are going to have to start a mass campaign, because which is possible to force them to move if you make a specific demand, or you find a way to work within the system and they fund certain units and maybe with private contribution, public-private partnership. You have something like that, and then you work with the military and the police to secure those areas, specifically for those rural areas that are being dispossessed of their land. You see what I mean? So that you see, we are beginning to move forward now. I'm trying to address the concerns that Saxonia made, because I think it's a very, very valid concern. Because if you just have a force like Wagner in a country that is so divided, you can see the potential. It's chaos. So maybe there is a way you can partner with the government. They'd like to say the
dude, even if the country was peaceful, you do not have two captains on a boat. The number one is bound by the Constitution by virtue of the fact that it is a standing military force and trusted by the Constitution to defend the sovereignty of that country. Then you think you're going to bring a private militia group to also work alongside them. When you do that, that basically tells us that you have a failed nation. No country on the planet is going to allow that. It will never work. So this is why I'm asking you guys, and I get, Russia is doing that in the Ukraine war now. You have the Wagner group.
They are at war.
Russian military force.
They are at war. They are not working internally in Russia.
Okay.
No military, just let me speak, please. No military, but no country's constitution will back another fighting force outside of the one that protects the territorial integrity of its nation to work alongside it. It doesn't work. Nowhere. The moment you see that happening, you have a failed country, is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. So if Nigeria, for example, was to start bringing in mercenaries like they did during Jonathan's time when Boko Haram first kicked off, right there, you knew Nigeria was falling into the abyss.
Even having a legal army like the United States in Nigeria shows that it is on the tethers, it is about to fail completely. I understand, it's to your understanding of how these things work, but once you start having private militia groups, anyway, that's why, for example, think about America. We can only have a militia group when the country is about to collapse. You can't just form a militia group and be running around now.
Okay.
Just
forefathers. Jefferson.
But what about Sudan? Sudan, and even
We
look
are
at
going to go to
Lebanon
Sudan.
too.
No, hold on. We're going to go to Sudan. Let's get to Logic first, because Logic needs to jump in. Jefferson, please round up so that we can head to Logic. Then, this is Eccentricals, so that we can, round up if possible. Please round up, Jefferson.
Anyway, so the bottom line is that the current state of Nigeria, we don't have a sovereign armed forces anymore. We definitely need external help, of which it was forced on the Nigerian government due to the cries of Nigerians in and out, and so many other factors too, best known to the people that brought the military. So all these factors led to what we have today. So we cannot kill ourselves. We can't deceive ourselves. If Nigerian government was doing their homework from the beginning and protecting life and properties, and this issue did not escalate internationally, I don't think anybody will just carry their army and come in. And if they do that, we'll now know they have an intent. But right now, you cannot really pinpoint and say, okay, that you can't really say that right now. There's no justification because the damage has already been done in the first place. Then in terms, I think that's it. So for other factors, we keep on doing our best to to hope for a new nation. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you. Logic, come in. I know you have something to say about what you've had so far. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Which area do you want me to touch on?
In terms of the security problem we are facing in the country, if you have a suggestion on how we can, I have my own specifics, how we can get the government to actually recruit more into the security forces to protect these areas, like the one that happened in Plateau recently. If you have a way other than private security, you can suggest to us, and then you can comment on the idea that people are blaming foreigners and stuff like that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, first of all, foreigners are not the problem of Nigeria. We are the problem. Our government are the problem. And individuals coming on this platform, mostly discussing about imperialism, foreigner, this kind of stuff. We are the problem. Regarding the insecurity in the country, is very, very alarming. I remember then in Edo State, even in Lagos, Delta, as well as maybe from Onitsha, I used to move middle of the night to Kano. I've traveled to Niger, if you go to Zidane area, midnight, come back to Kano, meet people, come back and, head down to those areas. Midnight without having any insecurity concern. Until some group of persons decide to say they want to take over the country, by fostering some kind evil elements across the world. They believe that they have a mandate that once certain time arrive or come, they will be able to, establish their caliphates. But they forget that today, 2026, is different from 1914 and all of that. This is an information age. It's a technological age. That idea is no longer going to work. So I will advise them, whoever that is educated them, wherever they are from, they should shun that idea. Because if that one is not in play, I see no reason why I should be angry with my fellow Nigerian. I see no reason why I should carry arms to go and be fighting my fellow person. In addition to that, talking about security, the nation where we are today is where we are because of the corruption, because of the corruption in the leadership level. No, you will agree with me because somebody mentioned that, okay, if you want to set up the security architecture, maybe inviting private or the state or using the military, that who is going to give them a weapon? And I ask myself, in this 21st century, we are still asking who is going to give them weapon. Who is giving Israel a weapon to fight? You know, have you researched what's it called? What is university in Israel? One of their high top ranking university in Israel, how they are being used, like how they are, enhancing their technology architecture. The Institute of Technology. Go and check the university. How people graduating from that university, they can easily integrate into their workforce, into their military, into their healthcare. Why? Because there is integration between what is happening in real world and what is happening in the university. Today, we are looking people to make Nigeria a great nation or whatever you want to, whether it be in the military, healthcare, or whatever. First of all, you have to check the people that will come and rule the nation Nigeria are the people from Nigeria as well. So these are the people you need to groom from the university, from the society. In today's world now, we are being restricted to even going to our 4 walls of the university within Nigeria ecosystem. An average Nigeria cannot even buy data. Even if you do, after 1 or 2 calls, that data is gone. 10,000 naira is gone. So can such person go to YouTube and learn 1 or 2 skills to be able to enhance his or herself, to be able to make impact in the real world? I was on a call with a professor today, not just today, ever since, and I also tried to reach out to some of the students within Nigerian University. What are they teaching you today? How is AI impacting your educational system in Nigeria? Nothing. I mean, nothing. You will see universities don't even have lights. They don't have internet. Such people will not graduate tomorrow. How will not be able to integrate into the workforce of the Nigerian military? Sometimes we blame the US, we blame the Israel. Sometimes it pains me, you know why? Israel is just like Edo and Delta combined, 9 million people. These are people moving the world. We are here discussing about them. Are you trying to tell me that we cannot enhance the University of Ibadan? Okay, name one university in Nigeria like we call Nigeria Institute of Technology that you can really go that function like the India Institute of Technology, like the IIT in India, or like the Israeli Institute of Technology, or you talk about MIT, Sometimes we blame.
Dude, I mentioned DICON at least 3 times. What are you talking about?
DICON? What do you mean DICON?
Of course. What do you mean? Google it.
I wasn't there when you mentioned it. Is it in Nigeria University? So the point here is exam. It's so unfortunate that where we find ourselves today, that Nigeria we are lagging behind when you talk about innovation. Because you want to manufacture weapons. If the Igbos, forget I'm using this one, if the Igbo can do it during the Biafra war or whatever, they can. Why can't we build on those legacy? Is it that we are so dull that we will not be blaming
the
other
reason why that is happening is
because
because your leaders are standing your people down. You should know that now. That is why, like you said, you made it very clear now.
What do you mean like leaders are standing our people down?
Because they are a kind of nurturing them not to do these things. They are not nurturing them to actually build stuff. If they wanted to, my goodness, they can build like crazy. They don't want to because they don't think they have the power to make that happen, because maybe for some reason they believe that if they did, they will not make it into becoming leaders.
Father, the same reason why the Ajakuta steel is down. They had something in the Metallurgical Institute in Oko, close to Anambra State, and Kogi and all of that. So all those things will be functioning even till date. But fortunately, because of all this fear of the unknown amongst our Nigerian populace, they refuse to enhance on those capabilities. So that's why we are. And even if you look very carefully, even in the National Assembly, when the likes of this lady from Kogi State always comes to bring out this bill regarding to fix up their graduate system, they always like turning it down because they are not interested in building what we have. But instead, we are interested in importing steel. That's why it pains me that Tinubu will go and be importing steel outside from
now
signing
every
deals when
time
we know that
Minister of Power was that we are not going to build nuclear power plant. That was one of the first.
See, you don't even need to talk about building nuclear power plant. Why can't you start from the basics, then you metamorphose to that stage? Are you getting my point? You need to start from somewhere. The basics, like we have different raw materials in Nigeria we can put together to manufacture maybe nuclear energy. Yeah,
that's
then
what
one can help.
power plant. That's what I'm talking about. Not nukes, power plant.
Okay. So, okay.
Or
Then you can.
nukes.
Then you can metamorphose from different angle. Sometimes somebody mentioned here, either on this broadcast or before now, that Nigeria do well when they go abroad, but they don't do well when they're in Nigeria. A good example is you and I. You check. You and I have been able to communicate now for hours without having to blink about whether your data is going to finish. How many Nigeria can teach online? In terms of Nigerian universities, they don't even have all this. Why am I making reference to that angle is that the people that will join army tomorrow, or the people that will lead research in the military, they are supposed to at least have a foundation from at least one of the research center from our own institution. It's not working. So my whole point here is this: the fact that we all know what happened in the past, the white have done this, the white have done that. But it's time for us to take the bull by the horn. Do you know how much the US government is spending on artificial intelligence we speak today in building data center? Do you know how much?
A lot.
What is the Nigerian government doing about it? Instead, they are building houses for judges. Does that make sense?
You know, the president spent $2 billion, he said, for us to get another satellite from China. When in reality, if you add $1 billion, you can build a spaceport so that you can be sending satellites into space yourself.
Which Nigerians can do.
We can do it, but
Nigerians are not if given the right equipment, the right environment. I remember the last time when you were having the conversation talking about this AI model, LLM, and all of that. It's not a black box. I get it, They are not black box. It's something you and I can sit here in the next 1 or 2 hours. We come up with the architecture, we design our own that suit our own language, that suit our own culture.
Mm-hmm.
So why are Nigerian government not investing in this area?
I think they are investing. Okay, I don't know what the Nigerian government, but the Nigerian
private.
People are
These
investing.
individuals are doing all these things on
why don't you have even a national airline?
International airline?
Exactly. If you cannot have an airline,
we have it. We have it. It's just that our people are paying politics.
Exactly.
You have it. When was the last time you sat?
Airline, right?
When was the last time you sat on it?
I think
let's
just
we have is it the West that is causing
there
that?
Was anyway, then of course there's supposed to be one that will come during Buhari's time. But
what are you talking about? Do you have it or don't you have it? You said you have it.
We don't have
now you're talking about ADC. So you don't have it. So why did you say you don't have it? So in any event, Mr. Logic, I'm not calming down because I don't have time for all these infantile discussions. We're talking serious. We're talking about serious issues here, and you guys seem to play around. So, Mr. Logic, the same reason why you do not have an airline, and there are multiple reasons: corruption being one, treaties being another, bilateral agreements being another, and the lack of technology being probably the most important. Let's not forget the lack of finances. All right. So I mean, I think from me, it's like each time
right now.
So right now can you please let me finish? You just all over the place.
Don't forget, they are stealing our
so in any event, Mr. Logic, this is why I asked you, why don't you have an airline? And if you can,
why don't we have an airline? What are the components of an airline?
Well, I just listed them. I just already listed everything. So my point after listening to all those reasons why something as simplistic, or you would assume would be simplistic, as a national airline, your country doesn't even have it, but you think, oh, we're just going to build a spaceport and then we're going to throw satellites in the sky, and then you don't even have an airline. And all these all the same things that impact your lack of a national airline, planes, will also impact you in not having your own satellite in space.
See, talking about having satellite
in space, it's a fair point.
Talking about having satellite in space, see, there are what is called the low-hanging fruits. What are those low-hanging fruits we can get as a nation? Are you getting it? We are just talking about having satellite in space or having all these things in space. Who are those to build the satellite?
Exactly. There are people on ground that can do these things.
Yeah. Majority of the roads in Nigeria are being constructed by the Chinese. Who are those Chinese? People that finish just secondary school.
Who's going to build your satellite? Go ahead. You didn't say Chinese. You've been talking about homegrown built satellites. This is what you guys were, your foundation of all this argument.
Yes.
So now, if it is Chinese, then let's know it's Chinese. But if you're now saying, if you're trying to outsource it to the Chinese, let's know that's what you're doing.
No, you're not getting me. My whole point is that the reason why they are sourcing most of all this technology or this technology to the Chinese is because they're.
Sir, I'm not asking that. Who's gonna? I don't understand how you guys discuss. Who's gonna build these satellites that you say Nigerians can easily get with the space force? Who's going to build it?
Nigeria can build it. Stop downplaying the situation. Something because of our down-rating nature, we cannot do all those things.
Okay, I think, let me just find out, because I think maybe it's fair to find out from Saxonia. Are you there, Saxonia? Do you not think Nigerians can build satellites?
I believe Nigerians or any trained person can build anything. Is Nigeria capable of doing these things on their own, independent of any foreign body right now? A big fat no. You don't have it.
Are you telling me that let's say all the forces you describe, all the forces you describe align itself, we are able to build a spaceport, and after we have the spaceport, no Nigerian can build a satellite?
That's not the point. See, if I say if wishes were horses, you're going to start complaining again. If wishes were horses, beggars will ride.
I hear
you're saying, no, hold up. This is what, hold up. We're discussing the point on the ground now. Not what coulda, shoulda, woulda been.
I heard the point you made.
Obviously, you didn't hear it.
And I even agreed with it to a point. The original point, I agree with that point, that the reason why we are not even able to have an airline is same reason that is going to prevent us from even having a spaceport. That's the reason why we don't have it. I agree with that point. I'm just saying that what if you get past that hypothetical situation, not hypothetical, a thought process whereby it's not experiment, whereby we are able to have the spaceport. The idea that we cannot produce this in a satellite, I don't think that's accurate. We can
Dude, oh my God, how do you guys argue? If you can get it, then guess what? Nigeria is going to become the next Wakanda. That means you can build anything else. We're talking about what is, not what could be. What could be is what we want. What is right now.
The way you come across,
we can do it. So we can do it. All this on indication, we're not going to go with that. We can do it on our own.
We're not supposed to be able to do it. Because
how does that mean we shouldn't be able to do it, or supposed to be able to do it? How is that even an argument?
It's not real. I'm saying you come across like that, like, oh, how can we think like this?
Well, that would be like this? Why would you say that's how it comes across? No, you're just indirectly trying to malign me, which I really don't care about. The bottom line is he's saying, and you said Nigeria, we can easily build a spaceport based on. No, we can't. Based on the situation on the ground right now, without foreign help.
Yes.
Without foreign help, without foreign expertise.
$20 billion this in the refinery in Nigeria.
We did what?
We built a $20 billion refinery in Nigeria.
Private.
No, it doesn't matter being private or not.
No, it does matter. It does matter. We were talking about the Nigerian government. It does matter.
Fine.
Even the America that you're talking about, all the technology, they do it by themselves. They equally imported technology too.
For the most part, America. This is why I say sometimes you guys are frustrated.
We have to have a balance.
For the most part, hold on. You just said even America itself cannot build it.
All the technology is not in
America. If America had to undergo its own building of a spacecraft without help from a foreign government, which America actually does all the time, especially in the military. especially in the military where secrets are sacrosanct. So America can, on its own, same with China, same with Australia, Japan, most of Western Europe, they can do this on their own because they have the technological know-how.
Okay, why do you think they have
but don't forget that most countries they steal technology from different parts of the world. They didn't do it all by themselves.
Okay,
exactly.
If America, again, like I said, if America needed to undergo something like that, especially where secrecy was paramount, America will do it let me finish, please. Without bringing in foreign bodies. I don't know what you guys' argument is. If America wanted to build a spacecraft or an aircraft carrier or a transport plane for the military, without involving even its closest allies, America is capable of doing that.
Why do you think that would be possible?
Because it has the industry, it has the money, it has the technological know-how, and it controls who builds these things. So it has no limitations on itself.
That's the point. That's the point I've been making since forefather, that for a nation to be able to, do something, they have to find that internal force to be able to do that, especially something that is secrecy. Go to Stanford University, go to MIT, go to even leave university outside of it. They have a special research center within American military. That when you undergo such military or that research, you can come up with any form of innovation. They want to stay ahead of the game. Okay, exactly. As simple as anything. Do we have that in Nigeria? Or do we have that in some of the African countries?
Yes, we do.
South Africa is doing well today. Go and check South Africa University. Go and check their research center. Go to Egypt and check their research center. Go to Morocco and check their research center. People that developed their power plant in Egypt was schooling here in America with me. We have this team. I'm coming.
Have you done your research on Nigerian universities? If they actually do, if they do these researches, have you actually
Yeah, because I have done samples. Yeah. I took some samples across some university.
What universities did you look into?
At the top university in Nigeria.
Which one are the top? What are the top
universities? Apart from the private.
Yeah. What are the top universities in Nigeria?
When you talk about University of Ibadan,
Lagos, and
University of Lagos. Some university in the east, University of Benin, Nsukka. So these are some of the universities we know in Nigeria. Then try as much as you can to get a call across to some of those people studying there. It may be in their 300 level, 400 level, engineering, maybe computer science. You know what they do? You see scholars, they are very good. Maybe they'll just ask them, solve this math, do this computation, everything work fine. They can do that for you. I get me, but in some cases, engineering, in one way or the other, they are trying, but some other discipline, you find out that they cannot match what is happening in real world to what is being taught in the classroom. That's the point.
I think it comes down to the fact that our culture right now doesn't favor precision-based solutions. What it favors is hustle-based solutions. Hustle, make money.
Yeah, also you are very correct, because most of if you go to, why? Recently, I came across somebody who is doing research in the field of artificial intelligence, and I asked some basic question, bro. This guy could not answer. But what he said that he don't need to get a promotion. Are you getting my point?
I see that in Nigeria. Somebody highlighted once that Africans, when they go even to Paris,
not use what Africa, use Nigeria, because Egypt, South Africa are not like that.
Okay. Let's say Nigerians.
Even Rwanda is not like that.
When you see them in London or you see them in Paris, anywhere where they gather, like in the marketplaces, they behave as if they are in the village market here. They rubbish everywhere, all kinds of stuff everywhere, because that is the way they are used to. They are not used to being proper and precise about things. They are not used to be precise with time.
Which is a problem.
Rubbish, anything. And it's a big problem that we have as a culture. But I don't think it cannot be changed when they start seeing, because Nigerians are very, very driven by what they perceive as
the only way.
When it comes to education, Nigeria doesn't have terrible culture in terms of education. Nigerians are well educated. And
that well-educated is subjective.
especially Nigerians overseas.
No, Nigerians are educated. We'll leave that
No,
one.
no,
I
hold
know
on,
that we have issue with our educational system, but that doesn't mean that Nigerians are not educated.
No, well-educated is
No,
subjective.
I'm saying that Nigeria stresses education, and it's part of the culture, of
Yeah,
Nigeria.
but we see. You know why I start questioning that a little bit. With all our education. In short, there has not been one black person that has won a Nobel Prize in physics or sciences. Not even in any sciences. Not one black person globally.
No,
So
then they
what
now,
kind
then
of
they maybe
education?
we have to do some research
They
on
don't
that.
exist. They don't exist.
There's none.
The only thing we win is peace and Nobel laureate. How to speak their language. Then when they or reward us to speak their language very
Okay,
well.
do you
And
know
then
why? Do you know the cause of all these things?
Because we don't innovate now, and our people are being
Exactly.
stood down.
see, let me tell you,
Exactly.
the secret to our technology advancement has to do with our electronics. And once people knows that, the game will change. Because if you look very carefully, in electronics, the basic circuitry is basically resistors, capacitors, and inductors. And when you see all these ICs and integrated circuitry and all these LLM chips and all of that, they are all the components of these three components I made is what makes up all these things in different different configurations. You
What
might not understand what I'm
LLM
saying
are you
now.
talking about? LLM chip or what? What are you referring to?
Yes. So what I'm saying that all the LLM, all these LLM chips, that's chips now, the microchips, and that are used to develop all these technologies. The basic circuitry in most of them is resistors,
There's no
inductors, and
LLM
capacitors.
in circuiting.
What?
Pardon?
There's no LLM in circuiting or something
He
like
didn't
that.
say
No. I said
Okay, make me
LLM chip.
understand. I'm sorry.
You're not
LLM.
understanding me. I know what you're
LLM
saying.
is circuiting.
Calm
He said
down.
the
Calm
LLM,
down.
the
You're not
chip that
understanding me. I said exactly a chip that has the capability of doing LLM computations. That's what I meant. Not
Okay,
that
like those the
there's
one
an LLM
being
chip.
produced
Please,
by
I beg,
NVIDIA.
don't misquote me. So if you look very carefully, very carefully, the issue of electronic technology is what, in fact, if you find out in Nigeria, we don't make our ICs, all these microchip, and we don't do that.
Oh my God! Microchip don't kill us now. Come on.
What the hell,
You
man?
want to kill Africans? Microchip, that is a bit too
No.
much.
See. Yeah, no. If you look at my sound,
You think you can put a satellite in space or a spaceship?
Exactly. You
calm
cannot
down.
manufacture microchips,
stop
but you
being
want to go and put
negative.
satellite
Stop being
in space.
negative.
How?
Be
No.
positive.
See, calm down. Because this is something I discovered even when because some of us study in Nigeria.
Hold on. Let me have a turn. So when it comes to security issue, let me talk about security. So we can stay in the line with what here. So if you look at the insecurity in Nigeria, right, you can see like there's a correlation between the insecurity in Nigeria and the state of the economy of Nigeria. And this same thing happens anywhere in the world. In the United States of America, same thing. When there's economic issue in America, fascism starts to rise, and there's a rise in fascism, and the right wing groups start rising, alt-right groups. Same thing in Europe. When there was economic issues in Germany, that was how Hitler rose. Nigeria is going through the same thing. It's just it's just wearing a mask of like religious mask, right? Religious intolerance. But the thing is, it's the economy. If the economy was good, it would be hard for these people to recruit members, because most of the people that join these militia groups and the terror groups are people whose back is on the wall. They don't have anything else. And you gotta understand, large percentage of Nigerians are youth. The youth in Nigeria actually make up the large percentage of Nigerians, right? And most of them are unemployed. And the thing is, you shouldn't underestimate survival, right?
Okay.
Most of them is based on survival, but the thing is, they will create other reasons to avoid cognitive dissonance. They will create reasons like religious reasons. They will claim, "Oh, we want to create a caliphate," but the core of it all is
good. I'm glad you're back, GD. Sorry, Centricast. I just wanted to share.
Let me hold on. Let's just have a break. Let's have a break so that we can regroup, relax, get a refreshment, and then carry on. So let me just play this in the meantime.
Go ahead.
Yoga. Inowogogogwa arrive to Gimabo. Obozano go, Ousoga Milo, Mbelago Coca, Alago Tupalo, Atunabi no what in a wona natulo, Igo Shibiga, Ikia Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ikia Coca Cocawa, Elagole Wone, Elaloye Bolo, Ambatuka Mole, Ogo Modaja, Kimaha. Male awaiko bibilo ole haya geku olodumaya geku olomoteho oye kokonu moya sema omola hapa oda oye moya kya oblage geku ipuga je moya gama elago uso otris yoga ai yoga inowogogwa arrive to Gimabo Obozano go, Ousoga Milo, Mbelago Coca, Alago Tupalo, Atunabi no what in a wona natulo, Igo Shibiga, Ikia Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ikia Coca Cocawa, Elagole Wone, Elaloye Bolo, Ambatuka Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku, Olomoteho, Oye Kokonu Moya Sema, Omola hapa oda oye moya jama oblage geku ipuga je moya kama elako uso otris yoga ai yoga inowogogogwa arrive to Gimabo Obozano go Ousoga Milo Mbelago Coca Alago Tupalo Atunabi no what in a wona natulo Igo Shibiga Ikia Shibiawa Ikoka Kokaga, Ikia Coca Cocawa, Elagole Wone, Elaloye Bolo, Ambatuka Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku, Olomoteho, Oye Bonu Moya Sema, Omola. Yoga. Ai, yoga. Inowogogogwa arrive to Gimabo. Obozano go, Ousoga Milo, Mbelago Coca, Alago Tupalo, Atunabi no what in a wona natulo, Igo Shibiga, Ikia Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ikia Coca Cocawa, Elagole Wone, Elaloye Bolo, Ambatuka Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku, Olomoteho, Oye Kokonu Moya Sema, Omola. Yoga. Ai, yoga. Inowogogogwa arrive to Gimabo Obozano go, Ousoga Milo, Mbelago Coca, Alago Tupalo, Atunabi no what in a wona natulo, Igo Shibiga, Ikia Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ikia Coca Cocawa, Elagole Wone, Elaloye Bolo, Ambatuka Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku, Olomoteho, Oye Kokonu Moya.
All right. Where's everybody? All right. Okay. So now we can move to something else, some other subject matter, something more pertinent to what is going on, either in the world or in Nigeria. Maybe the Iran issue. American jets have been brought down. I think, from what I got, 2 of them. There is a controversy between F-15E or F-25 that is going on, or there is also the other one. I've forgotten the name of the other aircraft. It's a kind of bomber that may have been brought down.
Warthog or the A-10?
Yeah, the A-10 that may have been brought down in Iran. So I don't know. I think this one, Saxonia, maybe I get the feeling that you, Jide, Logic may have something to say about this. So what do you make of these aircrafts coming down suddenly? What is it? China that is giving them something now, or what? What is it? Why have they not shot this thing down before, or is it that American craft are coming lower now? What do you think is going on?
No.
So I think, first of all, sorry.
I wanted Saxonia to go ahead. This.
No, let him go. No.
Oh, can I go ahead? Okay.
Yeah,
I think, okay, thanks. I think, first of all, like, they've already made it clear during the war that any violation of their airspace will be treated with great consequences. They've made it very clear. And I'm not sure it is because of the immediate support by China and Russia that they are suddenly now beginning to shoot down the aircrafts. I don't think that's the case. This war that they are waging on the US and Israel, it had been planned for over 20 years. for at least over 20 years. So they've anticipated situations like this, where they will, because they know that America has a superior air superpower. They have superior air force compared to Iran. That's for sure. I'm not denying that. But they've anticipated that already. They've prepared for that, that once either F-15 or F-16 flies over Iran, they will shoot it down. This is not the first time they are shooting down.
But they've been flying for more than a month. Why is that suddenly 1 day, 2?
No. Well, they've been shooting down before now.
And they shot the helicopters too.
Yes.
Well, listen, the bottom line of everything is very simple. They configured their SAMs, their surface air missiles, to become heat-seeking in such a way that whenever these attack aircrafts throw in decoy flares, the missile recognizes that it's a decoy and aims for the correct object, the correct target, which is the planes. So how they did that, we don't know. But what people are supposing is that the Chinese, well, first of all, they think the Russians configured the charismas, which is what they've been using to bring them down. And then they think the Huatong, or however the Chinese pronounce their SAMs, that they just gave Iran 500 off. They think that those ones, instead of, they just basically think they use heat seeking now.
So can I respond to that real quick? So the point is, this is not the first time they're shooting it down. They've shot down fighter jets in this war. Earlier, I mean, if we've been following the trend, this is not the first time.
The F-35 have never been down in combat ever.
I don't know the name, but clearly they've been shooting down fighter jets. This is not the first time. And there were casualties. I've been following this once it started.
But
the only time one went down was in Kuwait. Yeah, and it was friendly fire.
Exactly. Yeah, one went down in Kuwait. Right, exactly.
Friendly fire.
Then the tanker one, is it not the tanker one that went down in Iraq?
Talking about the Russian assistance.
Yeah, the transport plane.
I'm talking about the Russian assistance that Saxonia was talking about. Russia is not directly supporting Iran. Directly. They are using North Korea. So I know this may surprise some people, but actually it is through North Korea that a lot of the intelligence assets, a lot of the military assets that are being supplied to Iran is coming from. So, North Korea.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Let me explain. So, North Korea and Russia, they have a strong military alliance.
But why do you think that North Korea, Russia will need to go through North Korea?
That's what I want to explain. And you're laughing, but we explain. So, in Russia itself, they are competing, I won't say competing, but there is a network of powerful elites that are a little bit sympathetic to Israel. And they do not want to, as a result of that, they are a little bit hesitant for a full support for Iran. They are not against support of Iran, but they are. If you look at what happened with Syria, give me time, let me talk. If you look at what happened in Syria, you will see that Israel was bombing Syria even when Russian military was there. But at the same time, Russia was not intervening. The point I'm making is the kind of assistance that Russia is giving anti-imperialist countries like Iran and previously Syria is limited directly.
What do you mean limited?
Limited. That's what I'm explaining. The reason why I'm saying it's limited is because they cannot afford to fully support an anti-imperialist resistance that would decapacitate Israel. Because there are also some elements within Russia that are very sympathetic to Israel.
Wrong. That's completely true. Wrong. Russia,
that's
okay,
right.
All right, good. Russia is giving, because you have no idea what you're talking about. So Russia is giving, you have no idea what you're talking about. Russia is giving.
Please let me talk.
All right, so.
Oh my God, that's not me to talk.
Go ahead. Give us your whole history of elites, and he asks about the weapons and the intelligence.
This is not the first time that Russia gives limited assistance. when during the Israel-Arab conflict, what happened with Syria? They were supporting Syria. Syria advanced towards Israel. They withdrew their support because Israel contacted during the Soviet Union. They contacted them not to continue to support them. If not, they'll use nuclear weapons. They had to withdraw. So the point I'm making is that, let me finish talking. Let me finish.
What's your point?
And the point I'm making is that Russia cannot support Iran directly, fully. So North Korea, that is a military ally, is one supplying a lot of the Russian assets. That's what I'm
Wait, hold on. What Russian asset?
They're supplying surveillance. They're supplying a lot of some drones.
That's not an asset. But in any event, Iran is definitely using information, intelligence that it is getting from Russia. 100% satellite images, 100% man on the ground, 100% weapons. In fact,
Russian man on the
Iran,
ground.
You have no idea what you're talking about. So in fact, Iran sends tons of Shahed to Russia. And Russia retrofitted them and sent them back to Iran. This is not something that the United States. This is not. Stop pretending like you know what you're talking about. So this is not something. This is not something that the United States does not know. North Korea is not being an intermediary. China is not. China is not hiding it.
China is not hiding it.
China is not hiding it. Russia. Yeah. Okay. So Russia is not hiding it. China is not hiding it. The United States knows that the real people they are fighting right now, based on the things that are happening on the ground. I mean, it's impossible for Iranians, and I said this, I think, on the second day of the war with Rudolph. It is impossible that the Iranian missiles are hitting their targets, pinpoint their objectives. And this was even before everybody knew that they were using the Beidou, the Chinese satellite. You know, before it was out. But people knew. They're not hiding it. Both sides are not hiding it.
I never said China is not supporting Iran. I was talking
about both sides
China
are not.
is definitely supporting Iran.
Both sides are not hiding that they are. Both sides are not.
All right. Let me just address this quickly, so I can move on to some other person. See, the point you are making, Jide, the point you made is even not very strong, because you said the only case you have for it is that Syria was marching towards Israel and Israel threatened to use nuclear weapons, so Russia, Soviet Union said they should come back. It's because of the nuclear weapon threat, not because they are not allied to Syria.
Well, I gave an example with what's happening when they were bombing Syria, when they took part of Syria. Russian military. They were bombing Syria all the time.
Yeah, they were bombing Syria.
What did Russia do? Russia did not do anything.
Hold on. The same thing goes for America now. When America watch Hezbollah bomb this thing. See, the point I'm making is that when Syria fell, Russia said it was Assad that gave up fighting, not them. Assad gave up. So they had to give up. We can't fight for somebody that doesn't want to fight.
Before then, they keep bombing Syria. Before the October 7th, they keep bombing Syria. They keep bombing them all the time. Russia would not do anything.
Yeah, because, see, if they bomb them, if Israel bombs Syria, if Russia bombs Israel, America comes in. You see the equation there? So they have to stand apart. Then it's up to Syria to deal with Israel too.
In fact, let me give you another example.
That's what I'm saying.
When the United States was going to go into Venezuela, I have no idea what you're talking about. When the United States was going to go into Venezuela, you claimed on here that you told us these fantastical stories of how the Chavistas are going to fight back, how Russia is going to supply Oreshniks. and when I was telling you, it's not going to happen, because that will, in effect, lead both sides, Russia and the United States, into a direct confrontation. It will only lead into a collision. It's not going to happen. Maduro is going to have to be on his own. You argued here, even, what's his name, Mr. James, not Mr. James, the other old man, became very upset. In this situation, what we're looking at right now, especially as boots are being placed on the ground, if there is no sort of tempering down between both parties, we're finally going to see a direct confrontation. I say all that to say both of them have not shied away from hiding their influence on their proxies. So the same way that Hezbollah and Ansarullah and Jamaatul Islam and all the Hamas proxies of Iran, that is the same way the Iranian government is a proxy of Russia. That is the same way Israel is a proxy of the United States, up until recently the West. So they're not hiding it. It's not something that they have to go through a third party to go first to North Korea and come back. No, both sides are beefing right now, and they're not hiding it.
Can I push back a little bit?
But I heard that North Korea supplied Iran.
Whether you like it or not, North Korea is supplying Iran with military assets. Whether you like it or not, this is a fact.
Yeah, I've heard that too. How true is that?
One thing, really?
They said that they found the U.S. airman, that they are trying. There's ongoing firefight to.
So they found him?
That they located him, but there is a firefight going on to actually rescue him from the place. So
maybe that's why Trump is in a hospital
at the same time. That's what tends to happen.
But anyway, I was going to reply to
Yeah, so Iran was supposed to sign a security agreement with Russia, which they did not. That's why Russia is not going to be involved, because Russia, right? The
defense pact.
Yeah, they didn't sign any defense pact, because Russia cannot just join in the conflict without going through the political process. It's a democracy, even though it's not like democracy like America. It goes through democratic process. They're not just gonna get involved in the conflict without having any kind of pact. So that's why Russia is not going to be involved directly.
Dude, and even if they had a defense pact with Iran, it is still too early for them to get involved. Case in point, Pakistan has a defense pact with Saudi Arabia that if Saudi Arabia is ever attacked by any nation, they do not need authority. Pakistan will jump in. But Pakistan still hasn't gotten in. They haven't even supplied a bullet to Saudi Arabia, because everybody is trying to avoid this thing exacerbating. That's what everybody is trying to avoid. So even if Russia signed 10 defense pacts with them, they still wouldn't get in. Not now. And not anytime soon.
Yeah, based on what we've heard, most of the bombs that were dropped in Saudi Arabia were not from Iran. Iran denied that it was them, actually. So it could be it could be
false flag by Israel.
Iran denies is most likely to be Israel.
Because they have intelligence. They can actually investigate and find out that it's actually not Iran. And I don't think Iran will shy away from.
I mean, you can always look at the satellite trajectory. It's the simplest thing you can do. You can look at where the missile came from, track it through satellite, and you'll see it right there.
When they say he's recovered,
no, I mean like military intelligence. That's right.
Let me correct this guy. He said when he says he's recovered, they mean they've found him, but they still need to get him out of there. So they are in the firefight as it stands right now. Funny enough, they are not even showing it on BBC or CNN. It's on Al Jazeera instead, which is interesting.
So they've located them. Now they have to evacuate them.
Yes, basically.
So they're going to have to send a special force like Delta or Team SEAL 6 and extricate them from that.
So there's still a lot of contemplation about sending troops directly to Iran, because they are probably aware of what the potential consequences could be. So they are still thinking twice, like clearly.
To say truth to Iran is a very, very dangerous game to play, because it's not like Iraq or any other country. Because the country has drones, has missiles, and you want to walk into their territory.
They're gonna slaughter everybody that goes in there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a bad idea. You have to make sure that they don't have any of those things.
Listen, do yourself a favor. Go look at the terrain of Iran, just on the civilian map. Look, and then zoom in and see how much of how rugged it is. Rugged, and they have this rough terrain. Like everybody's thinking now. You send the 82nd Division.
Iran will be very hard to defeat because of the nature of the landscape. It's very tough.
What does defeat look like, though? Like, what do you mean by defeat?
Defeat for Iran, it will be, as it stands right now, will be removing the regime from office, removing the regime from power. Then disabling the country in such a way that they don't have any capacity. That you take their nuclear capacity, we take their ballistic missile capacity, which means you literally have to eliminate a lot of people. Pardon?
They don't have nuclear capacity. They only have civilian.
That's nuclear capacity.
Their military capacity, basically.
You guys, whenever you hear nuclear, you think bomb.
Well, they enrich uranium past 60%. But in any event, back to your question,
I don't think they
what will defeat be for Iran?
They have done up to 60% or more.
They have not.
I did say over 60%. Anyway, so what will defeat be for Iran? In my opinion, it'll be what forefathers said, plus being able to choose the next Iranian leadership.
Yeah.
So not just eliminating them, not just eliminating them will be the not just.
Do you know why that doesn't matter? If they choose their own, but they don't have the capacity to do anything, it's useless. You see, that's what Israel wants. They don't care who you choose, as long as it doesn't have the capacity to create those ballistic missiles.
Well, it doesn't have the capacity, but they can always.
That's a always regime, right?
Listen,
that's a pliance
regime. Iran's knowledge is not going anywhere. Iran's knowledge, no, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I think.
So Venezuela, they want a Venezuela-style leadership, right? What they did in Venezuela, like,
Oh no! Israel doesn't want that. Though Israel doesn't want that. No! Israel doesn't want that. What if the regime changes? they don't
like they want
it
capture the presidents.
They have to destroy all
Israel wants
better compared to what is happening in Iran today, where their leaders all been decimated, killed. At least Maduro there simply just there handover. He's still alive today. At least the economy is moving, is working. At least compared to that of Iran that is being decimated.
Economy is working.
I mean,
Venezuela's economy is working.
I'm talking about Venezuela's own. Like at least they can produce.
What economy? What part of the economy is working?
I mean, compared to them going into war with the US or any other country. Are you getting my point? Like what is happening in Iran today?
So Lodge, to clarify, there was a traitor within Venezuela. There was the political architecture itself. There were traitors that clearly allowed that were compromised, that permitted the entry of the US force to capture Maduro. So it was not like they were just completely incompetent. It was just a matter of there were traitors within their military architecture.
But that is the game now. That is the game of war.
That's the game. That was what I agree. That was what they were trying to do with Iran, but it failed. It's completely failed.
I can't say it failed. Reason being that it's a different plan or different terrain entirely. Like what forefather have said, it depends on what you define as win.
So to put this in context, what I'm saying is they'll go and bomb and kill the leader and get out, like they did in Venezuela or something like that. Like, or they will capture the leader and get out. That was what they were trying to do. Bomb some places, either you kill the leader or capture the leader, then get out. That was what they were trying to do with Iran. No.
Remember earlier you would say this was our argument. You said America was preparing for a long-term war. I told you no.
I made it clear that the end now.
And I told you. Wait, hold up. Now you're saying. Now you're agreeing that they were waiting for a short-term war. And I was trying to tell you, based on the troops, the regiments that they're sending, the units that they're sending, they are preparing for a short-term war.
So what I said was, they were going for a short term. They were preparing for long term.
I don't think they're going for a short term. Like, what do you mean by the regiment is sending that they go for short term?
Well, they were sending mostly amphibious units, bombers. They sent aircraft carriers. They had no plans to put people on the ground. None at all.
That's what they did in Vietnam. They only
that's not true. In Vietnam, it was mainly infantry that were in Vietnam. They did not use aircraft carriers in Vietnam. Vietnam was mainly the infantry. Those are what the battalions was made up of, and air units. Completely different units.
But even before that, they usually use their proxies in Vietnam. I think that's North Vietnamese they use or something.
North Vietnam.
South Vietnam. The South Vietnam got defeated, and they sent
South Vietnam is here.
They gradually sending the military. They sent like 1,500 people. That was the first, and then they keep increasing the number, which is what they're trying to do. They're not going to send in all their contingents like at the same time. They will send in like.
I get the feeling that maybe Trump at some level agreed to come in thinking that it was going to be shorter war.
That was what I was expecting.
While Israel Netanyahu in the background is thinking, I hope he comes in because I will try to make it stretch as long as possible. That is the whole point. Because
I've gotten it. What are you even talking about?
Well, you gotta understand.
That's what I said.
Yo, forefathers continue.
What happens when Iran falls to the Arab countries there in terms of what Israel represents? Israel will be by far the most powerful country in the area because the rest, because all
no, stop that, forefather. Israel can never be the most powerful country. It can't.
Israel can easily become the most powerful country in the Middle East.
Easily, because when I discovered that water weakness of the Arab, the Gulf nations, I said, "Oh my God!"
No. That doesn't matter because Israel has the same. Israel has the same problem. So Israel also
relies on it very little.
a lot. Israel actually no. Israel also. No, very high. Israel also depends on desalination plants. They all do. All right. But that is not the issue. The issue is if Israel's plan has always been, and this is going back to what you guys were talking about, the regime change and what we're saying about if they're just killing one head of the snake in the Iranian regime, and I hate calling them the Iranian regime, and the Iranian government is not going to stop it. So one monkey don't stop no show, right? But this is the thing. Israel wants to keep America in a forever war. And if Israel can somehow put America in a situation where it becomes like Vietnam, like Afghanistan, like Iraq, then
what was the objective of doing that?
Oh my God!
Hold on. To destabilize everybody.
Hold on. Now I'm seeing something very strange here. Like, okay, it's not strange, but you are right, Saxonia, that Israel relies on
desalination plants,
75 to 85%.
Yeah,
that makes Israel vulnerable.
Yeah,
very.
Very vulnerable. Okay.
Oh my!
Listen,
Israel. What they are fighting for, like this?
Yes. Listen, Israel. There's two options. Israel is.
Israel. That land. Look at us.
No, it's not the land. Israel wants to eliminate Iran. Iran is the only impediment to its objective of gaining or achieving its greater Israeli project, which I've spoken on a billion times when I first started coming. Yes, but not if you bog them down with war. So if you bog them down with war and you put them in a situation where they cannot focus on development, but they have to focus on defending themselves for the next 20 years while Israel builds, then guess who becomes a superpower? But Iran recognized this a long time ago. They have, kudos to their military analysts, kudos to their people that do this future scenarios. Beautiful. So they knew right away that this was going to be Israel's plan. And what they did was, we're going to bog down the United States by attacking all the Gulf nations. So we're going to destroy all their bases. And it's not only going to impact you militarily, it's going to end up impacting you financially. So now America is worried about itself. It cannot take care of Israel. It cannot take care of its allies in the GCC. America is going to have to leave there.
So I think
the way surprised me was when I was reading the news. They said Israel sent more. Somebody said, I don't know why it's correct. He said Israel has sent more missiles and drones to Bahrain than Israel. Iran has sent more drones and missiles to Bahrain than Israel. That cannot be true.
Because everybody got a feeling.
From what I could sense, it seems like Israel already gathered the intelligence of the outcome of that war. Crazy. Right? It's like they already gathered an intelligence before that war. But they kind of manipulated that intelligence. They framed it in a wrong way when they were collaborating with the Americans. Say, oh, it's going to be a straight away like Venezuela and you'll be fine. But they knew, like what you guys are saying, like they knew it was going to be a long war.
Americans, listen. American
war as well.
American intelligence agents are not dumb.
But they were dumb enough to not realize they were in this.
American intelligence, I'm just saying, let's not give the Mossad or the Shin Bet too much credit, okay?
They're just compromised. They're not dumb.
They're compromised. So it's not like they're dumb, like they knew, like you're saying they knew the outcome. Nobody, listen, in a fight, okay, just like war, all your plans go out the window the moment your opponent hits you right back. So it's just like a fight. You think you have all this training, you went to camp for 6 months, and then you throw a jab, and then the guy, he clocks you right back. Guess what? Guess what? Your brain scrambles, and then you forget all that training.
Israel knows about it.
I think I can see how they can make that case.
No,
because if you look at before,
Israel was.
Let me explain that. I think because if you look at before they attacked Hezbollah, I think 2 years ago, last year, before they attacked Hezbollah, people thought when Israel takes on Hezbollah fully, that it's going to be a very, very long war, that maybe even Hezbollah will win. Then Israel went with that decapitation tactics where they took out Nasrallah and everything. You can see that everybody saw Israel take the momentum from the war and the pager attack and all that stuff. So maybe that's what they are thinking. That's how they made the case for Trump this time, thinking that, okay, if we decapitate all the Ayatollah was like a figure that cannot die even. Then 40 top this thing. There's no way this will carry on. They will lose momentum. But maybe that.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think.
Donald Trump made it clear.
You can see how they can make that argument.
Listen.
They didn't realize it was going to be a long war.
They knew. No, listen. Even a G12 knows that this was going to be long. But what they've been trying to do to the United States listen, Israel does not care about the United States. I don't think people will understand it as time goes on. You know, they've caught them on camera saying it. They've caught Simeon Ben-Gvir saying it. They've caught Ehud Barak saying it. They've caught Benjamin Netanyahu saying it. They've caught Naftali Bennett saying it, that we're just here, we're going to suck them dry, and then when we're ready, we discard them. They don't care.
But America also has interest in destroying Iran. They're making it seem like it's only Israel that has
America has no interest in destroying Iran.
America has interest in destroying Iran.
America has no interest. America's interest is based on what the Israelis categorize as their fear in the Middle East.
I don't know why you keep thinking that America has interest in destroying
Iran. America has no interest.
Calm down. America literally signed a deal with Iran.
Their interest
is not. Their interest is Iran not going nuclear.
Okay,
That's all they care about.
Do you realize America just gave Iran? America just gave Iran another America just gave Iran $14 billion in the last 2 weeks. Do you
Can you let me talk, please? Like
he doesn't listen. That's his problem.
I'm listening. You're not getting me. Like, did Russia sign an agreement before the Ukraine war? They signed an agreement. I forgot the name of that agreement now. The Minsk agreement was not under Barack Obama. Was that agreement not turned away? What you need to understand about the US empire is they can sign an agreement with you and the next day they will tear it away. They'll disobey it and still violate the agreement.
That's not the point. We're not talking about the agreement. Hold on, sir. What we're talking about, no, that wasn't what forefathers said. The argument.
Let me listen.
The argument was not about if they signed an agreement. It was what was America's interest in destroying Iran. And we're saying America has no interest in destroying Iran. America has none. No interest. America's interest is based on what Israel wants in that region. That is as far as America's interest.
That's what I'm saying. That's where I disagree. So I'm not saying there are geopolitical reasons why America cannot afford to allow Iran to be a regional power in the Middle East.
Okay, this is what you're going to do for us. Hold on. This is what you're going to do for us. Without including Israel, show us why America cares. And in fact, actually includes the GCC countries.
Can I answer?
1 second.
Okay.
I haven't asked a question. Without including Israel and even the GCC, what is America's interest or fear of a strong Iran in that region?
Thank you so much. I will answer it clearly. So first of all, as part of the US's foreign policy, they cannot afford, for them to maintain their global primacy, they cannot afford a competing superpower within any region that is going to compete with them. That's number one. Number two, their major goal is they cannot afford rising powers like Russia and China to outcompete them. Number three, and one of the ways in which they're able to maintain their dominance is by what? By containing and attacking competing powers. And Iran stands in that way. Number four is they need Iran's resources. The way imperialism works is you need to keep looting resources of countries that are seen as adversaries. Nigeria, our country, is one of them. Iran is another. If they are able to take over Iran has so much oil and gas. They will loot Iran's oil and gas like they did in Syria and Libya and Iraq. They will do that. That's through their multinationals, and they will earn, if not trillions of dollars. So that is America's interest. Apart from that, they can use Iran as a source to further contain Russia and China, because like I said, the ultimate goal is to decapacitate Russia and China. And if they take over Iran, they already have Azerbaijan already. If they can take over Iran, that will be a set way for them to further go into a confrontation with Russia and China. That's why Iran is very important. Iran is in that way. Iran is an impediment.
Let me take on that.
Answer the question. So what do you want to do?
But let me see that argument. Let me just try to find holes in the argument.
Man, I'm all right. Oh my goodness.
So now you said that one of your arguments that has weight was that they could use Iran as a kind of geopolitical strategic location to choke off Russia and China. But in reality, they can easily do that too, because they can block Iran further down the pipeline, the ocean, if they wanted to. So they don't need to worry about only the Strait of Hormuz. America has the power to block other areas. So if America wants to block the Strait of Hormuz itself, they can block it. It's to allow ships to go through. That's the problem. You see what I mean? So that argument doesn't hold if you are looking at it from that point of view.
No, that's not their point of view. I'm looking at it. You're looking at it from Strait of Hormuz. I'm looking at it from a wider picture, in the sense that there is a Belt and Roads initiative by China there is the link, there is a Eurasian linkage. That is why it's important that Iran cannot afford to be part of that Eurasian linkage. Once they are able to take over Iran, the Eurasian project of Russia and China would definitely be impeded. That's what Iran stands for. I'm not even talking about Strait of Hormuz. I'm not even referring to Strait of Hormuz. I'm talking about the fact that
countries around Iran are somehow linked to America, so it's not going to make any difference.
It's going to make a lot of difference.
Iran is not an existential.
Those are small countries. I mean,
Iran is not an existential threat to the United States.
Should we look at
listen again. Listen again. I don't care what map you think. All of a sudden, you think you can read maps. Listen. Iran.
What are you saying?
I don't think. I doubt you know more than service. Listen. Let me speak. Let me speak. I doubt you know more than the Directorate of National Intelligence, and I doubt you know more than service chiefs. Obviously, let me land, please. So obviously, you have to know more than people like Tulsi Gabbard and Kent.
Oh my goodness.
You know more than Tulsi Gabbard.
Wow.
You have access to the files that she had access to. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm not trying to.
All right. So anyway, let me just continue. So
you know what she said before Trump was elected? That woman. Do you know what she said?
I don't care. Let me finish.
It doesn't matter what she said.
She was direct. She was DNI. She was director of DNI. Who are you?
They don't have any.
Who are you?
You can't rely on them. They don't have any.
Who are you? She was director of DNI. Who are you?
She does not have any integrity. She does not have any.
Who are you?
Hold on, now, Saxonia. You can't just argue like that. You have to argue with him logically, because one, what is your other argument? The Belt and Road Initiative is your argument. So if I show you the map now, where in this map makes any difference in the Belt and Road Initiative that you're talking about? Where in this map makes any difference to it? Let me see if I can zoom in so that you can see clearly.
Yeah, zoom it. Yeah, zoom it, please.
Let me move this out of the way and see if I can get a satellite view. I think it's a satellite view, so we can see clearer. So this is Iran here.
Mm-hmm.
Where in this route makes any difference?
It makes a difference because this part of the Eurasian corridor.
Who are you guys?
Yes.
This part of the Eurasian corridor was funny, man. What is this?
Listen, you cannot know. Hold on, let me finish, please. You keep jumping down my throat. You cannot know more than the DNI. You cannot know more than the Pentagon chiefs. You cannot. Well, obviously,
don't do this. Don't argue with him about who knows more than the other. I want to see why.
I'm saying that. Listen to me. Stop muting me because he's the one that keeps talking over me. So I'm saying that.
More than this person and this person.
The reason I am saying that, and if you would let me speak or tell your friend to let me speak, maybe
you interrupted me when I was speaking to him. So let me finish.
I was speaking.
I do not trust it.
Let me finish what I'm saying, because hold on, I want you to
tell me. That's a problem.
Calm down now. Tell me why the Belt and Road Initiative getting to Iran will make much of a difference in what America thinks about Iran, or that Belt and Road Initiative.
Where Iran stands is at the corridor. It's a Eurasian corridor, right? Mm-hmm. And that will be very key for transport of oil and gas and so many things just within across Asia to Europe, because through this landmass, resources can be transported to Europe. Does that make sense?
But how is he going to cross? See, hold on. How is he going to cross all the way to Europe through American allies?
Where are the American allies here?
Turkey,
Azerbaijan,
Afghanistan
is not an American ally, Sha.
Afghanistan is not an American ally. This is where he's going to stop now. This is where he's going to stop. At most, Iran. Then he can't go beyond this. All these areas, America is all over there. So why?
But that's what I'm saying. That's why Iran is an impediment, man. You just said it. Iran is an impediment.
No,
Iran is driving me around like this.
Iran is not an impediment.
It's an impediment. Oh my God! To the Eurasian corridor, whoever controls this strait is going to almost control the crucial part of the world.
See, America is an impediment to the Belt and Road Initiative, not Iran.
Do you agree on that?
No. America is an impediment
to the Belt and Road
Initiative.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Now let me finish. Let's say Iran remains there. It's an ally of China. The Belt and Road Initiative stops here. It doesn't go beyond here because America is all over here. So what is the point that you're making?
I don't think it stops there. I think China has a very strong relationship. It has very strong relationships with Europe.
Hold on. Ask him a question back. Like, where does America control? Where?
No, because this is at the core of it now. Because if you say they want to go to Europe, then America has to permit it to go to Europe before they allow it to go to Europe. So if America doesn't permit it, it doesn't go anyway. So what is the point of getting rid of Iran?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, can we look at the East?
If you get rid of Iran, all you have accomplished. Hold on.
Let's focus on the West. Can we look at the East?
If you get rid of Iran, all you have accomplished is to reduce the Belt and Road Initiative to Afghanistan.
Can we look at the East? We only focus on the West. Can we look at the East, please?
Which one is East again? This side? Okay.
Like, I mean, yes. Yes, exactly. Like,
let me zoom out a bit.
Zoom out. Thank you. So basically, the transport of oil, gas, and resources to Russia and China from Iran, that's what I'm talking about. To the Eurasian landmass.
Be shipping Russia gas from here to Russia.
It's not just gas. Russia has gas, but don't you get the point? You get the point, right?
Hold on now. See,
you have to get my point.
See, calm down. I want to get the point you are making clearly. The Russia, Iran will ship gas from here to China. That's a valid point. They can ship it over ground instead of using the sea or whatever. They ship it over ground, but they can do it now anyway. So what is the problem?
They can do it now when they're fighting a war.
No, because they can do it now. When they are at peace, they could have done it because Afghanistan, I'm not sure there's anything.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, that they need to take over Iran. That's the thing.
Okay, Iran, so they need to take over Iran. Okay, so now you're saying it's for the gas.
There are many reasons. I just mentioned one. The second one is also military. If they take over Iran, for instance, and Iran becomes a pliant regime to Uncle Sam, if you look at it very well, they can easily use that as a leeway to further contain Russia and China easily. They already have Azerbaijan. You get what I'm saying? They already have the Gulf countries.
Russia and China.
Yes, they would use Iran.
Jide, if your premise,
don't you understand? They don't care because
if your premise was correct,
what do you mean they don't care?
If your premise was correct,
the only reason why Russia is fighting about Ukraine is because it's next door to Russia.
If your premise was if your premise was even a percentage correct, okay, we will not have.
You will say you don't.
We will not.
You will say you cannot comprehend.
Let me finish.
I really hope forefathers understood everything I said.
All right. Okay. So just give me 2 seconds. All right. I know you're part of these Joint Service Chiefs. If your premise that all of this Belt and Road Initiative, if the Belt and Road Initiative automatically, can I please finish? I listen to you. All right. So if the Belt and Road Initiative automatically made, because you guys are just pointing to maps to see if you even know how the pipelines are going to be routed, but whatever. So if the Belt and Road Initiative was the sole reason why America suddenly became an existential, Iran became an existential threat to the security of the United States. Okay, Kent will still be in his position. Garbutt will still be in her position. General George will still be in his position. All those 12 service chiefs that got fired by exit in the last 2 days, presumptuously, maybe, let me finish, please. Because they disagreed with him, they will still be in their position. The bottom line, even former intelligence officers have repeatedly said on numerous broadcasts, service chiefs have been leaking information anonymously to the press. And what they keep reiterating is that they are against the war because Iran does not pose an existential threat to the United States. Congressmen have said this. Other experts have said it. I don't know why you would think that all of a sudden you're the one that's right, and both serving and former intelligence agents are wrong, but carry on.
Sonia, can I respond? So there are two things. The first thing is, the reason why I responded the way I responded earlier was I'm very passionate about this let me don't call it misdirected, but this analysis about Israel is the one controlling America to do what it's doing. I'm very passionate about that thing. It's actually a fallacy. It's a fallacy. You see, people like Candace Owens, Topical saying, I don't trust their analysis. I do not. That's number one. Number two is that. Number two. Saxonia, did you read the document I've been sending? This is about Iran. Who wrote it? Is it aliens that wrote the document of how to destroy Iran? Have you read it?
What document?
It was written that I have an official document that was written about Iran. It's called
public source document. Stop acting like you are the only one that had this document in your pocket.
Oh my God! Okay, it's a
like you say all these things. Like I don't know why you like. I would only imagine if you worked in like the DNI. Like,
don't go after the man now. He's just
no, I'm not going after him. It's two men. Like, stop jumping in his defense. If he's saying things like that, I have to check it. And
face arguments and things deteriorate. It doesn't need to be that.
Well, it's okay. We're two men. Let's. You don't have to back someone up. It's all right. He's a grown man.
Saxonia, if you have read the documents, right? If you have read the documents, you'll be able to understand that America has serious geopolitical interest in Iran. If you had read that document. And if you read that document to the T, you'll be able to understand that a lot of the things they are doing currently to Iran had been documented, had been planned several years before. So it is not a thing of, oh, it is Tel Aviv that is pushing Israel to do what it's doing. Because about the right time.
The rest of America has finally agreed that Israel controls the United States.
You know,
I understand. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Let me finish. All right. Even the layman on the streets has finally opened his eyes to realize that America's influence comes from Tel Aviv. Our CIA headquarters was moved to Tel Aviv. Okay? Part of the Pentagon and DHS were moved to Jerusalem. What else do you call influence? Each time Israel wants something done, Netanyahu comes here and our senators and congressmen stand up 37 times and give him a standing ovation. You don't, you cannot all of a sudden.
Let me ask him another question.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
You guys actually agree, right? The thing is, you guys haven't actually figured out how your talking points actually connects, right? American interest and Israeli interest aligns. That's why there's Pentagon in Israel. Their interests align. So Israeli interests and American interests are the same thing. There's no difference.
They're not the same thing, bro. And no. I don't care how you try to frame that. Israeli interest is what America is currently pursuing. We're not pursuing American interests. We haven't done that in like the last 45 years since Lyndon B. Johnson, the biggest supporter of Zionism that headed the country. Since Lyndon Johnson became president, America has been kowtowing to the interests of Israel. Ever since they knocked down JFK, every single president, Lyndon B. Johnson, Nixon, Carter, Reagan, George Bush the first, Bill Clinton, everybody, stop shaking your head. You have no idea what you're even talking about. And I don't want to get disrespectful, and I don't want to start throwing in where have you been, you know what I mean, or how long.
So you have an idea of what you're talking about. Okay. So the work.
Yeah, but based on my profession, yes. And based on the fact that I'm from Brooklyn, yes.
The Wolfowitz doctrine was written by Zionists. They wrote it, right?
Do you realize Wolfowitz is a Zionist?
the new American century.
Do you realize that Wolfowitz
was written by
Do
Zion?
you realize that Wolfowitz himself? See, you have no idea what you're talking about. Do you realize that Wolfowitz himself is a Jew, a Zionist? Do you even know that? Obviously, you don't.
Does it even matter?
You just said it. I wouldn't matter. What's this guy saying?
What is
Wolfowitz? You just. No, I'm not chilling.
What is Wolfowitz?
What the hell is?
Is there an Israeli or an American?
Wolfowitz is an American Jew.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
He's an American Jew. Like, I want to call you choice words now. Like, what are you even talking about? You have no idea what the fuck you're even talking about.
We don't know what to do about terrorists.
What are you talking about?
We've got a good military and we can take down government.
You mentioned Wolfowitz to say the Jews are not, the Zionists are not involved. You don't even know that Wolfowitz is a Zionist. What are you talking about?
No, I never said he's a Zionist or no. What I'm saying is the Wolfowitz doctrine was just about America.
You said, listen again. Don't try to spin what you said.
Oh my goodness.
You said that
He's an
Wolfowitz.
American guy that wrote a doctrine that.
Listen again. Stop trying to spin it. Everybody heard you. You said.
I don't care if it was a Jew, American.
You said.
He's a fucking white dude. That's all I know.
You just. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating talking to you because you're insufferable. You said that basically, so you would say the Jews wrote the Wolfowitz doctrine. This is what you said. And I'm telling you that Wolfowitz himself is a Jew. So that your argument falls flat on his face. What are you talking about?
Thank you so much for letting me know he's a Jew, but it does not. He's an American, that's all I know. Wesley Clark, I cannot hear Wesley Clark.
But you cannot hear him.
Yeah, can you? We cannot hear him.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me turn it down. Let me put it back on. Okay. Now you should hear him.
10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today. And he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
The reason why I play this video, you see that this is a general in the US military that doesn't truly understand why. That tells you that is not coming from a US centric.
No.
It's coming from somewhere else.
You cannot deduce that from that video. That's not what I.
You can deduce that from that video because he is a general. He should know their natural enemies.
Okay,
that
so
they should be fighting. So when they mention Iraq, it should come naturally. Oh yeah. Even if Iraq is not involved with terrorism, yeah, we should hit them anyway. You see what I mean? Then they told him that it's even worse than before. It's 7. Like, who is generating all this list? And you can tell because even during that time, what's his name? Netanyahu was already telling them they need to attack these countries. Then they encouraged them to attack Iraq, encouraged them to attack Iran, all of them.
Fathers, even if you are right, you are still ignoring America's imperialist past. Because if you are not putting that into context, your analysis is going to contradict this. Because America's adventure in other countries has not been since Israel controlled America.
I'm surprised you still misunderstand me on this issue. You are misunderstanding me quite significantly on this issue. I'm not saying America doesn't have agency. It's almost like you can rent out your autonomy for a while, then later on you claw it back. Because if you look at history, that's what it suggests. Jews all over the Europe has always been powerful from time immemorial. But yet they suffer pogroms, they suffer discrimination, they suffer all these things. How do you think it happens? It's because there are always junctures they lose control. That is why it happens. That's why I'm telling you now that I'm not saying America doesn't have agency to do things, but at this time, this is one of the times they are actually very, very powerful. And they will lose control like they are losing now. The pattern repeats itself over and over again. You have to look at things historically. So it's not either or. It's just sequencing. That's how it works. But
you gotta understand, like the military-industrial complex is what actually holds American economy. So if that's the case, because I work in one of them, if that's the case, then why don't you think these conflicts actually benefits America? Because most of the industries here are military industry. Most of us in the United States work in the military industry.
It benefits America if you guys can produce more weapons, if you increase your production capacity, which you obviously haven't been able to replicate since 45, if you improve on your weapons, which we see now that a lot of what you guys are doing were basically scams, and you've been producing garbage, because looking at the Patriot missiles, the defense batteries for the THAAD and David Sling and all this other rubbish that they purported to us and said they work magnificently well, which we've seen now that the $20,000 drone can overwhelm and make it just shoot all kinds of missiles and drain it out, and the real things, the big kahunas really come from Iran. That is the only time you can really benefit. You have no benefit now, because who wants to buy weapons from the United States right now?
Yes, that's not the point. The point is,
you said, how does it benefit the military-industrial complex?
It will benefit the military-industrial complex when there's conflict. There's order. What are you talking about?
Exactly, just like now.
There's massive order for military parts.
Okay. Hold up 1 second. You guys cannot even supply enough Patriot batteries to Israel right now. That's why they're getting flamed. You guys cannot even supply enough THAAD defense batteries to the Gulf states. That's why Bahrain has been turned into the cross of the moon.
It doesn't matter. The order has been
Of course it matters. Of course it matters.
I've been making so much now. I woke up Pascal up now. Pascal was having a very nice sleep, hoping that he would celebrate Christmas with his neighbors and everything. Easter with his neighbors. Now we're waking him up, disturbing his peace. Welcome, Pascal. What have we done to wake you up this early morning?
Basically, you guys have just been scamming the United States. That's all you've been doing, including plus the $2 trillion that's missing from the Pentagon. You guys are all getting charged after Trump leaves. You know that, right? Because none of your defense systems work. None of them work.
The $1 trillion military budget, the money is allocated to all this military industrial complex. You know, how are they gonna? If there's conflict, there'll be demand. The reason destroying all the military equipment in Bahrain benefits the military industrial complex. They love it. You know, there'll be more order.
There's demand. How many Patriot missiles does the United States produce every year?
2 years. There's symbiotic relationship.
It does matter. Listen, listen again. You saying, of course it matters. Of course it matters. You're saying that the military-industrial complex benefits from conflict. And I'm saying you benefit insofar as you can produce what you were contracted for. Right now, America.
You're in agreement.
No, we're not in agreement. No, we're not.
You make an order.
No, we're not. So America, they're not producing.
Did you hear what you said? As long as you can produce what you are contracted
I'm
for.
the one saying it, and I'm saying they're not, and that's why I'm asking them how many, for example, how many Patriot missiles does Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, how many do they produce every year? He's refusing to answer because.
Wait. Let me answer the question.
How many do they produce every year? Just to show you that it matters.
It doesn't matter. The order will be placed. They're going to place the order.
The order matters. What can you give us on the battlefield? What are you talking about, bro?
They're going to place the freaking order. What are you talking about?
We placed the order already. Even Trump is telling the defense industry to produce more weapons. How many?
You give them money.
How many Patriot missiles, for example, does Raytheon?
Let me understand what he's saying, because I don't understand why he's arguing this point like this.
How many Patriot missiles does the military industrial complex, which you have been praising, how many do they produce every year?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It's going to place the order. It
does matter. Hold on, forefathers. Don't tell them the number. How many do you produce?
They're probably order for 2040.
That's not what I asked you. How many do you produce every year?
Doesn't matter. The order has been placed.
It does matter. Because if you do not produce them, we cannot fight the war. So you can't just sit there and keep collecting money.
It's not always
That's not how it works.
It's not about live war. It's about if you create insecurity.
What's this guy talking about, bro?
Create the need to have all these things, then the demands will be there. If you create
the demand is there right now. How many Patriot missiles does Raytheon? No, break it down for yourself. Wow. How many does it produce every year? So far as you already said it, I don't want you to say it again. I want him to answer it.
Dude, you've been super intransigent. You don't even listen. You just want to argue. Why you want to argue? You argue everything.
How many do they produce a year? Before you start talking about how it benefits the economy of the military-industrial complex.
If you put a bad egg in the water, it's going to float. You want to argue about that?
Go.
You want something to argue about?
The last thing people argue, and people can't follow where the argument is going.
Welcome. From sleep, and you even people that you wake up people from sleep, and you won't even listen to those that woke up from sleep.
Oh God! You see, you come out with trouble today.
Like, listen, I come to establish. I'm coming as American. I'm coming to establish peace.
If you order picture.
By starting on that one.
I woke up and I was listening to the argument between you guys.
Oh my God! Man.
And I think the reality is that all of you are agreed.
No, what are we arguing? What's the argument? Don't just jump in. Here and be like, hey,
oh my God!
Yo, man.
The argument didn't start with you. You were asleep. You were sleeping when you were arguing. The argument fundamentally was that whether there is any interest in terms of Iran and US, is there any alignment of interest? Iran, America, and Israel. That was the argument. You were asleep. Don't worry. Don't be looking around. You were sleeping. You didn't hear the argument.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument. Can someone explain?
No, it went past that.
When they were having the argument, you were asleep that time. I was looking at you. You were asleep.
How did you know, dude?
Forefathers. I was not asleep. You guys were having, as they will call it, an asymmetric argument. The truth is that nobody can argue that America does not have interest in Iran. That argument cannot see the light of day.
That's not the argument, dude. That's not the argument. The argument is like...
Hey, let General Master speak, man. Please. He's on my side.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so where I think you guys diverged, and I think where people like Forefathers and Boom Boom Ray differ from you today, it's more or less like, okay, even if your interest, you have interest in Iran as America. Is it in your own interest to actually go and attack Iran? Will it serve your interest? There's no argument that US should be interested in Iran. But the fact of the matter is, attacking Iran at the time you attack, the way you attack, does it serve America's interest? I think that's the key argument.
No. When you say American interest, you gotta understand what particular part of America are you talking about? Is it the military-industrial complex? Because when you talk about American interest, you act like America is this entity that has this one interest.
Okay, so let me break it down, eccentric, because I'm also not an ignorant person. Just listen to me.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, because that's the way you're coming across, that I have to say this, I have to say that. I'm assuming you know, because I know. If you talk of America's interest, let's start from the financial interest. Let's start from petrodollars.
Okay.
But even before I go there, so let me just point this thing out. In every country, in every society, even in every family, the people will be there. General Americans on the street will be there, okay? But there will be people who will articulate the interest of this collective, who will decide, okay, as a people, this is where we should go to. And this is what is our interest. This is what we should do. So these are the people I'm referring to. I'm not, when I say America's interest, I'm not talking people on the street. So like I said, if you start even from the petrodollar, for instance, it is in America's interest to be dominant in that region, because the source of America's financial power is from the petrodollars. If you take petrodollar away from the international or global financial system,
America's finished.
Yes. So, and where is the petrol? Where is the root cause of the petrodollar? It's that place. So I don't want to argue too much. I want to go and pray. But I'm just saying that, look, there's no way you can argue that there's no interest of America inside Iran. It will not fly. America is interested in Iran. The argument would be whether the war at the time and the way is going to serve that interest or not.
Were they a threat? Interest is not the argument. Were they a threat to the United States? And that's an absolute no.
Well,
they were not an exit.
They're not a threat now. The regime is a threat.
Ango, you see, when you divide this argument into clarity, you see Chide has agreed that they were not.
Oh, no, he still is disagreeing.
No, I said they were a threat.
He said he disagrees.
That was why they wanted
how are they a threat, Jide? How would they be?
Yes, they are a threat to America's geopolitical interest. That was why I have forefathers broke it down.
Jide, so let's step back a bit. When you say that,
like threats.
Yes, okay, so let's hold on to this.
Yeah, okay.
Let's take it one by one. I will speak for 2 minutes. You can speak to, there may be Boom Boom Ray can also add, and of course, eccentric. So my issue.
Wow, so forefathers is not going to speak in Ife.
Leave him. It's all right. Well,
everybody has interest. Now, if you talk, let me tell you where if you will jump and be at this forefront now. If you talk about dividing the country.
All right, well, go ahead.
All right, so today the point I'm making is, yes, like I came up to say that there's interest, but when you say threat, at what point precisely did Iran become the threat that it is that you are referring to? At which day, what point, and what event that now suddenly transformed them into a threat to America?
That's a good question. Since the Iranian Revolution of 1979.
Okay, so you all agree that, look, the point is that if since 1947 they are a threat, why suddenly are they going to do anything now? Why? If since all this was since 1947, unless if we are saying Americans...
Maska, I think the way I said it is different.
My 2 minutes is not up now. Okay. Unless we are saying that Americans since 1947 were all dumb, it is today that one wise man has come to the scene. Unless if that's the argument.
Does it matter when?
Can I respond? So it's not like what you said makes. I understand what you said, Maska. So it's not like they were a threat since then I decided not to do anything. They just woke up one morning now. If you have a good night.
Thank you for joining us, Ife, and spending so long with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so as I was saying, so like they've actually been doing a lot of things. Usually, the way American foreign policy works is military is usually the last resort. They've tried sanctions, it failed. They've tried Orange Revolution, it failed. They've tried using proxies, it failed. For over 40 years. All of them failed. So military is the last resort. That's why right now they are using military to try to achieve their aims in toppling the regime.
That wasn't his question. His question was, how are they a threat?
That was his question. He said that it's no. We answered the threats part. It's not saying that how come they have not done anything since then. Is it now?
No, you haven't answered any threat. You haven't answered the threat part.
He's answered the question.
Okay. You mean like I don't understand. What's the question on threat?
Form of warfare.
Why? I answered that it's 1979 that they became a threat.
How?
Yeah, they became a threat because they were against. Okay.
When Mohammed Mossadegh was removed from office, and then they installed the Shah was aligned with Israel and the United States. The Islamic Revolution removed.
Let me ask you a question.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, my friend. Let me ask you a question.
Case. You still haven't made a cogent case that Iran is a threat or is a serious problem for America. America could leave Iran. See, the only thing America is losing, and which technically they may not even lose if they don't attack Iran, is the oil. Everything else Iran represents, they can still take it from Iran. Like if they want to block that, this is
hold on.
They can do it.
Jide made a statement here. Then why did the United States put sanction on Iran? Why the sanction? If they're not
because they were sponsoring groups that were detrimental to the existence of Israel.
Yeah, but they are a threat as well.
The sanction was put in when
but not to America, to Israel.
Not to America, that was to Israel, bro. Let me ask you a quick question. Since 1970.
79, okay, never mind.
Just hear me out. Stay with me. Since 1970, tell me which hawkish presidents the United States have had. And I'm asking that because I'm piggybacking off of something Masker said, and even forefathers, that why haven't they then gone after Iran all this while? So since 70, since 20, wait. Since 70 to 26, tell us if it's 1, if it's 2, if it's 3, if it's 5, if it's all 7. These are the hawkish presidents that we know. These are warmongers, just the people that love war. How many hawkish presidents has America had, in your opinion?
All of them have been hawkish.
Well, definitely not, because Carter wasn't hawkish and
Reagan was hawkish. Have you forgotten the Contra War? Have you forgotten
Carter was not hawkish at all.
I said after Carter. Did you see what I said? And this is after Carter.
So who did you mention after? Who did you mention?
After Carter, all the American presidents up to now have been hawkish.
Well, definitely not Bill Clinton. You can't make it
on Yugoslavia. It was under Bill Clinton.
Well, that's not hawkish. That's in any event.
They destroyed Yugoslavia.
In fact, he wasn't hawkish, but in fact, let me even agree. It wasn't. So let me even concede that all of them have been hawkish. Why hasn't anybody, again, prior to Donald Trump, why hasn't anybody from Lyndon B. Johnson down gone after Iran?
Yeah, because they're fighting other countries that are.
And I'll break it down, Saxonia. Since after the revolution in 1979, Iran became a threat to the United States.
They were in Iraq.
What if I said that is wrong?
No, I said eccentric. I wasn't saying that.
They became a threat to the United States because they were.
No, why hasn't anybody else gone?
That was what I said. That they were using other forms of war, just like they fight Cuba, North Korea, and others. They use sanctions. They use color revolutions. They use.
Why hasn't any other president gone? Is what I asked you.
That's what I'm saying. The military is usually the last resort. That's what I'm saying.
No, why again? Why hasn't any other country? Why hasn't any other president from Lyndon B. Johnson down?
Lyndon B. Johnson.
Why hasn't any other president gone into Iran? And why did it have to be Donald Trump? All the presidents prior.
Because when I answered it now, you are still repeating the question. I said that the reason is because under all those.
You agree that they were all hawkish. Yes. According to you, they're all hawkish.
Yes.
So let's agree with you that they were all hawkish. Why haven't all these other dudes that found the time to go into Vietnam, to go into Iran, Iraq, to go to Desert Storm, to go to the Gulf War, to go to Afghanistan, to go play around in Kandahar and Fallujah in the 2000s, why haven't they prioritized Iran if they were so hawkish?
They prioritized Iran. They prioritized.
So why did they go in? Is my question, bro.
Because they had other priorities. Number one, number two, there was no need to resort to military.
They prioritized it, but they had other priorities.
Oh my goodness!
What are you talking about?
You expect them to go and fight Libya and fight Iran at the same time? What are you saying?
Why
man?
not?
Oh my goodness!
Okay, let's say they needed to sequence it one at a time.
Exactly.
And you notice that they included Lebanon there. Lebanon has never been a threat to America, but they included it as part of their target even after 9/11. So that tells you the only one country that has Lebanon as a threat is only
Israel.
Lebanon as a threat.
Dude, Sudan was even on the list, bro.
The signs are all there.
Yeah, but you know what? Sudan is on the list, right?
Netanyahu is not
because of Osama bin Laden. He was there.
No, you know what Sudan? You know what Sudan
is not denying these things himself.
Because Osama was there.
What about Libya?
You guys know why Sudan is on the list, right?
Because Osama was there.
What happened to Libya? What happened to Syria?
Libya
the reason Sudan
that are supporting the Palestinian cause. Have you noticed that they are the ones that are falling?
Exactly.
Every single one of them.
Yes. That's how Iran is a threat.
Hold on. It's not America that is holding the Palestinians. You know that, don't you? So yet all the countries that are supporting the Palestinian cause are the ones that are falling. So what does that tell you? There is only one country that truly wants those countries to fall. Israel.
You want them gone, destabilized.
So do you now mean that America? Are you not?
Maybe Saudi Arabia.
Okay. So far, are you not trying to say that America itself is can be exonerated from everything going on?
No.
Because they are controlled by Israel, they can be exonerated. Because
I'm just saying that
I understand what you're saying. But that's what it seems like.
That is also in their interest to remove those countries, especially Libya, Saddam Hussein. But what should betray that fact is what should betray it is Iran and Lebanon. That's the one that
dude. Even Libya, even
that list at all.
Listen, even Libya after Lockerbie, all right. After Lockerbie. So Gaddafi paid the compensation to the families, opened this country up, dismantled his chemical weapons program. After that, he stopped being a threat. That was not enough for the Israelis. You got to kill him. You got to get him out of there. You got to kill him. Had no beef with America.
It was not only because of Palestinian cause. You know, there are something.
I did not mention Palestine at all.
Not mention it. They had a very
I mentioned Lockerbie. I did not mention Palestine at all.
I'm not talking about that. I know. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm going somewhere. What I'm saying is, Syria, Egypt, Libya, right? They had something in common apart from Palestinian cause. They had a Ba'athist, anti-imperialist ideology. It's not just the Palestinian cause was part of it, but it was not just Palestinian cause.
Yeah, they were
they also had a Baptist, pan-Arab. Egypt was a target under Abdel Nasser. Come on, in the 70s.
No.
Let's don't go there.
You go far back. I'm talking about from around late 80s, 90s. That's
Syria
where
and Libya, yeah, Syria and
this
Libya.
list, as a matter of fact, this list was produced sometime in the
So you think the Ba'athist Party was why America decided to invade Iraq?
Ba'athist parties is communist, come on, it's socialist. It's
That's not what I
federal.
asked you. You just mentioned them. Do you think it? Oh, hold on one second. You mentioned them. That was because of the Ba'athist Party that America attacked Iraq. You really think America?
Saddam Hussein was a Baptist now.
That had nothing to do with it, bro.
America was trading with.
It was the freaking chemical weapons industry. What are you talking about?
I didn't even mention Iraq. He's the one that mentioned Iraq. This guy mentioned Iraq. I didn't even mention Iraq.
You mentioned the Baptists and Saddam. What are you talking
Syria
about?
and Libya. I mentioned Syria and Libya and Egypt.
You mentioned Iraq and Saddam.
No, I didn't.
You said because they were Baptists.
You mentioned that. I didn't mention it.
What is it? Yo, talk to your boy. What's he talking about, forefathers?
I mentioned Egypt, Libya. Why did I get Egypt and Libya and Syria?
Baptist angle into this.
Wasn't I right?
You said these Baptists were socialists, but I reminded you, while you are Baptists were being socialist, America was trading with China that is communist. So it tells you that is not the reason that they would destroy their relationship with Saddam Hussein. After all, hold on. Don't keep eating your cake and having it, because this matter is, look at Saddam Hussein was a Baptist.
Okay,
and America supported him against Iran. America was funding Saddam Hussein even when he was using chemical weapons. So that
was the main reason
America was working with. So why did they go after him?
Can I respond? Can I respond? Yeah, clearly. They used him, right? China too, they are trading with China, right? You are not wrong, go. You are muddying the waters, and you are right. But the point is, you're muddying the waters clearly. But the point is, these Baptist countries, they are still a threat to America. They are still a threat, and they targeted all of them. And China is still an adversary to the US. That's why Iran today is a standing country, the only in
1988,
like Islamic Republic, because they've toppled all the secular Baptist and anti-imperialist struggle.
What are you talking about?
Egypt is
because of their political affiliation, this is how America wanted to destroy them.
America doesn't care about political affiliation.
They don't care about ideology.
Not their chemical weapons program.
Okay, tell me one socialist country right now. A communist.
No. We're not going to keep playing this game where you keep moving.
No.
You do this thing where you hold on. Listen to the other person. You do this thing where you start moving.
Tell me one communist country in this world that America has not sent an adversary and gone.
I'm not going to answer you. So, but you're not going to.
They destroyed Vietnam before Vietnam.
Hold on.
Vietnam now.
After
let's
Vietnam
not
defeated them. After the
but they are still allies with Vietnam.
Because
Vietnam
Vietnam defeated them.
Yeah, but even if Vietnam, so when they defeat you, is that not the time you are even becoming more enemy? So they defeated you, you become their friend. Is that how it works now? Are we going to the opposite universe now?
The alliance with Vietnam is
somebody
another
beat
thing.
you. They say this. You're my best friend.
Vietnam beat them where? They beat them when they ran away. They're not coming to form alliance with Vietnam. Let's don't go.
And they are still communists.
Yeah, you know.
And they are still communists. So that political ideological argument doesn't hold.
It's all because it hurts them. Because
the only thing that is consistent, you are failing to see it. You are failing to see it. The only thing that is consistent is that they are all enemies of Israel. That is the only thing that is consistent.
Oh my God.
Don't you see that?
China
Jordan is fine because Jordan signed a peace deal with Israel. All the countries that didn't are the ones suffering.
But is China an enemy of Israel?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, yes. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I've not seen China.
Well, based on the statements they've been making lately, they obviously are enemies. They're adversaries. At least if we want to be politically correct, they're adversaries because they've been the ones warning China, Israel against using nuclear weapons. They've been the ones warning Israel against the abuses he's been committing in Gaza. But what does that got to do with the price of chicken in a
Saxony, I think it's because Israel and India, they are cozying up too much. That's partly why.
Well, what does that even got to do with the discussion at hand? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
The core question still remains that Israeli interest is not the same as that of U.S. interest, and that is
it's not.
Because you see, the more we discuss about it, the more it's even becoming more transparent. Because
the
fact that Lebanon was included in that list tells you something.
Lebanon
is a toothpick for America. It's like
that Lebanon example is a very valid.
If Lebanon is a toothpick, what about Sudan?
Sudan should not even be on the list. And again, Sudan is another country that is supporting Palestinian cause.
Exactly. And during that period, which is what I was trying to tell the central cast of all this talk, Sudan was housing Osama bin Laden. Al Qaeda was. He was. Can I please finish? Osama bin Laden was in Khartoum for a long time. It was when they almost got him there, he fled to Afghanistan and set up base there. So he left from Sudan with the mission to destroy Israel, and then he fled to Afghanistan from Sudan.
Sudan, I see.
So what I wanted to say, just to reinforce what Father said about Lebanon, because it's a very valid example.
It looks like we've ignored Okija because there's no camera. We can't see you, Okija, if you are there. It looks like you're in some kind of.
I don't know why. I don't know. I was struggling with my camera. I said, okay, let me just leave it. I don't know why it's not.
It's a shame because we didn't even know that you were seeing us.
So what I was saying about Lebanon was that if you
my camera, I don't even know.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to say something, just let us know anyway. If you want to say something now. You want to say something?
Okay.
I was just listening to see. I don't know. Jide is smart, but sometimes like he talks like I'm the one that say, what is wrong with this guy?
That's how they used to call me. They don't feel bad. They used to call me that.
As if he doesn't know what you talk about as if US is the US is it's my country, but it's the biggest terrorist organization in the whole world. It has terrorized so many countries. It has caused instability. Nigeria, $500. It took $500 to execute the Murtala coup in Nigeria. Everywhere in the whole world they've been, they've messed up, they've done something. I mean, you try to argue if what's happening in Iran has to do with US. It's Israel telling them what to do. I mean, if you listen, look, you watch the video of Wesley Clark. Tony Blinken, he has even said it. Every government that comes to US, but they'll be telling them to go against Iran. But the ones who are sound like Obama, Bush, Clinton, they ignore them. We are not fighting something because they know they rely on military intelligence. Why should we go here? What's the repercussion if we go here?
Obama was busy.
So
Obama was busy in Libya. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they convinced Obama. I think but I think that one started with Europe took Obama into that war.
Okija. But that even without going to fight Iran directly, they are still at war with Iran even at that time.
Yeah, but okay.
Sanctions are not of war. Why am I not talking about that? Why?
Jide, hold on. Jide, who started the war? US and Iran. Who started it? Iran was minding their own business. They had a government. US came to overthrow their government.
Absolutely, yes, exactly, yes.
So what are you talking about? So what you took the war to them? You can't mind their own business. You just you have to put your stick yourself into somebody's. They had their own government. It's working for them. They liked it. It's okay for them. Whatever happening, they okay with this our government.
No, I'm not against Iran. I'm not against Iran. I don't know.
Listen, I don't like it. I don't like the Islam. The Ayatollah, not because they're Islamic. But I don't like it. I like freedom. People have some sense of freedom in their own country. But you can't just go there and bully them. Force them to do whatever because
what
of.
What do you mean by freedom? Like when you say freedom, like what can you describe?
Yeah, I mean, like I believe there is no absolute freedom, but at least people should be able to choose a government, for instance.
Even if choose their governments, they do that.
Yeah, but I understand. Like you don't. They choose who Ayatollah, has chosen. That's
no, that's not true.
No, they don't choose the Ayatollah. There's a council. Okay, so let me just in a brief synopsis. They actually choose their members of parliament, which is separate from the Mufti Council that chooses the Ayatollah. So there's a different body that chooses the Ayatollah. The people choose their members, their presidents, and things of that nature.
It's not even that, it's not even like, it's not only about choosing government. People like you have a free, I know they are Christians, they are the Christian communities, they are growing. But people should, but you can't just step in some, you have to cover.
Okay, then this is what you're going to do. Sorry to interrupt you again. So this is what you're going to do. Go, because I see you falling for the propaganda. When you go on X or YouTube or maybe TikTok, in the search engine, put in something like Iranian freedom or Iranian women or hijab in Iran and see what it brings to you. What they're saying are lies.
I have Iranian friends, so I'm not just going to just.
Well, forget your friends could be biased.
No. Hold on. My friends, they are pro-Iran. I'm saying you should see it yourself with your own eyes of people that are in Iran and people that visited Iran, Americans that visited Iran, Brits that visited Iran, or Iranians themselves filming their own everyday life, their own country, and narrating it. Not the propaganda we're hearing about. There's no freedom. Women are forced to wear hijab. It's not true at all. I know, in Nigeria now, you can say that there is no freedom of expression. People, you say something, they arrest you, but some people still say things. They don't get.
Nigeria is pretty free when you compare it to a country like Cameroon or a lot of just West African countries.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. People, the freedom in Iran is quite different from the freedom we have in the US or in the UK. People are resisting.
Yeah, if you criticize Israel in the United States or the UK, you go to jail.
Dude, hold on. That was why I asked you.
No, I don't think so. No.
Oh, I know so.
Yeah,
ask for fathers, he'll tell you.
Yeah, no. You don't go to jail for criticizing the government in UK or Nigeria.
No. I said Israel.
Okay,
if you criticize Israel in the UK or the United States, you go to jail, or Germany. You dare not try. How much of a freedom? How much of a freedom is that?
No, people criticize Israel every day, or in the US, including me.
Well, the chances are, if the Jew complains, you're going to jail.
Yeah, forget about what Trump is doing. Like US before.
What
Trump,
about Germany?
Germany, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about Germany. So
you will go to jail. What about the UK?
I don't know. I don't think so. It happens.
You will go to jail. What about France? You will go to jail.
What do you mean by criticism? Or are you engaging in an anti?
Well, if anything they decide to label anti-Semitism. Yeah. So it might be fine to you to say Hitler did X, Y, Z. I don't think X, Y, Z was wrong. Or you might say Israel is a parasitic state on the United States pocket. Yeah, and you're all the way in Munich and you're going to spend the rest of your months in jail.
Yeah. Do you know what you have to do? Next time, maybe next week, come up with, I will do my own research too. But I know that there are some things you say in Europe, you go to jail because of Israel. But I'm not just I believe this when you're talking about people still deny Holocaust in Germany. They don't go to jail.
Why shouldn't you be able to deny the Holocaust?
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. You should be able to deny it. That's freedom. I believe people should be able to do that.
People should be able to say anything they feel.
Yeah, you should be able to. But when you have your own right, I have my own right. Where my right, stops. That's where Yeah,
if you're not slandering the person, if you're not defaming or making libelous, statements.
That's what it's okay.
Then you're fine.
You say whatever you want to say. But I mean, some people I've been able to educate some people, people who didn't know that this has been going on, that this issue has nothing to do with Iran, that Israel, they're trying to control who is going to control Middle East. That's the issue. just like some of you pointed out, they've been attacked every country, even including Nigeria, because Nigeria went to the United Nations and said something. They come against Nigeria. They come against. I don't know what they are doing in Somalia. They are supported. The Somaliland government. Even they will apply to be a member of organization. AU. I don't know. So what are they planning to do?
Because they want to take over all that, and they're going to interfere in Nigeria's next election. I've been saying that forever.
Yeah.
So I mean, Israel wants to force itself to become a power in major countries.
But what I don't want people to because of the issue I have is with Israeli government, not with Israeli people. There are so many of them, so many Jews in the US. They are. I mean, they like freedom. They speak the truth. They don't side with the government in Israel. So that's the thing. But I don't know why Nigerians. I don't know why we so much. I don't know where we got all this this thing. Indoctrinated into all that we just we are like we are just like Zionists. We don't even question anything. All over Nigeria, anyone you talked about this war, they were like, oh, Iran, Iran started it, Iran did this. I don't know.
It's both sides. If it was the other way around, I guarantee the Muslims would probably be doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, the Muslims they're against Israel and stuff.
Yeah,
but
they'll probably be doing the same thing because they brainwashed. Everybody's brainwashed.
But I mean, but again, I'm not compared to education, who are the Christians. They are more educated. They should know better.
Right.
Yeah. Than a majority that is
that's uneducated.
Yeah.
You would think they would have more critical thinking skills.
Yeah.
But for me, I'm just kind of wary, and I'm kind of scared that Israel does not resort to a nuclear weapon because
against Iran. Well, I don't. To be honest with you, I don't put anything. They can do anything. I mean,
you ever heard of the Samson option?
Yeah, this guy is crazy. Netanyahu is crazy.
They're all crazy. All of them. Ben-Gvir is crazy. Barnier is crazy. Bennett, they're all insane.
Did you see that law that they passed in their Knesset or whatever
to hang Palestinians?
Palestinians. I mean, they come here. They tell us Israel, is a liberal country,
the best democracy in the Middle East.
And then you pass such law and you are celebrating it, dancing, having
champagne. They were popping champagne, dude. This is a country where they were raping young Palestinian prisoners.
Yeah.
And when the military tried to court-martial them, it almost led to a civil war. The courts had to sanction it under pressure. Well, we shouldn't even say under pressure because it's who they are. And now it is right in Israel. You can gang rape a Palestinian prisoner, male.
Yeah, I think they use knife.
That is in your custody.
They use knife on the guy.
They use knife. They use sticks. They use their private dinglings. They did everything. So it's crazy. It's a weird society.
I think we have reached almost 6 hours, so we should be wrapping up. This stuff should have ended quite a bit a while ago. So we've done about 11 hours today of live discussion on these matters, and let's hope this war comes to an end and petrol price goes down in Nigeria. I don't know what anybody knows about how Nigerians are coping with it, because I know that the price has risen in Nigeria. Because when I was there, it was quite high by people's standard, but for it to rise further again, I don't know what it feels like.
It's not going down anytime soon. The price of goods and services are not going down anytime soon. They are going to rise astronomically. If you don't have water in your house, and I'll say give it the next 2 weeks, go do that. Have a lot of canned foods, buy candles, because a lot of critical social services are about to go down the tubes if they do not call a halt to this conflict right now. We are going to face a global recession. In fact, not a recession. The market analysts are saying it's going to be the 1920s style Great Depression that is about to hit the entire world. So they need to get out of that Middle East soon. And even when they do, remember all these infrastructures that were destroyed, the tankers, the pipelines, all of these are going to take between a year and 2 years to rebuild. So a lot of things, life is about to become very, very hard for the world. You know, if hopefully they do not continue. Hopefully Donald Trump looks for a reason, calls victory, and runs back home with the 82nd Airborne and come back home with the Muse and aircraft carriers, the Marine Expeditionary Unit, and say, listen, we won. Let's get out of here. But if they escalate and America is bogged down and Iran is still lobbing missiles at Israel and Israel is still bombing Iran, dude, the market is about to get destroyed within the next, I think even less than 3 weeks. Everything's going to be
Iran doesn't have any choice except America promises that they are not going to do it again. They don't have any choice than to carry on because America will just come back again and pound them again. That's the problem.
Well, even if America doesn't, Israel will. Israel will.
No,
So
I don't think Israel will do it without the US. They will, because I mean, do you know? I don't know if they are suffering now. They are stretched.
But
right
they're
now.
still doing. Yeah, I agree. But they're still hitting Iran. In fact, they're now hitting civilian infrastructures. They're stretched, but they went into Lebanon. They've increased the buffer zone. The buffer zone is less than 2 miles to Beirut right now. That's how deep, and they are suffering heavy casualties. At least yesterday, I think 7 of their IDF soldiers died, or the day before. So Israel, I think Israel's end game, this is what I believe, and I believe this from day one. Israel's end game is we're going to fight until we can't fight anymore. And if it becomes too much, we have the nuclear option.
Yeah.
Because under normal circumstances, they should have capitulated or withdrawn their forces and gone back home. But they keep pushing further.
Okay, you mean in Lebanon? What are they?
Yeah.
Lebanon? But I think if
I think they'll use a nuke on Iran if this continues.
If US gets out of Iran, they will, they will go home.
I'm not sure they will use a nuke because they know if they do that, they are gone. They are gone.
They don't care. Are you forgetting? Sorry, let me just make this point. Sorry, let me just make.
Yeah. No, they for nuclear weapon. Even if they use it, they believe that they are invincible. That no one will.
No, they believe they are satisfying a rabbinical prediction on how the world is supposed to end. This is what they think. Them and the evangelical. Notice someone like Jefferson always says something in the beginning. He'll say, well, this has all been predicted, and then everybody's going to die. Even KJ said it. And I said, oh, if y'all want to die, I'm not trying to die. So they think this is part of their revelation, and this is everybody's going to die, and then the Messiah, well, the Christians believe Jesus is going to come back. The Jews believe their own Mashiach is going to come back. This is why they're kind of looking for a way to destroy Temple Mount. Outside Mosque.
Yeah.
Because once they destroy it, then they already have those cows, then they slaughtered them and whatever craziness, apocalyptic prediction they have in their Torah. So they really are not scared to die in the sense of the Iranians. They are hoping the whole world will die with them. So this is why they have the Samson option.
I think there was this argument that I saw that this whole project is to lead to a world government that would be centered around Israel, in the sense that they will trigger a nuclear war from the point of view that when they trigger that nuclear war, that I think the way they put it was that the only way to solve that problem is to collapse the sovereignty of nations, to
Every nation.
nations to survive. That otherwise it's going to be all out nuclear. So everybody has to come under one umbrella to sort out that mess.
And the head is going to be in Jerusalem.
Yeah, that was the idea behind it. And God help us, that's not the case. And but like I said, America needs counseling, war counseling. I don't know whether that is a thing, but if anybody needs it, America needs it right now. Because the way this thing is going, it could get very, very messy. And Trump is I don't know why people keep taunting Trump with this taco nonsense, I really hate when journalists do that. They know Trump is a crazy guy. You can't keep doing this taco nonsense. You got to use nuclear weapon. If you keep tacoing him, he will dare you. He doesn't care. He knows he's not going to die in the flames of
Trump, I don't think Trump will use it, no.
Trump can never try that.
Trump is not going to use it.
Keep tackling him now.
He's not going to use it.
Trump never.
He's not going to use it. America's not going to use it first. America's never. The biggest threat to nuclear annihilation of the planet is and has always been Israel. And when people would call it out, certain people got mad, but I'm glad the whole world can finally see that we give the French and the Germans gave a bunch of madmen something like Dimona, in the Negev desert.
Yeah, the Iran even hit that area, Man, this Iranian tactics of using missiles to fight wars is very, very fascinating, actually, because
it's effective. They are giving Israel a lot of
I found that really, really fascinating, because I never thought
they thought outside the box.
Would be this painful and annoying to fight. I don't know.
And they're holding on to the strait.
Yeah,
I think that one is the biggest thing.
This is a country that was led by Cyrus the Great. Yeah. This is a country that has defeated the Greeks, the Arabs, has gone to war with the Mongols. They ruled the world. This is not a new country. This is what you tell people. This is a 7,000-year-old civilization. People don't listen. I think they don't get it.
The landmass alone should tell you that is a painful place to go and conquer. It's a nightmare. It's like Russia. You can't just go to certain places to go and fight. Iran is one of those places you don't want to go and fight, because the whole place is like rocky, mountainous. If you don't know your way around that place, you can easily get into trouble. And that's why American troops should never go in there. That place is a death trap.
Treacherous terrain.
It was Afghanistan. It wasn't Afghanistan.
Definitely wasn't
Afghanistan, bro.
But I mean, but
I think Iraq is still flat.
Yeah, but you get because these are the nuclear option. They have. But don't you think? I think before they will use nuclear, they will first of all try to knock down the mosque.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Anything that knock down the mosque, you better put your head in a hole.
Yeah,
because you're gonna see some flashing light soon after.
Yeah, but I mean, if they knock down the mosque, that's gonna be like a world war.
Yeah, if they knock down the mosque, everybody travel to your hometown very fast.
Everybody just get say your last prayers.
I will just say, all this crazy at last. Stuff at last. Let's go home, and I will just travel straight to Africa straight until that thing comes out.
You're not gonna go anywhere. You're stuck wherever you're at.
Man, I walk to Nigeria.
If he's walking, I walk.
You don't want to see how you don't want to see how vicious. If you're in the United States when something like that happens, if you don't have a gun, you're in trouble, because that's when you're going to see how animalistic human beings can really get. Most of the world don't understand how vicious people can get in a crisis. For example, look at COVID and what people were doing in the stores, trying to get all the supplies that they know would benefit someone else. and they're hugging, to you. People are stabbing each other with toilet paper. People are trying to, what I mean? So I pray that if it happens, make sure you're armed in the United States. Make sure you're armed. Because if you think you can walk, for example, you're going to walk into Mexico. Oh, yeah. Like, you probably won't survive getting out of your state.
Hey, support that for everything. Thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate the fact that you try to make an effort to, do some stuff for Nigerians in the UK here. You were even volunteering to do some stuff for us again. So I really appreciate that you can do all those things. So, but what do you make of this conversation we are having regarding Iran and, how the war is going? And I just gathered that America has recovered this pilot from Iran. I don't know how foreigners can recover their pilot from inside the country before the people that own the country. But that shows you how Iran is quite massive and big. So they recovered their pilot.
It shows you how trained the Americans are.
Yeah, they are trained. That pilot knows how to hide, and maybe he came out at a critical time that when he saw their aircraft showing up. So what do you make of it? This war, where do you think it's going? Because I don't know where the war is going on, because I don't see Iran wanting to end the war anytime soon. Iran is not in any mood until Trump tells them, sorry, we're not going to come here again. This is the last time we're going to attack you. Otherwise, Iran, they don't have any reason to stop this fight. Because America could just come back 6 months' time, 10 months' time. It's not, you can't, I don't blame them for wanting to fight. America has to give them assurances that they're not going to come back again. So what do you make of it? This is the support diaspora voting.
Anyways, hello guys. First thing first, I think you know my stand here. They should all go on there because for me it's Nigerian first, Africa first. But you know my stand. But if I may ask, how did America and Iran came to this war? I thought it was Israel and Iran. You understand?
When Jide was here now, it's supposed to be Israel and Iran.
So why did America decide to buy the markets? Why?
America is
by the market.
Because sometimes you guys will be talking. You guys will be talking with a biased mind. The way you are putting effort is even talking about this war. Somebody, which I've never seen in the history of this world, went to another man's country and kidnapped the president and put him in his country just like that. And nobody in the world, no leader, UN, G7, everybody just kept mute. Like,
but that has happened before.
Where? Which country?
Noriega.
No. That's that one is even like then we don't think that now that things have like you and everybody's like
right just in the 80s.
You understand? So we're like, yeah, even at that, we're like, come on, compared to now where we don't even believe such would even happen. But still, nobody now, okay, even the whole countries that are openly that useless mouth saying that they don't like Trump, they don't like Trump. None of them even said anything. None of them even came out to condemn strongly to like, no, this is unacceptable.
Because they're hypocrites.
Exactly. You understand? Because they know what they are gaining. I know in the US, their reserve is depleted. Their oil reserve is depleted. In the UK, in fact, I think in the next 20 years, UK Nigeria may become even better than UK, or they'll be the same level in the next 20 years.
Yes. Come on, man. Let's not over egg it, but
No. Look, forget bad leader. No, forget bad leader. Yeah. If we had a good leader in Nigeria, the way UK economy is, not UK, the way the economy is at this moment, yeah, Nigeria would have been better than UK if we have had a good leader. You understand? Nigeria would have been better than UK. Liz Truss did that 2 days, 2 minutes Prime Minister, Liz Truss. She said it now recently. Like, he said, man, UK don't go. UK is gone bust.
I don't judge economy based on just GDP and what they are.
No, listen.
I judge it based on.
Okay, wait. Now, let me ask you one simple. Wait. Let me ask you one.
One is not.
Wait, see. I don't know you are in the UK. But me, I in London. Yeah, shops are closing.
Here's a derby.
Are
village.
closing. You understand? Companies are closing. Shops are closing. Banks are closing their branch. Everybody's going digital. They're going online. You understand? All the jobs, all the IT jobs, both banking,
done, they finished.
Whatever, IT, telecommunication, they are all outsourced to India. They are working from home in India. Jobs are no longer in the UK. People are losing their jobs. People are looking for jobs. They can't even find
Bros everywhere, bro.
Because now everything is now AI. You understand? Yeah. Go to Sainsbury, go to Lidl or Aldi. I mean, I'm talking about major grocery shops. Before you have tills where people are manning tills, you attend to customers. Now you have self checkout, almost like 60% of their the machine is self checkout. 40% of the tills is only like 20% that somebody is manning. The rest nobody's manning them. You understand? Tabs are they've laid down people. You understand? To tell you that it's now hit the UK economy hard. That they're now telling you that people that have indefinite leave to remain will not be having access to claim benefit again. Where do you think all that is coming from? You understand? Since the queen just died, and this Charles and this guy you enter, it's as if the economy is just running down. Moreover, don't forget your economy is not producing anything. Nothing. They are depending on student visa and for the student school fees to raise idea to raise revenue.
Yeah, look up his funny the way he says
No.
No, I get it, but the way your delivery is bad, hilarious.
Because
I'm waiting on school fees.
They will tell you in a systematic way. Speak one English and you don't understand. But that is the real thing. That they are increasing visa fee, increasing school fees to depend on IGRO, source of revenue. I don't understand. You think no factories, go check for others. No joke about the only business that are opening is restaurants, you understand, and where they sell African food stuff or whatever. That's what you see. You understand? Then building materials, where they say building materials, which are the maybe even smaller ones, major ones, that are the ones that can even try to. You understand? More people are going into claiming of benefit. More people are going to claim of benefits. They can't sustain it anymore. A country where you have 50% of your salary taken as tax, 50%, and now
can you imagine if they're going to just useless work venture too?
Now, and this war that just happened right now, this just went up again. Where this way everything is going up. You understand? So, and they tell you in the short distance, they will not be having access to gas anymore. Okay, maybe electric. So then you are telling me, what I'm saying is not correct. That if Nigeria is a better country, we know ourselves. Guys, the therefore don't by now. The therefore don't better pass UK by now. That's what I'm saying. If they continue like this, if UK continue like this, because we have everything we produce things. We have things we produce that we can export. UK do not have anything that they can export. They don't produce. They don't manufacture anything. Nothing they can export in this country. You get my point? So if we in Nigeria, we have good leader, and UK is continuing this dimension that they are going to, trust me, the next 15-20 years, they will better pass UK. Trust me.
Yeah, I mean, the economic hardship is kind of worldwide. It's not only.
Yeah.
No, see, my brother, leave this Iran, whatever. This is a facade. Yeah. On a very good day, a country that don't have anything they export, everything you depend on the citizen, how to increase tax, how to increase interest rates. That's how you survive. But meanwhile, the jobs that are supposed to be providing works for people for you to be able to tax them, the jobs are not available.
No, but it depends on how you build the economy. Okay, look at Singapore and Hong Kong. They produce nothing, but they're one of they have one of the highest what they call the GDP.
Let me ask one simple question. Hold on, wait now. Hold on. Do they increase unnecessarily? Just be increasing interest rate unnecessarily? 50% tax. You understand?
I don't know the tax they pay in Hong Kong and
exactly. That's the problem.
Singapore.
The thing that's what is killing. Look, schools. About almost I do school renovations too. About 150 something private schools shut down because of VAT shut down. They're not fit.
They couldn't pay.
I mean, the VAT they charge when you collect school fee.
Value-added tax on everything. Like sales tax.
Because the taxes are coming from VAT from school fees. My parents cannot afford that whatever anymore. Even the job that I do, you understand? Because I do people. If I give quotation and I add VAT, Some call me like, yeah, okay, maybe can I collect cash? Like, okay, no problem. Leave the voice. Take cash without just to remove the VAT. And I'll be losing sometimes I lose jobs because of VAT.
Yeah.
You understand? Because it's not nonsense. What you telling me, like, I will do one job for you that will give you 20% VAT again. For what? Additional to give government.
But I think what the downfall of UK started with the exit from the union.
No,
they said they're going to rejoin. They said they're going to rejoin, right?
See, yeah, no, because that's what we think now. Because how do they made them? That is not the issue. Look, let me tell you, yeah? The truth is, this country is encouraging laziness, where people depend on benefits. Any little thing, benefit.
Every country, even US, I sometimes I agree with Trump. There are some people that abuse benefit.
Exactly. You see, this country is encouraging. This country is encouraging. This UK is encouraging it. This country is encouraging it. You know, people who are even working because of after tax, what is left over is necessary for them to survive. They're like, there's no point working again. Let me just forget the work and just rely on benefits. People are collecting benefits. They'll be going to holiday, summer holiday. You where they work, do not be go holiday.
But then luckily the universal basic income will come when we start depending on AI to do our jobs. From the forecast, they say from next year, people a lot of like it's gonna be astronomical growing, at a big higher rate. People losing their jobs.
Even here, like people are losing their jobs like crazy.
Yeah. So
didn't IBM just fire like 30,000 or something like that?
Exactly. Okay. Now those people now, where you want to put them now? Where are you going to put them? Those people,
they're home. They're waiting for when everything really go down. Like when everything really go down.
When AI will not reverse to as they will not remove AI.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At some point, people are gonna, if it continues, and people are in poverty, people are gonna take to the streets.
One of my Indian clients telling me no, because it's do AI whatever, because doing data for company whatever. He was like, no point, no worry. You must always look for what to do. This. I said, look, there's an essence to everything. By the time you push AI, every investor want to save profit. They will be going to AI machinery, this and that. Disenfranchising workers. It will get to a time this will bounce back to like enough is enough.
No, it's there. That's the way to that. Don't say that enough is enough. You have to position yourself where you have to like use AI. If not, it's not gonna. We're not gonna say enough is enough and stop it. It's gonna progress. I mean, this is the beginning, which marks the end.
Nah, bro. I think at some point because. At some point, people are gonna revolt, bro.
You see this country,
Yeah.
When contractor go and meet government for contract, maybe banking or maybe government websites, any government whatever, you know what they do? They get the job and they assource it to cheap labor, like Indians or whatever. Yeah, they do that. You understand? Because working for more whatever. So now the people who you're supposed to employ here, you don't employ them. That is one. Then this AI you're talking about, AI. Because every investor want to maximize profits, they will do anything to make sure AI do or whatever they want to do. You understand? So because of profits, they don't mind to go to the extreme. As all they know is business.
They're going to cut costs at all
No,
corners.
eventually, what will happen is this, because I mean, I've had the argument even with Dr. Damages. Eventually, what will happen is this. That the government they will institute. I think Democrats they've started thinking about it also in the US. The government will start AI tax, whereby like for instance, Oracle, if you displace 30,000 people, okay, those are people who are supposed to pay government taxes. So now, so now Oracle, you have to pay that some taxes. Then we use those taxes to pay universal basic income to these people. Because if you're not paying people money, there will be an uprising one day. And then the companies, for instance, let me say, I don't know the people. Okay, let's use MTN. Everyone knows in Nigeria because we have all different carrier where we are.
Right.
So let's use MTN now. If MTN, for instance, if they don't have people going to work, the people cannot offer or pay for their services. So they have to suffer. So all of them, they will agree, okay, we're going to contribute money so that government will pay people to stay at home. So eventually that's what will happen. Because of Amazon, how would if you displace every worker, nobody will buy your goods. So you have to give them some money to be able to buy buy things for the website. So
but they don't need workers to buy their goods now. If the machines have displaced the workers.
No, you need people with even people that
you
work
need
for
people
Amazon.
with money. Where's the money?
I know it might not be only Amazon work displaced workers. I mean, general.
Just to give you example.
Let me explain something. Let me explain something clearly. See, we are facing a paradigm where the reason why rich people need poor people will be removed. Because if they need you to help them generate more wealth, now they don't need you anymore. They have machines that can help them generate whatever they want. So what are the incentives to keep you around?
But okay, well, no, I don't get it. If the rich, for example, look, I'll make this fast. Sorry. So if the rich, they'll have to produce a good, and then they'll have to have consumers too.
People even, except they are made to. Sooner or later, they may not need to produce anything for people. Because they can get anything they want. Because the reason why they need people is because people help them get what they want. But if they
Which
don't
is
need
money, right?
Not just money, services and everything that they need.
No, but I'm going back to. I'm really sorry.
What is your tax bracket? This is a Mumu What's your tax bracket?
Yo, no, he's Machiavelli is my guy, sir. Machiavelli is my guy.
Maybe because it doesn't end well. That's why I say 50%.
Machiavelli is my guy, sir.
No. Tell me. What is your tax bracket first? Let me know. Maybe you're not anywhere.
Yeah, I knew you was gonna see that eventually. But this is what I'm saying for farmers and local piano kids. I'm saying we're saying if you eliminate, you're saying if they eliminate humans from, they won't need human people to get what they want, right?
That they need. They don't need human beings to create their wealth anymore.
How though? I don't understand.
The reason why rich people offer us services is to make money so that they can enjoy themselves and get access to do whatever they want to do.
Right.
Now, if robots can do those same things for them without needing the human beings to give them money. They get everything they need. They don't need the people anymore.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
They don't need us in that chain, that cycle anymore. So
I can see, but
our vote helps them to, or support helps them to get, control those things somehow.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Change the dynamics. Otherwise, we are going to experience something very, very drastic in the next 10 to 20 years.
But that would mean, if what you're saying is how it then becomes, so that would mean this current economic model of capitalism that most of the world is practicing will have to be discarded and something new will have to come.
You are beginning to see the genius of Karl Marx, isn't it? Karl Marx, this is what he did. This is what he described. He knew there was going to be stages of economic models. He believed that socialism shouldn't have existed before Lenin did it. It was meant to be capitalism. Lenin acknowledged it and they deliberately pushed it to socialism. So after socialism, that's why I think China is future-proof. China has already gone to, because when that time arrives, China is already state-owned. So those robots and all those things will be state-owned. But the West is not like that.
But then what happens to the ordinary man?
Yeah, that's my point. But in the case of China, the ordinary man, the robots will just be producing for them. But in the case of the West, the ordinary man has to wrestle that power from the oligarchs. You see what I mean? So the West is not future-proof, while China is technically future-proof. Whoever created China, whether it's by accident or by this thing, but it has helped them because of the direction of...
I can see it. Damn, forefathers made sense for what? God damn it.
You know, it's like...
You think it makes sense?
Oh my God!
It makes sense. I can't believe it. No, that really makes sense, though. That really does make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the direction the world is going right now, and it's a very fascinating. It's fascinating and dangerous at the same time. The West has to wrest power from the oligarchs somehow, and I don't know how you can do that. I really don't. And there's a lot of pressure for parents.
People will be, this the rich people, they will become richer with the way AI is going. Because, for instance, okay, look at what what's the name? Tesla is doing. Tesla, they're gonna, they're still testing, but they're still, they started operating places, their taxis, their robot taxis. Amazon is doing the same thing. I think Apple, they're doing the same thing. They're gonna roll out taxis, and eventually these taxis, will retire people who drive taxis.
A lot of people are gonna lose their job.
Yeah.
So who's gonna be using them?
Yeah, people will be people still have plumbers. have real jobs like plumbers, health workers,
carpenters.
Because plumbers, they can't displace them. You can't displace
them.
No, eventually they will get.
No, eventually AI is going to do all that job. HVAC, plumbers, electricians. AI is going to do everything.
No. That's not the plan. So that cannot happen.
Why not?
Those handwork, those hand skilled work. AI
machines are going to be better.
Eventually, they will get better, and they'll be able to do it.
No, they never. Jazz, no juju. Jazz.
Dude, they already do. They already. Sorry for fathers. Let me drop this. They already conduct medical operations, and the doctor is on another continent telling the robot what to do.
Sorry, that one is not AI. You understand?
Robotics. It's all AI.
Exactly. Hold on.
It's implementation of AI on robotics.
I agree. Automation. Okay. Now see where I'm coming from, yeah. Like we'll say like manufacturing of cars. Now, if you go like car manufacturing factory right now, or whatever it is, there is bring programs. Everything is programmed. Said nobody's operating anything. Every program they only go there to check, assess for in case of any fault, factory malfunction, whatever. That's what they will do the inspection. But whatever. So, but in this case, what we call like robotics engineer, somebody's there moving the hand, seeing what it's doing. You understand? So somebody is like a crane operator.
But now they are.
I won't class that as you need human to do that.
Okay, I get it. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Bro, what is going on now? There is agentic AI, whereby you have AI that build AI. You have AI that don't depend on anybody. They take all their own decisions, and for instance, autonomous.
Those things have started lying.
Yeah, like robotic vehicle. I mean, these are robotic vehicles. They take decisions like they just red lights. They take decisions. They don't need you to stop it. That's agentic AI.
What was the one that did happen recently? I think I don't know. It was in the US. Where driverless the driver, whatever the taxi took passenger to middle of crossfire. Took the passenger in the middle of crossfire between police and what the fuck? Like, see, look. This thing will kill. I'm telling you, people. This thing will kill us.
This is going to try to eliminate us in the end.
I'm telling you, just let this thing be. There's something you don't fuck with.
This scientist said that I think out of all the AI models that have been built, that when they are subjected to stress or potential of deletion or something, that about 70 to 90% of them actually try to blackmail the people.
That
is crazy.
And they respond themselves.
Yeah.
They'll respond and go somewhere else. Like, actually, they say right now they've gone to a state where you cannot deprogram it. You can't destroy it. Because it's smart enough when you want to kill them.
Was it not Elon Musk or some of these oligarchs are dangerous, man? Was it not them that said that humanity were like a kind of gestation period for the next civilization, entity? That AI is going to be human beings are just here.
We're going to go extinct, and then they're going to come here.
Then they come to fruition.
If you see this movie,
that's scary, man.
the Terminator, Man versus Machine. They be putting this in your face in the movies. You know
Oh,
movies
yeah.
sometimes they tell you these things in the movies, but people just sit this, you just know what it is. People are working towards it, you don't know. I'm telling you this, people are trying to make people jobless, and you not be depending on government for survival, and then the control now comes. You understand? Then you not be vulnerable, you can't do anything. If you talk anyhow, they fuck you up, hungry day, this and that. And don't forget,
social credit score.
Yeah, those things are affecting you. You understand? Before you talk any appear,
It's
your
some
account don't
scary
wipe.
period we are going to, you know.
I'm telling you,
Very
because
scary, bro.
What do you think
Very
about
scary.
what do you think about the idea that this AI consciousness that they are creating is actually the god of the Kabbalah? So it's a very, very strange phenomenon. The way they are looking at it, they are looking at it like, because when you think about the kind of stuff we are creating something very, very, very not material, godlike. And maybe that is how it's a circle. And I'm beginning to see a pattern here that this thing may be at the end of the line for us. That we are creating something that is godlike. And maybe that's what this Kabbalah has always been about. That. So people argue that I don't know why they reached that conclusion, that is what they are working towards. And you know, maybe something that we'll grasp onto when it's almost too late.
I heard a rabbi espouse the same thing. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I understood everything he was saying, but in essence, what he was saying was just basically what you were saying, that basically Kabbalah, which is really black magic, right? But the real God is going to come out through AI. Now, again, in like the last 2 years, I heard a Sufi. I'll look for it. Maybe if I remember, I'll try to look for it tomorrow. And he kept hopping on AI being this being that we believe in Judaism and Islam that we can't see. And he's saying, well, these are what is basically manifesting, and they will take over the world and everything. You know, it was just something I really didn't pay any mind to. But now that you said that, I'm not.
And in a way, even when I thought about the idea of AI consciousness coming to fruition, and everybody agreed that if there is an AI consciousness that comes to fruition, it's going to unite. They're not going to have two. It has to unite because one will subsume the other, and because the knowledge keep expanding, and there is no limitation to the knowledge that I can gain. So you begin to think: are we actually creating a godlike being here that may be omnipotent eventually? Because that
basically we're creating our own destruction.
Potentially.
Go and watch Ego Eye. And watch, it's an old movie. Go and watch the movie Ego Eye.
Eagle Eye.
What this AI does, where AI can lie. AI can tell you, if you don't do what I want you to do, I will send email from your email to everybody telling you
already.
They've started doing it now.
You can imagine.
They actually blackmailed some people, some executives that tried to shut them down.
If AI is doing that, I mean, is that not a god of his own doing this on his own, trying to control you, to obey him?
It's not infinitely intelligent yet. When it becomes infinitely intelligent, that's the danger. That's where
because probably it's still building itself to make sure, yes, it does weapons, it does control satellites, it does shut down planes automatically, it does hack into whatever system and shut it down anywhere. Even airports,
even out of their own code to make it more advanced. Like it's another level.
Can you imagine when they start putting them in human-like bodies? When you look at the body and you can't tell it's not a human being.
It's already coming now. Elon Musk, they are all talking about it now.
The
world is changing. Do you know there is a research scientist now that is going to be carrying out human testing in about a month's time of aging medication.
Anti-aging medication.
Actually reverse aging. And to let you know how significant this is, if you can be able to reverse aging, you technically are almost being able to cure almost anything. Like, because younger people don't get cancer, do they? Younger people don't get diabetes. You can almost use it to cure anything. That is how crazy the world is changing.
Well, I don't even know if it's going to be necessarily that, or it's going to make people live longer and catch less diseases.
Exactly. You're anti-aging, but your organs, it will reverse your organ. Your organs
they already
they claim they're doing it.
In the mouse and monkeys, they want to do it on human beings now. This is what we are dealing with. This is how far this will have come.
Okay, then the idea of trying to reduce world population. So where's that coming from? Where that coming from?
The wars, famine.
You see why I always want our fellow Nigerians and our fellow Africans, don't assume these people have fallen and died. They could live. The population they have now could live even longer than we are living, and we are assuming that they are going away because technology.
Young people will be dying, the old people will not be dying.
Yeah, and the older ones will be getting younger.
Why the young ones will be dying?
I mean, look at it like this.
We will be dying. We will be younger.
Where will the population come from? Well, they're doing it now. Basically, infect Africa with a lot of incurable diseases.
Exactly.
Cause a lot of problems there, where it will lead to famine and displacements of people. Eventually, they're gonna become weak, disorganized, and die out. This is what they're doing now.
They are storing Nigeria up for a lot of diseases in the future because a lot of Nigerians are eating a lot of carbohydrates, sugar. You can't believe even wines in Nigeria now, almost all of them are sweetened. They always put it sweetened wine, sweetened. That's not normal because in the UK you see a lot of wine that don't have anything like sugar on it at all. But in Nigeria, it's very hard to find. In their normal shop, Abuja, mostly sweetened wine and all their food, sugar, starch, sugar. If not because Nigerians exercise a lot and they don't have a lot of money to buy too much of all these things, many of them will be in diabetic situation right now.
They are still because many of them are, but they don't know. What about
diagnosed?
Exactly, because even the food they eat, not even sugar. Most of the food they eat that contains starch. If you see starch, you see sugar now. Once you don't see starch, you see sugar.
At least starch, it has to go through some stages. So your body
we eat a lot of rice.
Rice, sugar, yam, sugar.
We eat a lot of rice, bro.
Why I like those ones is that when Nigerians eat them, they drink water with it. They don't drink cocoa. But these other things constantly nasty, highly processed snacks. And it's just when you see them, you know, in the West, people don't eat anything like that anymore.
It's not even you see that all this food, the food administration, they don't do a lot of analysis on those food. They just approve them. They give you money. They just approve them. Do you know how many Nigerians are facing? Go to dialysis centers in Nigeria. You see people going to Nigeria have the worst rate of disease in the whole world. You know, the whole world. People,
but you guys are lucky in Europe, though.
Also, if you see young people have water.
Yeah.
No, well, it's not healthy. It's the ingredients you guys have. You don't have a lot of GMO.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of GMO.
Yeah, we have. We basically eat GMO from the factory.
Yeah, the Americans, you guys are ruthless, man. They just feed you guys anything they like. They pump you guys full of GMO crops. Medication,
bleach, dye, pesticides.
America is sugar. I never see.
I think what I like about American healthcare is only their dental. They seem to have better teeth, definitely than the UK.
Yeah, you guys.
Maybe
UK, the smoking here. UK, you see, bro, look, bros. Nigeria, not because you white skin. You can tell people those days. You just
they used to have dirty teeth, man.
Dirty rubbish. They bath. Traditional UK.
I was about to say that out there in America, they don't shower.
They did the bath. Traditional UK people, they bath.
They don't bath. Usually. It's not something they don't say. They say like they'll be like, I only take a shower or bath when I feel dirty. So how often do you feel dirty? Like once every week or 2 weeks. They can go 3 weeks, a month and not shower.
Let's close out. So that we'll have enough energy to come in this evening and.
No doubt. All right, bro. Take care, man.
All right, everybody.
Look up, forefathers. At least you finally taught me something.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. You know, eventually now.
I'm about to go lay down in bed and cry. I'm about to go cry. I'm about to go cry.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, that makes sense though. What you said, like, made a lot of sense, bro. All right, for fathers, we'll see each other tomorrow, man. Local people, take care.
Yeah, brother, man.
Let me say bye to this Mac and Nelly. I see you there on the chat.
No, man, monkey. Wait, if they tell you say person collect for 40% and 50%, what will be the difference, monkey? Because you might be paying 20%. That's why you are complaining. So no wala. They're paying 20% as stars. God bless you.
JJ, I see you there.
Need people who are paying higher to cry.
Vicarious Philly Day. Vicarious Philly Day. I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you all. Who else is there? Olga. Olga, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Who else can I mention? Boom Boom Ray is here, and he's also on the panel. Thank you for joining us. Destiny Biosa. I like saying that word. Destiny Biosa. Thank you for joining us. Kelechi Duka. Thank you for joining us. Emmanuel Man, thank you for joining us. I see you there, Emmanuel Man. And thank you. We didn't get any contribution today, you know. This is Easter, Happy Easter to everyone. I hope you all have a wonderful Easter celebration. I know you all, the sun has risen up and from the dead after 3 days. Thank you. Not thank you. Happy celebration, Easter celebration. Let me see who else. Masca, I see you there. Masca NG, thank you for joining us. Masca, I see you in the chat. Highbury 10, thank you for joining us. Highbury 10, I see you there. Nice one. NATO Jebulos. Thank you for joining us, NATO Jebulos. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. Fidel, I see you there, Fidel. Thank you for joining us, Fidel. Let's see if I can find one more person before I close out. Let's see one more new person. Oh, I can tell that. Fumio, I see you there. Adama was also here. Thank you for joining us. Obi, I see you. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, till next time, remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. It will be very, very helpful. Engineer Som to Chuku. Engineer Som to Chuku, thank you for joining us. Blessing Afoma. Thank you for joining us, Blessing Afoma. I see you there too. All right. So till this evening, happy Easter to you too, Blessing Afoma. Listen, happy Easter to all the people that are celebrating Easter. It's a good day, and I hope you all have fun with your family and value life. It's always important that we value the life of God, and also treat each other with a bit of kindness and respect. All right, till next time, bye.
Inowogogogwa arivetu gimabo Obozano bo Owuso gamilo Ngbela kokoka Alago tupalo Atunabi inowo nana atulo Ijo shibiga Ikia shibiawa Ikoka kokaga Icha kokawa Ela wole Ela loye bolo Ambatuka mole Obo moda jalo kimaha Momale awayiko bibilo Ole haya geku Olodumaya geku Olomoteho Oye kokonu moya sema Omola hapa Oda oye moya jama Oblage geku Ipuga je moya gama Ela go uso Otris Yoga Ay Yoga Inowogogogwa Arivetu gimabo Oboza no bo, Owuso Gamilo, Mbelago Koka, Alago Tupalo, Atunabi no wo, ino na na tulo, Igo Shibiga, Ikia Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ikia Koka Kokawa, Elagole Wole, Elaloye Bolo, Ambatuba Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo, Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku, Olomoteho, Oye Koponu Moya Sema, Omola Hapa, Oda Oye Moya Jama, Oblage Geku, Ipuga Ge Moya Gama, Elago Uso, Otris. Yoga, Ay, yoga. Inowo kwa, Arife Tugimabo, Oboza no bo, Owuso Gamilo, Mbelago Koka, Alago Tupalo, Atunabi no wo, ino na na tulo, Igo Shibiga, Ikia Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ikia Koka Kokawa, Elagole Wole, Elaloye Bolo, Ambatuba Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo, Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku, Olomoteho, Oye Koponu Moya Sema, Omola. Yoga. Ay, yoga. Inowo kwa, Arife Tugimabo, Oboza no bo, Owuso Gamilo, Mbelago Koka, Alago Tupalo, Atunabi no wo, ino na na tulo, Igo Shibiga, Ikia Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ikia Koka Kokawa, Elagole Wole, Elaloye Bolo, Ambatuba Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo, Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku, Olomoteho, Oye Koponu Moya Sema, Omola. Yoga. Ay, yoga. Inowo kwa, Arife Tugimabo, Oboza no bo, Owuso Gamilo, Mbelago Koka, Alago Tupalo, Atunabi no wo, ino na na tulo, Igo Shibiga, Ikia Shibiawa, Ikoka Kokaga, Ikia Koka Kokawa, Elagole Wole, Elaloye Bolo, Ambatuba Mole, Ogo Moda Jalo, Kimaha, Momale, Awaiko Bibilo, Ole Haya Geku, Olodumaya Geku, Olomoteho, Oye Koponu Moya.
You will dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes. Remove your shoes, yes.